to the box. And the boys has now to change the wheel brake because there are stones inside. So we lost a little bit, but we have to do in a few rounds more our pit stop because we have to change the driver.
So they've changed the brakes because of stones?
Yes.
And before that, was the car going well?
Yeah, the car was running well and everything was fine, and it's nice on the track, driving very fair, and so that could be happened a little mistake. What else?
You're driving one of the faster cars out there. How difficult is it with the slower traffic?
Oh, it's, if everybody is watching each other, so it's no problem. But sometimes if the small cars fights together, then the big cars has to watch.
Thank you, Gustav. Thank you for talking to us, and that bit of insight. That explains why they changed the brake discs, bringing ahead of schedule, a scheduled disc and pad change, no doubt.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Joe Bradley. Thank you, Gustav Edelhoff. And Gustav, as he was saying, a kick in the back. So we couldn't quite see from the TV replays whether there had been contact with the diesel Golf. He confirms there was, and the car was then in the gravel. And of course, that's where the stones then got in between the calipers and the disc. And clearly, as soon as he drove off, he said, oh, the disc there, it's making a horrible noise. OK, bring it in. You're only due to come in another 3 laps anyway, so we'll shortcut that and go straight. And they didn't obviously then need to change the discs because it had only been going about half a lap. So
we're very nearly, Martin, at a sort of little mini milestone. 98 laps. Jeroen Bleekemolen's on his 99th lap, so we'll be hitting 100 fairly shortly. My estimation is that we're going to be up in the 600 and somethings, maybe hitting 670 laps if we're lucky. And so far we've had a long stable period, so I think we should be hitting up towards 670 or so laps come the end of the race. Chantal Kroll still in second place, albeit nearly a minute behind now, and of course that's a minute that has been opened up on the track. But Chantal coming towards the end of her stint now. She's done 47 laps, and I think she'll be in at the end of the next 2 or 3 laps. So look out for Chantal coming into the pits. There are 4 cars currently on the lead lap. Behind Chantal are the Mercedes number 2, the Bert Schneider car, which now has Sean Johnson behind the wheel, and then the Porsche, which is still on the lead lap of Hubert Handlos, and he will be Herbert Handlos, not Hubert, Herbert Handlos. He will be staying in the car for a little while longer. So once Chantal gets out of the car, you'll have a pretty stable period, I think, Martin, but some close racing for 2nd, 3rd and 4th places in the A6 class and positions overall.
And that will give you an ideal opportunity to go and get some sustenance. The voice of the bearded one. He hasn't got a beard. We need to have a beard for the bearded wonder. That doesn't work otherwise. The voice of the not bearded wonder, Paul Truswell, who is alongside us here in the booth. So Shea Adam, getting up to 100 laps, but you know, two and a half hours into the race, it was dramatic right from the very beginning. I mean, all sorts of incidents and accidents right from the first lap, where we had cars failing to start properly and failing to complete even 1 lap before having trouble.
Yeah, and then early issues for some of the big contenders, the BMW, the Audi, the Ferrari, they all disappeared like flies. And it was sort of disconcerting because you're thinking, is anybody going to finish this race? We're an hour in.
Yeah. We're not an hour in, exactly. And it was all the cars that you expect to do well, like an Audi R8 LMS Ultra, like a BMW Z4 GT. They're not brand new cars. They're cars that have been really well tried and tested. And the Ferrari, Ferraris don't break down. That one did.
Yeah, it was very, very odd. But one car that did not have an issue, thankfully, they let us know, the 163 Optimum Motorsport sent a tweet at Gearbox and at Martin Haven. Nothing to worry about with us. As you said, just an overfill of fuel. We're gunning for the lead on track now. Thank you guys for letting us know. And come on, why aren't you in the lead yet? That should have happened by now, don't you think, Martin?
Yeah, well, the Audi R8 LMS leaking from the back as well. Again, that looks like a little bit of overfill. That looks like a water cooling. There's quite a lot coming out the back. It might be overfill on fuel. I think it only just left the pit lane. We saw it coming out off pit road, didn't we? So may well have overfueled. Now, you know, the team members are responsible for fueling their cars. I was talking to the CWS team, Colin White, and he was saying the last time, just when I was down in the pit road after lunch, he said, we've just stopped. Last time at the fuel pumps, the guy who was filling it only put 45 litres in. Well, you know, that's no good. No point putting in 20 quid's worth when you need 45 quid's worth. So they were then having to run short. And the Audi is now running very slow on track. We've got a code 60, so everyone is running very slow on track. They were vigorously waved yellows at turn 4. And there is a crew member in blue and yellow galumphing up pit road because he is now being told, get to the pumps. And you see, the deal here is, if in most endurance races you fill up your car at your garage, here you fill it up before you even get to the garages at a special area that would otherwise be a parc fermé just at the entrance to the pit road, and the team members have to get there because they pump the fuel in while the driver sits in the car. There has to be at least one full fire suit, full helmet and boots and everything, and fire extinguishers. So code 60, everybody now doing their 60 kilometers an hour minimum. And one thing that we've noticed instantly in the booth is how much the noise level drops, because everybody's just chuntering along on the speed limiter rather than howling on the rev limiter. So the first of our few cars coming in for fuel. If this was your scheduled stop, like the number 43 Porsche, which is that leading the 997 class at the moment? No, 54 is back in front again. The number 43 car is...
Third class.
No, that's the James May car. In fact, that's the SP3. That is third in the third in the SP3 class. Not are those of Joe Bradley, Paul Truswell, Shea Adam and John Hindhoff. So on RadioLeMans.com, across the globe and echoing across the Circuit de Catalunya. Very slow Aston Martin, the number 165 car. Again, that is an outlap for that car. Hugh Chamberlain running the Vantage racing car. Christopher Kemp has just taken it over, and that car is going slowly. Looks like he's still under code 60 while everybody else is running at full speed. So I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that car, but I imagine it will come back. And there's entirely possibly a chance that Hugh Chamberlain may have news on the radio. It's never a bad thing to go and chat to Hugh Chamberlain. Colin White's Ginetta, the 178 car, is back on pit road. That car in 26th position at the moment, and 1, 2, 3, 4th now in the SP3 class. That car had a rear suspension failure after a little brush in qualifying yesterday. Colin White was at the wheel. He shares the car with Martin Thomas, who's driving at the moment, and Tony Hughes. And Colin White definitely had a chance to put that car among the top 1 or 2 in the class in the SP3 category, but when that suspension broke after a little brush with another car, unfortunately the track was drying rapidly and the times were improving rapidly as well, and he ended up going from first, second down to 13th in the qualifying group. So they ended up a long way further down on the grid than their speed really should have seen them. And that car, again, having made a fuel stop, heading to the team. Christopher Kemp still stopped on the outlap, the 165 Aston Martin, having made 3 stops now, although it now looks like, in fact, he has completed his lap. So did he complete it on pit road? He did not, so that car hopefully is back up to speed. Race being led by Jeroen Bleekemolen for Mercedes, the number 30 car. That is the Ram Racing team. Jeroen with Paul White, British GT racer, Thomas Jaeger, who planted the car at the top of the pile, or near the top of the pile in qualifying, Tom Onslow-Cole. Jaeger started the car. Onslow did the second stint. Jeroen Bleekemolen in the car now, leading the race after 105 laps. So Paul White will get in at the next stop. And Sean Johnston in the number 2 car, the HP Racing Mercedes. And he shares with Bernd Schneider, Harry Prochik, Reinhold Renger and Reinhard Körfer. They are in second place. Herbert Handlos lies in 3rd spot in the Racing Team Herbert Porsche 997. These cars all in the A6 class, from which we expect to see our race winner coming. And in 4th position is the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Michael and Chantal Kroll, Kenneth Heyer, Christian Frankenhout, who started it and qualified it, and Ronald Eggerman. The 5-strong lineup, although Michael Kroll saying he may not necessarily drive that car. He and Chantal swapping between that and the very recalcitrant number 75 Hofer Racing BMW. And they are both down to drive both cars in the pursuit of championship points, because it is the highest point scorer, irrespective of class or point scorers, if they're a duo, trio, quintet, or quartet. Yes, that's the missing one. Whichever class you score the most points in, if you score more points than anybody else in any other class, you end up being series champions. So you can come from the smallest, the biggest, the slowest, or the fastest class, or anywhere in between. It don't much matter. So lots of championship point chasing going on. Coroyza's car, the black Lotus Evora GT4, that car that he shares regularly with Hugues Delnoy. Hal Pruitt of USA is in that car. That's one of 2 cars that Hal is driving, again trying to hedge his bets and gain more championship points. You can't gain points for both cars. We can't count points for both cars if they're in different classes, but you will accrue points in both classes if you drive the cars. A minimum of 10% of the race distance, which is 144 minutes, you've got to spend in the car to be allowed to take championship points. So if you don't drive enough, 144 is just over it's 2 hours 20 minutes, isn't it, as opposed to 24 hours. So 10% of 24 hours, you've got to be in the car, so you've got to do 1 full-length driver stint plus a bit, or effectively 2 fuel stints for most of the cars here, and that will then allow you to score points in any of the cars in which you do that. And I'm not actually sure if there's a limit. Maybe you could enter yourself in 3 or 4 cars to really spread the burden around. Pictures being beamed to us once more by the TV crew here from 101, one of our cars that has suffered the curse of the camera rather than the commentator. At least so far, we don't seem to have been able to sway that with them. The 101 car had problems early on, and Orin Seat had contact very early in the race and has had a couple of other off-kilter pit stops as well. That's the Red Camel Jordan's Netherlands car. Ivo and Rick Brokers with Milan Doncha and Jaco Griffon. And it is Ivo who is driving. Saw him at lunchtime, looking very relaxed. He's now obviously got into his race suit and is feeling perhaps a little less relaxed. So we've covered our lead group, and they are all in A6. Alex Muller in 5th place in the 33 Mercedes. In 6th position is our 997 leader, and just 6 seconds is the gap at the top of 997 between 54, and that is the Brazilian flag DriveX Porsche, Daniel Schneider, Gilberto Farah, Eduardo Azevedo, who is driving it now, and their 2 teammates. And behind them is the number 17 Porsche, and currently driving that is Patrice Lafargue. So we've got an all-Brazilian versus an all-French battle at the top of the 997 class, and those cars are 6th and 7th overall. Now, Joe Bradley down on pit road has more news for us.
Certainly one of my favourites is the 208 Peugeot GTI of Team Ultron, and I'm with Kim Holmgaard, who's just got out of the number 208, aptly numbered for the 208 Peugeot.
You're telling if I had a good stint?
Yeah, I know it's very loud down here, isn't it? Yes, how was that stint? It looked like that was a scheduled stop.
Okay, my stint was good. I had, unfortunately, after 30 minutes, one Seat in the same class crashed into me on the back straight. So I had at least 1 minute in the gravel. But after that, I picked him up again. I had a nice stint. I had a little bit of trouble with my car, but it was okay.
Considering this is a Formula One circuit, Kim, it is very, very tight towards the end of this lap.
Yes, it will be very tight. Everything will be tight on this track because now it's not nice and easy 24 hours. Now it's sprint for 24 hours, and that's how it is today.
And will the Peugeot stand up to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It will.
It's a great car. What is the history of the car? Is it the car was made for a sprint series in France, I believe?
No, the car is made for endurance racing. Made by this team, Altran and Peugeot. It's only made for endurance. It's a beautiful car.
So what made you pick the Peugeot?
I picked the Peugeot because the team is great, everything is great, the organization is great, car is running good, and there's no trouble here. I only have to bring my helmet, the team fix the rest. I love that.
And we love seeing the Peugeot 208 out there. It's a great looking car. Thanks for talking to us, Kim.
Okay, same to you. Bye.
Joe Bradley on pit road with Kim Holgaard, the only Dane in that otherwise French-crewed number 208, Peugeot 208. Guillaume Romand and Michael Carlsen with former French GT champion Marc Rostan. He is the hot shoe in that car, no question at all about his pace, I think. But, Kim clearly enjoying it, and as he said, lots of cars in every camera shot that you see, and every time you look out the window, it's just this long string of cars battling with each other, some battling for position, like our 2997 class leaders, who are now 4 seconds apart, as the all-French crewed number 17 closes on the all-Brazilian crewed number 54 in their battle for supremacy in 997 and for 6th place overall. And there's all sorts of battles going on. Paul Truswell has rejoined us. That was a quick lunch, Paul. Didn't you just breathe in and breathe out?
Fuel only.
Right,
yes,
okay.
And that was all I needed.
Moving on.
I've taken on some marvellous food from our restaurant. Thank you very much. Just checking up to if anybody else has been taking a break. Things that I missed. The Chantal Kroll pit stop for the number 10 car has clearly happened.
Yes.
And the car has been handed over to Roland Eggemann.
Yes, that's right. And that was just on the 100 lap mark, I think, about 8 or 10 minutes ago.
I've got. I left something running whilst I was away, and it's telling me that Eggemann has been in the car for 7 laps now. So
there you go. So it's 109 laps completed by the leaders and 107 by that car.
And so it did come in on lap 100, and so the.
Well, that was a good guess.
Yeah, very good, Martin.
Don't expect this.
No. So the stint from Chantal was 49 laps, which wasn't quite as long as Christian Frankenhout did beforehand, but then Christian had more. Code 60s to deal with.
Yeah.
But apropos of Code 60s, I was very aware for about 5 minutes whilst I was getting something to eat, there was another Code 60.
Very brief. Yeah.
And what was it for?
Yes.
Right.
It was for something or other. There were yellow flags waved at turn 4 for a while, and then it went Code 60 and all went quiet for a bit, and we never really sort of saw quite why. So I'm assuming there was something at turn 4. I haven't seen anything coming in on the flatbed, but you have to sort of be squinting the right way between the monitors and the race control building and across the track from us to see that. And
that would have been after the Mercedes number 10 came in for the pit stop, or while the number 10 Mercedes was in for its pit stop?
Just as they had left the pumps and were on the pit apron, so they kind of didn't lose quite as much as they might have done, yeah.
Okay, so...
it wasn't a full benefit, but they came out and everybody else was doing Code 60, so...
Right, okay, so that would have been laps 101, 102 then, by my brief calculation that the Code 60 would have been out for. Yep. Apart from that, Jeroen Bleekemolen continues to lead at the front of the field. The gap isn't yet a lap, though, is it? In fact, we've got 3 cars on the lead lap, because the HP Mercedes, Sean Johnston behind the wheel, and the Porsche of the HP racing team Herbert, which has Herbert Handlos at the wheel. Those 3 cars all on the lead lap.
Yeah, they are, and you're right. It is 1 minute and 13 seconds. Sean Johnson is behind, so the gap grows. Last lap, Jeroen Bleekemolen 1:53.7, Sean Johnson 1:59.4, so 5.7 seconds slower. Again, 2, 3, 4 easily seconds you can lose with problems with traffic. Now, creeping very slowly and unaccompanied. And it's not going to make it to Boots and Gignon, because I can see Gignon minions running up towards the Maserati, up pit road to push it back in. It got stuck about 5 minutes ago or blocked the diesel pump. During the Code 60, it was waiting to fuel. There were 4 pumps for fuel, for petrol, 4 already occupied, and it was parked over the diesel pump and then had to sort of shunt backwards and forwards, bumped into the Lithuanian's Golf as it was trying to do so. It was trying to get to the diesel pump, and they eventually sent it back out, but it's now come back in. Doesn't seem to be much fire in the hold in that one, I'm afraid. So it's now going down pit road with 4 manpower. Obviously 4 French manpower, so that's a lot.
Hopefully they've, it'll be Boots on Gignon men, and hopefully they've been had enough to eat at breakfast time, because we saw them at breakfast.
And at lunch, I saw them as well.
Trying to campaign for more food.
Dave the Minion was down there checking out their pit stop techniques about an hour or so ago. Team manager of which car? 138. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's KPM Racing's Volkswagen Golf. So that's Aaron Mason, George White, Dale Lomas, Tom Wilson and Lucas Orrick. Again, another English team, all English drivers, that quintet. I wonder why they've been summoned to race control.
Well, it's only the team manager that been summoned.
Yeah, but
it'd be awkward if they all show up.
Yeah, they can't summon all the drivers because at least one of them won't be able to make it, you'd assume. Now, here's our M-Cars. Our 3rd car in the M-Cars Australia lineup, which is the Mazda on pit road now. And I've lost where we're going with that one. It's the Mazda 3 V8. Jake Camilleri, Beric Linton, Gary Jacobson, Duvashin Padiachi, and Peter Lemos. And Peter is another one of those drivers that's in 2 different cars, isn't he?
He is, yes. He's trying to score points in the... In fact, he leads in the overall drivers' standings. So he's very eager to get both those cars through to the finish of the race. I've got a feeling they're both in different classes as well, which means he's not allowed to score both points, sets of points for the overall. But as far as the teams is concerned, then both get...
So if you're in 2 cars that both win their class, you will, but your points will be accrued in both classes, won't they?
But you don't then have the same number of points in your overall as the total of the 2.
You only get the better of the scores. Yes. Yeah. Oh, good.
Kind of fair, really.
Well, no, absolutely. You can't add 2 classes because otherwise you just enter in 10 cars. There is time, in fact, for you to do 10 144-minute stints, isn't there? Yes, because that would be, you have to do a minimum of 10%, so 10 times 10% is 100%, Martin.
But you're only allowed to enter 2 cars.
Oh, there is a rule. I was talking about this earlier, and I was asking myself and not getting an answer, obviously, as to whether or not you could enter more than 2. Okay, so there's that.
The maximum number that any driver is allowed to drive is 2 different cars, and Peter Lehmhus then in 2 different cars, and they are both in the same class, just to clarify that point.
Okay, so he's really hitting in for that class.
They're both for SP2.
I'm struggling. Why can't I see 93 anywhere on my timing screens? What am I not looking at?
93 is currently 4th in SP2
I'm looking on the wrong
18th
page.
place overall.
It's on page 1. That's why I can't see it.
Yes, 18th place overall. Gary Jacobson is currently behind the wheel of the 93.
Yeah, dropped down to 20th place while it stopped. Wheels are off, and there's work going on inside the right rear wheel arch, which suggests maybe a brake issue or a hub issue. So that car is now dropping down the SP2 order. SP2 still being led by the number 66 ARC Bratislava Porsche, Miroslav Konopka's team. So that is currently in 8th place overall. 11th overall, the 2nd car in that class, which is the number 149 RWT Corvette. Now that's the car that left the pits and stopped dead. And that might be a thought. See if we can figure out what's going on with that and with the Mark Cars Australia car. Well, they're using a very small hammer at the moment. No, larger hammer going in. Now, great shot we're getting of the underside of the car, which is just a spider web of tubes. Not a flat floor and a monocoque. It's never came off any production line, that car.
The race leader is in the pits, Martin. Jerome Blakemolen
so he is.
bringing the number 30 car in after 36 laps. Now, Thomas Jaeger did 37 laps. Tom Cole did 37. Our own Blakemolen has now done 37, hasn't he? Because he's only just crossed the line.
Yes.
I was going to say he was one short, but because the refueling area is before the start-finish line, he's only just completed his 37th lap. So that car, I shouldn't be saying this early in the race, but so far is being a model of consistency, having done 3 stints, each of 37 laps. And if you want them, because I have them, average lap time for Thomas Jaeger was 1 minute 54.7. Average lap time for Tom Cole was 1 minute 54.7. Average lap time for Jerome Blakemolen, 1 minute 55.8. No, I know why that was because I wasn't here to push the button whilst the Code 60 was here.
There you go.
And because the system...
I pretty much guarantee it was a 154.7.
Yeah, yes, if you take away the...
2 laps of Code 60,
Code 60.
I wouldn't mind betting that.
So, it's a picture of consistency for that car, but it is in the pits and therefore is no longer in the lead, which means we have the number 2 Mercedes-Benz leading the way again, the HP racing car, which Sean Johnston is now leading in.
Yeah.
Reinhard Kopfler led for a bit, Bernd Schneider led for a bit, and now it's Sean Johnston's turn to lead for a bit.
We're getting the same cars up at the top of the pile, aren't we? Paul White is the 4th driver of the Ram Racing number 30 car. He's the one that hasn't had a go yet, so he will stay. He will get into the car, and in fact is shown in the car now as it leaves the pit lane. And let's hope it doesn't follow the recent lead of cars that have left the pit lane by immediately parking on the grass for a picnic somewhere. 21 is back in, and Christian Lentz in 18th place in the SPX second placed XPX Lamborghini. The Lamborghini Huracans are starting to run into trouble, aren't they? They started yesterday, in fairness. 21 was the best placed of them at the start, ahead of the number 13 car, and the 22 car, which started right at the back of the field after an engine change, rampaged up to the front and has then had a period of gravel trap excursionary, which has dropped it down. Rear cover is off the Huracan, and down on pit road is Shay Adams. She is at the Lamborghini team. Shay, what do you know?
Well, earlier, Mark, you and I saw some fluid leaking from a car. Turns out it was just a little bit of overfill. Right now, I'm seeing steam coming out from a port of the engine. That's not the exhaust. This Lamborghini is running very hot. It smells hot. Mechanics took the back cover off. They're now using an iPhone as a flashlight to try and see up into the engine compartment through the aero ducting in the back of the car, looking for something down toward the suspension almost, it looks like. But they were definitely revving the engine, trying to figure out if there was something wrong. Deciding it's not worth losing all this time for us, they put the cover back on. They're going to send it back out. No driver change here.
There was the flat plane crank V10 blasting into life. So out goes the car, and either they don't see the problem, don't believe the problem is a problem, or they're going to let it go until it blows. I think those are really our choices, essentially. As the car goes back out, Izzat Tutumlu weaving the steering wheel down pit road as he releases the limiter and then heads back out on track. That is now that car's 3rd stop, and that was not a fuel or driver change, as Shay pointed out. That was just an investigatory, exploratory poke around under the bonnet. I was wondering really whether they had a sort of minion app on their iPhone and were looking in there for something exciting or not sure. Onboard camera on the 21 car, one of the few. In fact, it's Christian Lentz in the car. Oh, no, it's not. It's Izzat Tutumlu in the 20. I know it's Izzat Tutumlu's in 22, which is now overhauled 21. It is Christian Lentz in the 21 car. In his door mirror, which we can see from his onboard camera, is the white and blue Aston Martin looking for a way by. So you come right into the thick of it every time you leave the pit lane. In fact, every time you're on track, you are right in the thick of it. And somebody in front of him just had a big smoky lockup down into turn 6. And it wasn't an Aston Martin, it was a silver and blue Mercedes. It was a number 33 car of Alex Muller, because Paul Truswell, subsequent to all our conversations about what the blue dot and yellow dot and orange dot mean, Since qualifying, they've added an initial to the driver's name, so we now don't have to worry about the colours of the drivers. We know who's in it because it says A rather than T.
It helps enormously, doesn't it? There's
that
always a
particular
different
car.
way of skinning the cat.
Yes.
It's probably an impolitical correct thing
And
to
we
say.
didn't even ask, so somebody else has gone, I can't tell which one of them's in. And so that has happened overnight. So yes, thank you to whoever said that. Probably somebody who's listening to us down in the pit lane at the moment.
The race leader, Sean Johnson, leading the way in car number 2, but currently on his 36th lap. Bernd Schneider in the same car did 42 laps, so I'd be expecting Sean to do about 40, so another 5 laps, so around about lap 120 expect to see in the race leader, and that will hand the lead back again to the number 7 Porsche. So every cycle through we get a lot of Ram racing, we get a fair bit of HP Mercedes, and then we get a little bit of Porsche.
Yeah.
And so far that cycle is kind of continuing. Remember, that Porsche was the only one of the leading group to make a pit stop in the first Code 60. That's what put it slightly out of schedule, out of sync with the other cars doing the same pit stop. So that's why it kind of bubbles up to the top, but then falls down again once it has to come in for its equivalent stop a little bit later on. But it might help it later on in the race if things pan out towards in their favour.
There's going to be an awful lot of changes between now and midday tomorrow when the checkered flag falls. Not least of which is a change of lead. Herbert Handlos is now our race leader because Sean Johnson is at the petrol pumps, requiring a fill-up with 5-star, please, if you wouldn't mind. How many litres does he get, by the way? Oh, my Lord.
The oh, my Lord was
Martin
Haven
turning round.
Realising that we have
terrified by
Edwards in the,
naked legs.
Is that what you were terrified for? Who were you asking about? The number 2?
Yes.
Yeah, Sean Johnson comes in for the pits for 100 litres. All of the A6 cars get 100 litres, with the exception of the Ferrari that gets 105, and the 2 cars that are running, or the 3 cars that are running in the AM/BOP class, being the second car collection car and the second Hoffer Racing, that's numbers 10 and 27, they can use the full 120 litres. And the Audi, which is able to refuel 110 litres in it. So those are positions. Let me now
Paul, they're not
move
only
Jade's accoutrements, which have landed on my desk. Never put something on my desk.
No, never interfere with the bearded wonder. Paul not only able to count, but with the patois down with the kids in it. 100 litres in it.
In it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Taking a long time to get those 100 litres in. What does the average family car take? Sort of 50 or 60, and that takes 2 or 3 minutes, doesn't it? So 100 litres.
3 minutes is the refueling time.
Okay, in theory. Does seem to be, and I don't want to sort of throw this out there, looking down at the number 2 car, does seem to be something hanging off, and it's the left front corner. Because it's not white, and it ought to be. And there's a sort of white bit in front of where the front of the splitter is. I'm really summing this up very well. Jade Edwards has joined us in the booth. So while the number 2 car is doing that, and before we get to go down to Shea Adam, Jade just got out of the car after your first stint in daylight in the race. What's it like in the traffic?
It's actually not as hectic as I thought it was going to be. I mean, it is hectic, but it's my first stint for a 24, and with 70 odd cars on the grid, or a lot of cars on the grid, I thought it was going to be manic, but everyone seems to be playing it pretty sensible. You know, if you come up to a group of slower cars, they get out the way, and we just take it steady to get past them. It's not too bad.
Now, you're trying to drive the car flat out, or trying to hit a target time every lap?
So we've had a briefing this morning with our team, and we've been set the time of a 2-minute lap. They don't want us to go under that, basically, so we try and keep to that as much as we can.
All right, good news. We'll catch up with you again a little bit more in a second. Penalty to be served by the number 2 car. He is in the red box, or the red area, below the podium, and there is a team member there. Doesn't seem to be an official. Well, there's an official in the doorway, but not paying particular attention. The team member, delicately with the shoe, tries to push the front of the car back on. I think it's going to take a little bit more than that, because the front corner has just flapped back off again. As down pit road also comes 170. That's the Speedworks Aston. John Gilbert, Devon Modell, Dan Jones and Ross Warburton's car. That was in the wars earlier on. It stopped on the grass when Devon Modell was in it. I've lost him on the timing screen. I'm trying not to lose sight of them. It's Dan Jones who comes to a halt in the pit. This is a long stop for the number 2 car.
It is. I suspect this is a Code 60 violation that they're being done for, because those do tend to be taken somewhat of a dim view of in race control. And so we'll see. It's certainly a minute. Yeah, I'd say that was a minute stop.
I might have thought that was 2. That looked like a really long time. I mean, of course, when you're sitting in the car as well, that'll be achingly slow. And down as he gets to a halt, the number 2 car. I can't see you, Shay, because of the reflection, but are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm right in front of the car, as a matter of fact. And this penalty actually was a bit of a blessing in disguise, because the team was not expecting Sean in anytime soon. They are doing a driver's change. It is Renault Ranger getting behind the wheel of the car as the 90 Seat has stopped out on the pit lane right next to me, as a matter of fact. That's going to cause some issue for the 2 when it tries to leave. But the crew got out a bunch of tape. They had time to get prepared for this. Renault, when I first walked by about 2 minutes ago, didn't have his helmet on before Sean entered the pit lane. So this penalty has actually helped the team get ready. There are the ever-famous zip ties going on. They have put a lot of tape on the front bumper. There was actually a piece of bodywork that ripped right off from the middle portion. An odd place to lose the hand part of the Hankook sticker on the front of that car. But it looks like they are refastening the bumper as well as they can. Drilled holes to actually make the zip tie hold. Very, very clever. But this car should be going back out fairly soon. Can't tell what the damage was caused by, because there's no obvious sign. But the front splitter, the left-hand side, is a bit torn up. It was not hanging loose, though. It was just the carbon body wear. So crew still frantically working on this. Not good for a car that was leading. And Bernd Schneider, who worked so hard to get the car back up to the front, will not be happy to see his car so far down when he gets back in it.
Well, the problem for the team, clearly, is that they can hear us down there, and Paul Trustwell said 5 laps, and he came in after 2. Paul, that's your fault that they weren't ready.
Well, yes, I mean, it was a 36-lap stint from Sean Johnson, so it was a little bit short, although the initial stint by Kofler was 38, so it wasn't that far off. I'm just wondering, I'm adding 2 and 2 together, this is always a dangerous thing, but if a front bodywork damage and you got a penalty, and you just wonder if that was maybe a driving standards penalty, and that Sean bumped into somebody and nerfed them off the track at some point. But anyway, we'll await official confirmation. I'm putting 2 and 2 together.
Well, I'm sure Shay will chat to the team and find out where the damage occurred, whether it was contact or debris or a chip across the grass or the gravel. Sean Johnson, anyway, the car's at a standstill. Bonnet is still up, so clearly what ailed it still does ail it. Also on pit road is the number 54 Porsche. Now, that's the car that was right behind the race leader, and that is Eduardo Azevedo. Now, I imagine he's getting out because he's been in it a fair while. The number 54 car. 59 leads that class, which is the Classica Motors 991, and it was Fabrice Natari at the wheel, and no longer is, and I've lost it, and it's Philippe Schneider. So Jade Edwards with us in the booth, who's driving one of the 3 Mark Cars Australia machines. Talking about whether you're trying to hit a lap time or go flat out. Now, you've got more poke in the car than you use to do a 2-minute lap. Does that make it easier to deal with traffic? Because you can use your extra speed to get into a gap and get by somebody and then ease off a little bit and try and slow down and recoup some of that time you've gained that you didn't want to.
Yeah, I think with the car we're driving, we know we've got the grunt down the straight, so we can be patient through the corners because we know we don't need that momentum to get them. So it's just about being patient. These guys have done plenty of 24 hours and they know what they're doing. So it's been drummed into us that it's not about fast lap times, it's about keeping the car in one piece and being consistent.
Well, you've only got one job, haven't you, which is to do your bit in keeping it running till 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I've done my first stint now and it went really well, kept out of trouble, got through the traffic nicely, and the team are very happy with that. So I've got to now have a bit of a rest, a bit of food, and be back out in the car in a few hours. Well,
listen, you're used to racing on British circuits. How does this compare? You know, it's a Grand Prix circuit, it's sort of wider, theoretically faster. Really, is it?
I love this circuit. It's really cool. I seem to love all the European circuits I go to. They're fast and flowing. The UK circuits, I've always liked the fast corners, Thruxton, Alton Park, parts of it. You know, I like the fast circuits, so this is nice and sweeping, and I'm really enjoying it.
Can hear her in her helmet, can't you? Just going, power, every time she comes around the corner. Right, we're going to go and let you cool down. Thanks to Jade Edwards coming up, and thanks to Jonesy as well. Thank you, Rebecca. Herbert Handlow's the race leader, Paul. Yes, you're going to...
Just wanted to pick up on one thing that we were saying with Jade. The 2 minutes lap time is one that is imposed by the team. It's not one that's been imposed by the organisers. So that's more of a target for you rather than for the team.
Yeah, correct. So exactly, it's the team manager that set the lap time.
So just in case anybody thinks why are they being given a 2 minute lap time because everybody else in the class has got 1 minute 56. But that's, as I say, just to avoid misunderstandings, because I had to go and check and thought, no, the balance of performance minimum reference lap time for those cars is a 1:56. And anyway, so nice to have Jade up here. Good to know that she's finding her way around the circuits and finding the commentary boxes as well. You were saying, Martin, Herbert Handlos is in the lead of the race, and he will continue to be there, I guess, for no more than 3 laps, I would say. Judging by the previous stints on that car, 36 laps were done in the initial sit by Robert Renauer. Daniel Alleman did 35 in his stint, so Handlos getting to the end of his fuel allowance. He's allowed to stay out for 2 hours altogether, but he's getting to the end of his the amount of fuel that will be in the Porsche, and that will cycle round to hand the lead back to the Ram Racing Mercedes, number 30, which Paul White is now getting to grips with. I mean, he's sort of settled into his lap times. He's just set his fastest lap in the car at 1:54. Last couple of laps down in the 1:57s, but good consistent laps from Paul White in the Ram Racing Mercedes.
Well, now down with the number 22 Lamborghini team is Shea Adam. Isaac Tutumlu was in the car when it came in. We had 21 and 22 in with issues. What do you know, Shea?
Well, the best source to ask is the driver himself. And Isaac, it looked like a bit of a rough stint out there for you, but what was it like from your perspective?
It was really hard stint because it's getting hotter and hotter, and we didn't change the tires, so I did double stint. I had to use the same tires for 2 hours. Plus, I had a power steering failure that makes me went out in turn number 3, where we lost at least 5 minutes. But it was okay. The car was really good. The team is doing a good job with the car, and I think if we don't have any other issues, we can finish on the podium.
What's it like to race in front of your home audience?
It's really nice because you cannot hear to them. You cannot hear to them because of the noise of the car, but you know they are pushing you from outside, and that really helps a lot to not get tired, to push, and also to fight for the win, for the final win.
An engine change for your car last night. Has everything been going well in that department?
Yeah, Lamborghini and Lightbar Motorsport crew, they did an amazing job. They just fit a new engine without testing it before because we haven't got the warm-up. It seems everything is okay, and hopefully it will stay like this for all the race.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Well,
they could do with a little bit of good luck because they've been sort of delayed down to 29th place now, the number 22 car that Isaac's driving with Mikko Eskelin, with Vadim Gitlin, with Ulik, Roland Pedersen and Marcel Leipert, who it's Vadim Gitlin who is at the wheel now. Marcel Leipert drove it earlier on, so Isaac handing that car over there. Sister car, number 21 car, Christian Lentz is at the wheel of that machine. I beg your pardon, that's the Sportec Motorsport. It's another Huracan, but it's a Huracan Super Treveo, and that's the car that was started by Milos Pavlovic. That's a matte black car. And again, from being in 6th position, that car is clinging on just inside the top 20. Paul, one of the cars that is not in the kind of conveyor belt of success going down to 3rd after ladies, that Bernd Schneider is kind of the star driver there. Sean Johnson brought it in with damage, a little bit unexpectedly. It's gone back out with Renaud Renger at Robert
Reinhold.
Yeah, Reinhold. Beg your pardon, Reinhold Renger at the wheel.
And it spent altogether 8.5 minutes from pit in to pit out. Now, bear in mind that includes the refuelling and the changing of the tyres. It's an additional 4 minutes of time which
2
was
laps plus.
lost on the track. Yeah, so more than 2 laps, and as a result of that, as you rightly say, Martin, it's dropped down to 5th place, but the problem is going to be not the fact that it's in 5th place now, but the next time we cycle through the pit stops, it's not going to feature at the front, and that will just be shared between the Ram Racing Mercedes and the Porsche, of course. So the Porsche currently leading by a gap of more than a lap. It's a gap. It's a lap plus about half a minute. So that's the lead for the Porsche. But as I say, with Herbert Handlos at the wheel at the moment and currently on his 37th lap, that's as far as that car has gone on a single tankful thus far. So expecting to see the race-leading Porsche coming in pretty soon, Martin.
How very abstemious of him. So down in the pit lane, you heard it from Paul's mouth, the number 7 car is coming to you soon, although he has just crossed the line, so it wasn't that lap. He's going on again. Paul White in second, crosses the line right behind him. So there is actually a full lap now between the number 7 and number 30 car.
Yes, that's where I was getting my teeth stuck in, trying to say a lap plus a gap.
Yes, a lap
of
plus
30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, in fact, well, it wasn't as much as 30 seconds. I think it was more like sort of 10 or 15 even as Paul White came across the line. Third place, number 10 car is Roland Eggerman. Now, he's been in that Hofer Racing Mercedes number 10 car for some while. Those are the top 3 in A6, top 3 overall, laps. 21 laps, thank you, Paul. Leading the 997 class, I don't want to do that at this moment. I'm going to do all
17.
the classes.
You'll do all the classes? I can help you through the classes, because between us we can do it.
Well, let's leapfrog. Number 17, that's Ruffer Racer, Ruffer. No, it's Ruffier, isn't it? Jean-Claude Ruffier, yeah. Patrice Lafargue, Paul Lafargue, Gabriel Abigel, and Dimitri Enjalbert. Enjalbert hasn't driven the car yet, has he?
And I'll help you out as well and tell you it's Paul Lafargue who's driving it at the moment.
Oh, no, see, we've only got an initial, so how did you know it's Patrice and not Paul?
Because I've got another
yellow dot.
I've got another screen, which is touch wood, working very well. And
a touchwood screen?
Yes.
Yeah, not a touch screen. SP2. So that car, 997, that car is in 6th position overall and leads 997. 7th overall and another class leader, the SP2 class. That is the number 66 ARC Bratislava Porsche, the Slovak team run by Miro Konopka with son Matej, Zdenko Mikulaska and Mira Hornak, who's at the wheel of the car at the moment. Then we've got the SP2 class, SPX class leader. That's the, I can't believe I'm going to say these words, the Lamborghini that hasn't had any problems so far. Sportec Motorsport, forgive me for that. Jürgen Krebs, Oliver Ditzler, Freddie Bart, and Rinat Salikov, who is the man driving at the moment. Our next class on down the screen is A3T.
No, SP3.
Oh, it is SP3, which is Flick Haig.
Yes.
In the number 163 Ginetta. That's Optima Motorsport's car, which is going from strength to strength. Adrian Barwick, Bradley Ellis, Will Moore, and Flick Haig. And
Flick is
so
behind the wheel
Will Moore drove it last. Flick's driving it now. Who started it? Was it Abe Barwick? It was. I don't think Bradley Ellis has driven it, so he'll be the next man in. If you know different, you can tweet me at Martin Haven. So that's the SP3 class leader. We've got A3 Turbo, which is still the 95 car. This is the Ogilvy Dual Racing car, Seat Leon Cup car. Phil Quaife started it, and he's sharing it with Ramsey, Nabil, and Sami Moutron. And it is now Nabil who is at the wheel, Paul.
Bradley Ellis started the Optima Motorsport.
So he has driven it?
Yes.
Which means Adrian Barwick hasn't?
That's right, because there's only 4 drivers in that car.
Correct.
Yes, so it was Bradley Ellis who started it. Sorry about that, to interrupt, going back to the SP3 class. We were in the middle of talking about A3T, but having spoken about A3T, I can prompt you to say the next one to talk about is A5.
Yep.
Which is still the Saxon Motorsport BMW.
Oh, so it is. Nick Barrow now driving it.
146 in 25th place overall.
Yeah, he shares with Tom Barrow. So Nick Barrow's driving, shares with Tom Barrow, Dave Robinson and Jamie Morrow. That's an all-British lineup. In Saxon Motorsport, all-British team, all-British drivers.
In A2, the class leader there is still the team K-Riser Peugeot RCZ. It's in 32nd place overall, and it's car number 115.
That's got to be the hardest working car in show business, hasn't it? That looks like it's done a few miles, that car. And that brings us to
D1, which is being led by the Seat Leon again. And that's a change because Carnival 139 now in the lead of the D1 class, having managed to get itself ahead. Last time we were talking about the Golf having led the class. Well, now it's the Seat Leon.
Well, it's flip-flopped, hasn't it, between the Hungarian RCM Motorsport team and the Lithuanian Kaukas team. The Lithuanians, all Lithuanian drivers in the Golf, and the Hungarian team, all 5 Hungarian drivers in their Seat Leon. And at the moment, I've lost it, haven't I? It is Witold Elefki. Apologies.
In 48th place overall. The one that's suffered is the Swiss one, isn't it? The TTC Racing D1 car, which has slipped all the way to the back.
Yeah, it's in the pits, 141.
A long way down. Yes,
67th position it is.
I think it might have been in the pits for some time.
Yes, I think it has. That's the TTC Racing Volkswagen Golf that Daniel Schilliger, Andreas Kempf and Klaus Kresnik are sharing. Nephew of Marker of Doom has remained unsheathed so far because I'm loath to write anybody off. We could have written off the number 4 Ferrari early on, but then they rebuilt the gear or put a new gearbox in and it's back out. However...
Doesn't that mean it's remained sheathed?
It is still sheathed, yes.
Yes, you said it was unsheathed. You misspoke. That's all right. I knew what you meant.
Remains unsheathed. Oh, yeah, yes, no, not, yeah, remains, yes, no, idiot, yes. Yeah, not double negative. Good. A single no. Oh, it was wrong. So, however, I think number 100, having only completed 9 laps, I think at this stage, with 126 on the board, we're going to have to write that off fairly soon, aren't we?
Yes. Yes, although Preventic tend not to write people off, and that's prompted me because I'm not even sure that they have a 70% qualification
We
rule.
don't have abandon as we do in other sports car racing, so then I think maybe the Mark of Doom will have to go back in its box. It is fast approaching 4:30, 4.5 hours, very nearly, 4 hours 26 minutes of the 24 hours of Barcelona, the penultimate race in the Hankook International Endurance Series. And all our timing and scoring available, of course, live on the website, 24hourseries.com, courtesy of BRM, the official timing partner of the Hankook International Endurance Series, FIA-affiliated series. And so we will be appointing a champion at the end of the year. Herbert Handlos is currently our race leader, with 4.5 hours fast approaching from Paul White and Ronald Eggeman. And again, that will change within the next couple of laps as Herbert Handlos comes in. Paul has his supplementary regulations out.
Yeah, all cars will be classified, taking the number of laps completed into consideration and then the order in which they've crossed the finishing line if there are equal number of laps. So there is no need to cross the line in front of the checkered flag or to cross to finish, as it were. You can retire into the pits and still be classified, and you don't have to complete 70% of the race distance or anything. So even if you're out of the race, then you still get classified as a finisher.
Okay, so let me get this right. If I go to Brno with a diesel Golf and start, I'm going to be guaranteed 4th place.
Unless lots of other people have the same idea, Martin.
Damn! That didn't come out, did it? No, that was my internal monologue. So therefore you pick and choose a class, and it would seem to me that, well, actually it would seem to me that D1 is not the one to choose because there are people in it. D2, darn! That was such a careful plan. Over 2 litre, yeah, that's a 2.5 TDI BMW, isn't it? Roll cage?
But if you're
the
only one in the class, they put you into a different class.
Then we're in D1.
Yeah.
But they're up to 2 litres, so I then have
just put you in a different
bogey.
class.
Put a plug lead off.
It's a good plan that needs working on, Martin. But I'm sure if you go and talk to Gary Williams, he will be perfectly happy to get you into one of these cars.
He hasn't heard about my driving, has he? I think I'll take you at face value on that, but I really don't think that he should. Joe Bradley is joining us in the booth. That was the voice of Paul Truswell. I'm Martin Haven. Joe Bradley alongside. Joe...
I can tell Gary all about your driving.
You can't tell him all about my driving. The words brake, brake, brake you don't know about yet. So moving on. Busy down in the pit lane. Comes in fits and starts though, doesn't it?
You know what? We are so in the area of pure endurance racing. There are desert tactics going on out there. to get these cars through. Yeah, pretty much, you know, things like brakes, things like power steering, but also things like cars dropping to bits, quite frankly, and then being held together. Lots of gaffer tape, lots of cable ties. Great, brilliant. I love that down there.
Shea Adam on pit road. There is one car there, Shea. No, I beg your pardon. There are two cars there, and one of them managed to miss its pit box.
Well,
that's a bit slack.
Part of the issue down here, Martin, is that, as Joe can very well tell you, there are cars, so many cars per pit box. Not as bad as the Nürburgring, of course, but two. Sometimes you're pitting at the same time as your cohabitator, as it is in the garage. And in this case, for the number 32, Ayrton Interior Motor, they came into the pit box thinking there was someone else on the inside line. Well, there wasn't, so the guy just stopped on the outside line, and the tire changers all went, "Oh, come on!" So they've had to do their tire changes very, very slowly because, of course, they had to move all their equipment. Instead of moving the car, they just moved the equipment out, and now the driver is having trouble getting it in gear. They had to actually take a metal rod and bend back out the exhaust, which comes out the passenger side door on the right-hand side. There's a lot of tire rub on that portion of the car, and it had actually closed off the exhaust. So they were worried about more damage. Now they're just deciding, you know what, this is too much to do on the pit lane. Let's bring it in the garage. Not good news for this little team out of Spain.
Well, as you say, the Viper Competition Coupe, the ugly second album of the Dodge Viper trio, turned sideways to go back in, basically blocking the entire pit lane. Just as well, then, that the first and fourth place cars are still at the fuel pumps. The leader is in. Herbert Handlos has completed 127 laps, and before he leaves the pumps, the Ram Racing number 30 car, Paul White, will be back in the lead. Ronald Eggerman will be in second place. But as Handlos comes in for stop number 4, Eggerman's car, the number 10 Mercedes, has only done 2 stops, so he's due a stop. And Alex Muller in fourth place is making the 4th stop for the number 33 car.
Eggyman is only halfway through his stint. Now, this is the effect, Martin. We need to pay attention here because that car has a bigger refueling window. It's allowed to fuel more fuel in the car at each stop. It means that it stops are much more spaced out, and it's a slower car anyway, so it can go further. It does more laps, and those laps take it longer because it's doing the minimum reference lap time of 1 minute 55, I think I said, didn't I? Mm-hmm. That car is absolutely right. It has only done 2 stops. It's 2 scheduled stops. But Eggyman, he's only halfway through, just over halfway through his stint. So he'll bubble up to the top of the lists. But unfortunately, before he does so, he'll have been caught and passed by the Ram Racing Mercedes, which will have had its pit stop pretty much at the same time. Handlow's getting going again and has now gone up to get its new tyres and a new driver.
He's out.
It was 41 laps on the stint, so it was a long stint as well from Handlow's. That's the furthest that Porsche has been.
So we've got to regard the number 10 Mercedes basically as like a diesel.
If you
going much longer on its stints.
If you like, yes, and slower, but that's...
See, I have to break it down into simple ways of looking at it, because it looks the same as the other Mercedes, but it's going longer, slower, and still seems to be ahead of them.
The other advantage that it has, Martin, is that it only weighs 1,325 kilos as opposed to the other Mercedes, which weighs 1,380 kilos.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a big weight advantage, as well as having this extra fuel. That it can put on in effectively 20 extra litres at every stop. But it's only allowed to lap at 1 minute 55 or higher.
Herbert Handlos, having handed over the number 7 Porsche, it's refusing to fire, and it's worse than that. It's worse than that. It's dead, Jim. What's up, Shea?
He's actually engaged reverse second twice, trying to leave the pit box, and nearly ran over his crew members on both occasions. And now they can't get the car out of reverse. There they go. They just got it. Now he's able to go back out. That was a very long stop because the tire change was finished in about half the time the driver change took.
So thank goodness for not building it up to the rev limiter and dropping the clutch in nowadays for leaving the pit lane. Otherwise, he would have shot backwards into everybody at a ridiculous rate. 30, Paul White is our race leader. Number 7 finally leaves the pit lane. Ronald Egerman third. It's
4 minutes and 29 seconds. He was in the pits, and that's comparing to the stop before that, which was a mere 3 minutes and 3 seconds. So a minute and 20 seconds longer than his previous stop. Although, to be fair, more fuel went into that one because Herbert drove a little bit further.
Ralph Bone, the 5th driver of the team. They've made 4 stops, so they have now cycled through, or are now on the final part of their 5-driver cycle. So he takes over. And Tim Muller is at the wheel of the number 33 car, which pulled in front, despite having come in quite a lot behind the number 7 car, and won't have been that far behind it leaving the pit lane. We also saw Dimitri Enjalbert leaving the pit lane in the number 17 car that leads the 997 class, and that is the Ruffier Racing Porsche 991 Cup car. Dimitri Enjalbert, the 4th driver in the lineup, and his first stint in the race. So he is currently in 6th position still after the pit stop. Second car in the class, 59, which had a share of the lead, has just come off the pumps, or has had its time in the lead, just come off the pumps. Schneider brings the car down to the team. There will be a driver change there as well. And that car is lying in 9th place. It'll possibly drop another spot before it leaves, but it won't lose a class position. Who else came in? 27. Hudat Derden. We haven't spoken much about car collection 2 Mercedes, but Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff is now at the wheel of that car. He's the 5th driver in that, and that was up in 4th place earlier on when Elmar Grimm was doing a long stint in it, and has now settled down to the midpoint of the top 10. In fact, it's not. It's now slipped to 11th place following that stop. So Paul White leads for, I'm going to say Aston Martin once and once only. It's a Mercedes, 130 laps completed. Ron Legerman in 2nd place and Roel Bohm in 3rd spot. So it's Mercedes, Mercedes, Porsche. Number 2 Mercedes in 4th position, and that is Reinhold Renger. And the number 33 Mercedes in 5th place, that's Tim Muller. And the number 17 Porsche in 6th position. So 4 Mercedes and 2 Porsches in the top half dozen. Driver change for the 59 at 997 and for the 27 car, which is another Porsche in the A6 class. 3rd in the 997 category now is the 54 Brazilian Porsche. That's the DriveX car. And Daniel Schneider has taken over from Eduardo Azevedo, who started Riccardo Maurizio, didn't he? Who is the kind of acknowledged international peddler in that car. The others all experienced racers at home in Brazil, but not perhaps quite so well known to an international audience. Miro Konotka now at the wheel. In fact, it's his son, isn't it? It's Konotka Jr., Matti Konotka Jr. So he is at the wheel of number 66 ARC Bratislava Porsche, which is the SP2 2nd place car now. Number 149 still in the leader category, the RWT Racing Corvette. In fact, back up into the lead of that category comes the RWT Racing Corvette. Shea Adam has a funny story for me, Martin. I wonder whether I should fade you up or not. Is it safe funny or is it Hans Stuck funny?
No. It's definitely not Stucky, although it is about an Austrian. I went over to talk to Herbert Hendlos and said, would you like an interview? And he said, about what? I said, the car, the race. He goes, the car is great. The race is going well. We'll see where we are in 18 hours. And, oh yeah, it's hot. I'm not standing up. It's too hot. So I said, all right, I'll come back and see you later. And he goes, what more could I do to get an interview? I said, I don't know, come to the front of the garage. He goes, yeah, I'll stay in my seat. Said it with a big smile on his face, though. So we'll come talk to him a bit later, maybe when he's cooled off a bit.
Whatever else you do or don't know about Herbert Handlos, you know he doesn't need the exposure to get himself another drive somewhere, does he? Thank you, Shea Adam. Down on pit road. The bearded wonder, the non-pit. I have to come up with another name for Paul Truswell as the timing and scoring. Paul, yeah, I know, but you need a nickname, don't you? Scorers do. They don't all. The bearded wonder did. Paul Truswell alongside me in the booth. Joe Bradley is cycling in and out. and John Hindhaugh has just reappeared. So we've got a yellow flag out at turn 9, which is pretty much halfway round the lap. If you know the map of the Circuit of Catalunya, we've got a long straight along the bottom, 2 sort of bunny ears on either end, and there's a triangular bit in the middle, and it's turn 9 that's the peak of the triangular bit in the middle. That described it quite well, didn't it?
Did very well, yes. What we don't have, unfortunately, is any pictures from there. So
or any idea what it is.
Why there is a yellow flag there, but it is only a yellow flag at the moment. It is not code 60 yet.
Now then, having just left the pits, the number 27 Mercedes is back in the pits in the penalty box. And I think Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff has inherited somebody else's penalty, or he's done something wrong, like speeding leaving the pits, or hitting something on the way out. So I think, oh, excuse me. Don't know where that came from. I think he's only done 1 lap. I may be wrong, but I had that feeling that 27 had only recently or only just gone out. Yeah, his last lap was a 5-minute 46. So either he's really very slow, his last pit stop was 36 seconds, well that's where he's been in before he got to the penalty box. So he's having a long stop as well. No notification as to why. What we don't get here is stewards investigating the incident involving car number 27 and then car 27 2-minute penalty. So that's a mental note for the next one. We ought to ask if we can ease that onto the timing and scoring system somewhere, or get race control to give us a little Skype dialogue window that they can tell us what the penalties are. But the number 27 car, again, seems like I've been talking about it now for about 5 minutes. It's probably only 60 seconds, probably feels like an hour to you. But for reasons unknown...
That one does seem like a 2-minute stop somehow, Martin, because it refueled... Oh, no, it probably didn't need to refuel, did it? So I can...
Now, there is a driver and 4 tyres on the pit apron about where, under the Romanian flag there on the grandstand, this works well on telly, on radio, doesn't it, where I think 27 might be headed to. Yes, he swerves out into the fast lane and then immediately swerves back onto the apron 3 lanes to his right. He'll be fun on the motorway, won't he? So 27, there is a driver change. So maybe the good doctor incurred his own penalty and has been in considerably longer than I thought. Gustav Edelhoff. Yeah, all right, fair enough. No, that could have been right at the beginning of my stint. Yes, that was over an hour ago. So I think Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff has done an entire stint. Elmar Grimm's driven it. Has Ingo Vogler driven it?
No,
Vogler?
but...
Norris Heinz Schmerz?
27. Gudolf, it's been... Gustav Edelhoff and Johannes Kirchhoff, the only drivers thus far.
No, Elmar Grimm's driven that.
Oh no, Elmar. Sorry, yes,
Yeah.
Elmar, Edelhoff, and Kirchhoff are the drivers who have driven it thus far.
So this must be the end of a proper stint for Doctor. No,
yes,
they made 5 stops.
No, it was Kirchhoff took it over. From Edelhoff, committed some offence, or there was some offence committed, and then he had to come back in to take the penalty.
Yep.
So the penalty actually was somewhere in the region of 4 minutes, I think. So my suspicion would be that's more than a speeding in the pit lane. That's again an offence under the code 60, which it may be. It's just taken a while to process.
Might have been a repeat offence under the code 60, because that was definitely the longest stop and go we've seen.
Go along with that, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't see the blue-shirted Shea Adam down there. However, we will catch up with the team and try and fight. He may well be in the depths, in the bowels of the garage, finding out what was going on. Paul White, our race leader for Ram Racing. He is the 4th driver of that car, so they have got to the end of their particular piece of string and will then start again with Thomas Jaeger when Paul makes his pit stop, because they have had 3 stops compared to the 4 of the second place Porsche.
By my calculation as well, Martin, that car, the Mercedes Paul White, the Ram Racing car, will come in for its 4th pit stop before the Mercedes comes in for its third. Sorry, the number 10 Mercedes. What did you call it? The diesel Mercedes. The number 10 car, which is the Hoffa racing car running as an AM balance of performance car, slower lap times but lighter weight. So it'll have done 4 pit stops before Eggman comes in for his third pit stop.
Oh, if you got that, answers on the postcard, please. With a report on the 27, the storied number 27 Mercedes. Shea Adam?
It was indeed speeding on pit lane. He had to come down and serve a penalty. The tire change that they did, though, interesting because one of the tires, and I didn't see from which wheel it came from, has a very defined wear line on it, whereas the outside edge looks brand new. And it's the same way on both cars' sets of tires. The top tire on each tire trolley looks like it's sticker, whereas the rest of it is covered in stone and grit and stuff. They're no good anymore.
All right, so which tyre, I wonder, thank you, Shea, which tyre is the one that's not getting anywhere? It'll be the right front, because you barely turn left here at all. It's all right. And there's only, it's the right front that takes nowhere. This is an abrasive, it's an abusive circuit on tyres, but there are so many right-handers as opposed to left-handers. The left does almost no work at all. Poyle is pointing out of the window at the twisted Ginetta 163 Optima. I want to say Twisted Parker because I've got my English hat on. Front left is the one that's getting all the abuse. Well, that can't be the one that's looks like it's brand new. Anyway, Flick Haig brings the car in from Paul Truswell, the lead of SP3, 15th place overall and 5 places ahead of the second SP3 car, which is the number 43 APO Sport Porsche of Alex Osborne, James May and Paul May, who is currently at the wheel. So Flick Haig will complete her first stint. And actually, I think that's probably a good opportunity to make Shea Adam run, because they're quite a long way down the pit road there. But to get her to have a chat with Flick after her first stint, we've done that for Jade Edwards, who joined us in the booth and didn't bring sweeties. But, you know, kind of PR woman brings a driver up without sweeties, Rebecca Jones. I can't imagine such a thing happening. But we'll get Shea to go down and have a word with Flick Haig and get her thoughts on it, because again, this is her first stint in a 24-hour race here in Barcelona, also on pit road. So go ahead, Paul.
No, just to say it was a good long stint from Flick as well, 43 laps, and her lap times just as quick as those of pay your money and take your choice, either Will Moore or Bradley Ellis. Very consistent at Optimum Motorsport.
Yeah.
Obviously running, as its name suggests, the way it should.
SP2 third place car is number 149. That's the Corvette C6 that stopped on the grass last time it left the pit lane, fresh from a stop. So hopefully this time with Mark Stein at the wheel, it will actually, Max Stein, inverted commas, Max Stein. So that's a sting brace, nom de volant, is it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. Do we know what his actual name is?
No, but I bet Janos Winkman does, so we'll make a
does.
point to find out from him.
Yeah, I bet he does indeed. Yeah, good point. So James Kay is now second in the class, and Matti Konotka is the class leader in SP2. And for those of you who are just joining us, just tuning in, SP class, SP2 and SP3, because there are no SP4s at the moment, are what's referred to as special cars. Special cars, e.g. GT or silhouette cars that are not accepted in any other class, so tube frame racers. We got 4 or 5 of those in SP2. SP3, again, mainly GT4 class cars. So you'll see like a GT4 Aston or a Ginetta or something like that would be an SP3 class car.
What I find confusing, though, and I always have to double check, is that the SP2 cars are the faster ones and the SP3 cars are the slower cars. Whereas the A classes, the A6 cars are faster than the A5 cars.
Yes, I see where you're going with that.
So
yes,
there's a kind of, I just have to reset when I'm looking at it because it doesn't quite...
Coming into it for the very first time, I've accepted it unquestioningly, and now you've pointed out, I'm going, Yeah, because D1 is faster than D2 as well. So why is it not the same with A? A is the odd one out.
Yes.
Yes. Being pushed down pit road from, I'm flicking over the monitor, boys and girls. Live radio as it happens. From 57th place. No longer. That wasn't one from which. No, I've lost the car now. Which one was that? Oh, somebody died. Story dies a death there because I've now lost which car it was. He's no longer in 57th place, but he's being pushed along pit road. What I can tell you though is the number 4 Ferrari, the only Ferrari in a race, is now down to 68th place with Yuri Yirik at the wheel. It's on pit road as well. So is it at the petrol pumps? It is, and just leaving the diesel pump is the Seca closed prototype style sports car built in the Netherlands. Diesel engine, that's again an SP3 class car, special car which doesn't fall into any of the other handy GT3 or whatever categories.
Didn't seem to take on very much fuel, the Seca, somehow, compared certainly compared to Martin Short's BMW, which
well, perhaps it's parsimonious with its sipping.
Maybe it does, yes. So Martin Short, having had that drive shaft problem or whatever the problem was in the drivetrain with BMW, has got it going again and has managed to use up enough to get through a tank full. So that's
good going.
Yes, quite. That's the number 173 BMW that Martin Short is.
66th place at the moment, I'm afraid.
Yes, well, having had a long pit stop, that's
hardly surprising. Hardly surprising.
See if we can find out how long the pit stop was for.
That's Harvey Deeth who's driving it. Charles Lamb also in the team. They're very much the newcomers to the lineup. Martin Short bought this ex-Silverstone 24-hour winner last year. Then Richard Neary, who's in the car with them, he's the current car owner. He bought it, and they're sort of picking and choosing races to go and do in the UK and abroad, and rather fancy this championship, and sort of get the feeling that Richard Neary really quite fancies a bit of a tilt at the series next year, but there might be a lot more roll centre development going on in that car, which is never a bad thing.
Yes, it was 26 minutes that the team took at Roll Centre Racing to deal with the drive shaft.
I wonder what the book time at a BMW dealer is for a drive shaft change. I bet it's more than 26 minutes. Yes. I bet it is. I don't care what their labour rate is. If they can do it in 26 minutes, I'm going to Roll Centre for my next drive shaft change. 8 minutes before we get to the end of the 5th hour of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. Ferrari on pit road, our only Ferrari, so that makes it really easy to identify. It is red, of course. Ferrari drivers tend to like red Ferraris, but in many other classes it makes it, or many other racing series, makes it very hard to tell which Ferrari is which. In this category we know it's the number 4 because it's the only one. Yuri Yirik came in. Matteo Malicelli and Peter Cox have both driven it, so I'm assuming Juri Przaric is the man who will take it over. Matteo Malicelli is back in it then.
I think they've all had a go.
Sorry, that was the... you didn't hear that. I heard that in my ears. Shay Adams, sorry, you weren't faded up there. So Matteo Malicelli's got back in it.
Yeah, it was definitely him standing on the pit lane waiting to get in when I walked by. I did hustle all the way up here for Flick. She said to just give her 10 minutes before an interview. She's very much overheated from the last stint, and it seems to be a popular theme up and down pit lane right now. Everybody is really feeling this heat. I, on the other hand, am enjoying a lovely winter day.
Yeah, would you like me to send a sweater down and a duffel coat for you?
Maybe in a couple hours, yes.
Yeah, when it drops down below the 80s.
Once it's about 74, yeah. Thanks,
so,
that'd be great, Mark.
So you didn't inherit your father's Scots blood then, did you?
He lost it when he moved to Miami.
Yeah, that's... okay, I won't even venture any further down that alley. Thank you indeed, Shay Adam. Bill, hi. Hope that you're listening at home. Paul Trussell, save me from myself.
Yes, quite. I don't know if I am actually. I'm probably going to dig you deeper in. One of those little statistics that I like to keep an eye on. You know how we've had this situation where the time that the Ram spends in the lead kind of cycles round every time, and it cycles through the Ram racing car. Then we had the period when the number 2 Mercedes took over in the lead, the Porsche took over in the lead, the number 10 car took over in the lead. Just looking back at the number of laps led by the Ram racing car, the first time it took the lead, it was in the lead for 20 laps. It then lost the lead. When it got back into the lead, it was in the lead for 22 laps. Came into the pits, lost the lead. And then when it got back into the lead again, it was 24 laps in the lead. Now, the car has currently been in the lead for 11 laps, and Paul White is still going strongly on his stint. He's got a further 10 laps of this stint at least to do. And as I say, so the length of time that the car is spending in the lead is extending every time, 20, 22, 24 laps. So if they can keep going like this, ultimately what they want to do is to show that the car can actually stay in the lead through its pit stop. And that's going to be the kind of true sign that the car is moving away from the rest of the field.
And I and everybody else at home is going, yep, I'm seeing where that pattern is. So the first question is, how long is the stint?
In the case of the
For them.
Ram Racing Mercedes, 37 laps, remember, because we had the nice...
So at what time, without further interruptions by Code 60, will they return to the lead from their stint? I.e., when will their time in the lead be more than 37 laps, i.e. longer than a stint? I mean, it can't be, obviously, but when will it go from 22 to 24 to 28 to 37?
Yeah, it'll
another
be
4 hours?
Around about 9 o'clock, 9 hours. It is
9 hours in, about another 4 hours.
Yes,
yeah,
9 hours into the
and
race.
it will be 9 o'clock, yes.
For once, I can say a number of hours in the race.
I know. I don't have to subtract 4 off everything or add 4 to everything. It's brilliant.
It's like a confusing thing where the time of day clock's actually saying exactly the same as the lap, and I'm trying to remember which one's which, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, so Ram Racing are building their lead every time, with every lap, basically, and well, I was about to say Paul White did a 55.9 last lap, and it's now 57.4 this lap. There was only one other car in the 55s, and that was Tim Muller, 55.66. Everybody else, 56s, 58s. So the Ram Racing car is not only being relentless, it's also being quick. Well, Flick Haig, young British female driver, one of only 2 or 3 in the race, just got out of the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta after her first stint in the 24 hours, and she's with Shea Adam.
Flick, your first stint in the 24 hours, what are your impressions so far?
I love it. Yeah, it's a really good circuit actually, and the traffic's behaving itself and it flows nicely, so yeah, I really enjoyed it.
How is the BMW?
I'm not in a BMW, I'm in a Ginetta.
How's the Ginetta?
The Ginetta's fine, yeah, no, we had a few issues first stint with front left tyre pressure's too high, so we struggled, lost quite a lot of gaps of places on the circuit, but we're now back up to P1 and fighting to the finish.
What's it like to share a car for 24 hours?
Hot and tiring, but it's an adrenaline rush, and it's a great race, and I love it.
Is the track hotter than you guys expected?
It is hotter because obviously we've been testing the last couple of days. We've had wet weather, not so hot, so it's a bit of a shock to get into this stint and find that it's actually pretty warm in there.
Where I'm from, when it gets really hot, it tends to rain. Would rain help your race?
Depends. Sometimes it throws a spanner in the works and it gives a team a bit of an issue with what choices to make, and that adds risk to our position on track. But whatever is thrown at us, we'll deal with and see how we get on.
Proper British attitude. Thank you, Flick.
Thank you, Flick Haig. I think that is a name we'll probably be hearing a little bit more of in the future. Thank you to Shea Adam. 23.6 degrees currently, the air temperature, down from the high of 24.8 at lunchtime, and 36 degrees of track temperature, was up to 37.3 at its highest. So, yeah, significantly. And Paul, 37 degrees, 36 degrees. That's probably 20 degrees track temperature hotter than it was yesterday when it was very damp and dull and miserable. So that's a big difference in tyre wear, in how the car handles, tyre pressures, everything changes.
It is, and it's kind of a good reason for running less modified cars, because the trouble is that the more you modify a car, the more you chase a setup, and you end up chasing your own tail and just not quite ending up getting it to ever to being where you actually want it to be. So a lot of these cars, you'll just have a fairly Joe has disappeared for the minute, but Joe Bradley knows more about setting cars up than I do. But a lot of the time, what you really want to do is just to find a good base setup and leave it there, and then, as Flick was saying, you have to then drive around anything that comes up. drive around any problems and just deal with the car the way it is, conditions the way they are. But it certainly is pretty warm now, and it's probably going to go down to mid-teens overnight.
Yeah,
I think 13, 14 was forecast as the evening nighttime temperature.
Ooh, 33. The diesel Mercedes is in. Tim Muller. It's not diesel.
No, it's not that one either. It's the number 10 car.
Oh, it's number 10's the not diesel Mercedes. So
yeah.
33 is in, and this is the SPS automotive performance car, isn't it?
So yes, the 33 is allowed is a completely free Mercedes. That's in the Pro BOP class.
Yeah.
So that car, having had problems, and has, as you say, Martin, dropped down the field.
Well, came in from 5th, still 5th in A6, but 6th in A6 is the number 29 car, which is only 2 spots further back down the order. That's the DriveX Audi R8 Ultra, which we thought was going to have a little bit of an overheating problem, and doesn't seem to have affected it, and they just kind of pushed it back out on track and ignored it, and it stopped whining and is carrying on now. So that could well be a position change. 4 wide into the first corner. Among the 4 was the number 7 Porsche, which is in 2nd place. That's Ralph Bohn at the wheel of the number 7 Team Herbert HB Racing Porsche 997 GT3R. So that's a pucker, full-blooded, full-fat GT3 car, as most of the cars in the A6 category are. But as you say, you can either run them as a Pro class car, which means higher ride height, more weight to carry, less fuel consumption, or as an AM class car, unofficially, to that balance of performance. And anyway, although there's not different classes because there aren't quite enough of them, and so then you get a lower ride height and you get a little bit more fuel. 5 hours into the 24 hours of Barcelona, the penultimate race of the Hankook International Endurance Series, and with our BRM official timing partners giving us the results after 5 hours, it is Paul White who leads in the number 30 Mercedes. 142 laps completed of the Circuit de Catalunya here this afternoon since the midday start. In 2nd place, behind the Ram Racing Mercedes, is the number 7 HB Racing Team Herbert Porsche. Ralph Bohn currently at the wheel of that car, and the gap between 1st and 2nd remains a lap. 3rd place is the parsimonious number 10 Mercedes, running with a different performance brake. Ronald Egerman is the man who just drove that car. Christian Frankenhout started it. Chantal Kroll has been at the wheel, and now Ronald Egerman back at the wheel of that car. In 4th place, the number 2 car. That's another Mercedes SLS AMG. That's the HP Racing entry. Ben Schneider, Harry Prochik, Reinhold Renger, Sean Johnston and Reinhard Körfler. Johnston just before the scheduled end of his stint, bringing in with damage and a penalty. So that car has kind of slipped a little. A bit of mission creep there, and that has now dropped a lap behind the 3rd place car. 4th place, that number 2 Mercedes. In 5th is the 997 class leader. That's Dimitrian Jalbert, the Frenchman, in an all-French crewed, French-entered Porsche, a 991 Cup car. That's Rouffier Racing, Patrice and Paul Lafarge, with Gabriel Abagel and Dimitri Jalbert. And the Rouffier Racing Porsche, multiple champions in French GT racing. They know exactly what to do, and they're up against it because they are battling with the 2nd place car, which is currently the 54, the Brazilian DriveX car. Daniel Schneider, Gilberto Ferrar, Eduardo Azevedo, Carlos Ambrosio, and the starting driver, Riccardo Maurizio. Carlos Ambrosio is at the wheel at the moment. He's in 9th place, but will pick up 2 spots because on pit road are the number 33 car of Tim Muller, the Mercedes, and the number 13 Lamborghini Huracan, which currently has been driven by Rinat Salikov, but he will hand over, I think, to Oliver Ditzler. So those cars all within the top 10. 10th place is our class leader in SP2. Salikov is the class leader in his Lamborghini in SPX, the new class created for the Lamborghini Huracans. And in 10th place is Matej Konopka Jr., the SP2 class leader. And that is the ARC Bratislava Porsche. So you've got Porsches in 3 different classes at the moment. Matej shares with Miro Konopka, Zeno Mikuláško. Sorry, I'm making a Horlicks of that, and Miro Hornak, who handed over the car at its last stop. That's the SP2 class leader. Second in class is James Kay. In the 91 at Mark Carl's Australia Ford Focus V8 Silhouette. Third in class is the number 149 SP2 Corvette. Sven Bart, Patrick Assenheimer, Joachim Kisch, Max Stein and Gert Beisel are the drivers. Our next class leader down the timing and scoring will be the SP3 class. Close battle here, just 18 seconds between Paul May in the number 43 car, which is APO Sports, a British entry 997 GT4 Cup car. James and Paul May sharing with Alex Osborne, and their class rival Adrian Barwick is right behind in the car that he's taken over from Bradley Ellis. Not from Bradley Ellis, in fact from Flick Haig, and that is the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta. Meanwhile, while I get the next classes, take it away. Shay, who do you have?
I have Simon Deaton out of the 76 Honda. Simon, it's not been a great day so far for you guys, but you're still keeping your chin up. You're doing the British thing. What's wrong with the car?
We've got a bit of a drive shaft issue. We've actually snapped that last drive shaft. So luckily we can change the drive shaft in probably like 20 minutes. So the guys are doing that now. It's a bit of a shame because we kind of get up there and then we have a bit of bad luck and then we come back down again. But that's endurance racing. That's how it goes sometimes. So it's good. The team's good. We'll keep high spirits. You know, we want to do well at this event. We had quite a lot of bad luck at Paul Ricard. We want to build from that and have a good result hopefully.
Do you have any idea what's causing the drive shaft to fail?
No, not really. The drive shafts are real. It's not a standard drive shaft, so we don't know because we're all being quite gentle with the car. We're not running a lot of curb or anything like that, so it's one of the freak things, really. Yeah.
That's a bit unnerving. When do you get in the car?
We've got about another hour with Martin, and then I'll be jumping in and taking over. And then it's the night stuff I look forward to, though. I loved it last night. Awesome.
Have you driven so far in the race today?
Say again, sorry.
Have you driven in the race today?
No, not yet. No, I'm the fourth driver, so fourth one in. So I can't wait. Looking forward to it.
Well, good luck getting out there.
Thank you.
Well, just to continue our round up or down of the classes, A3T. Has this changed since the beginning of the race? Every time I say this, it's the 94 Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon diesel not diesel, petrol, of Phil Quaife and the Moutran family, Ramsey, Nabble and Sammy, and it's still Nabble?
Nabble.
It is still Nabble, so he sort of owes us a pit stop because he was in at the last time that we ran through the car. Oh, I've gone the wrong way on this, haven't I? I'm going the wrong way down the timing order. I've gone from 99. Page 3 of the time, page 2 of the timing screen gives me. Where's A5? There it is. It's 146, the A5 class leader. That's Saxon Motorsport, the black BMW. That's the 135 diesel GTR of Nick and Tom Barrow, Dave Robertson and Jamie Morrow. That currently leads the A5 class. Leading A2 is 115, still, as it was at the last hour. That's the Chrysler Racing Danish entered and crewed Peugeot RCZ. Jakob Christensen, Jan Engelbert, Per Poulsen and Klaus Bertelsen. Bertelsen is at the wheel now. Poulsen was an hour ago. And I then need D1, the diesel class, 139 RCM Motorsport Seat Leon, the Hungarian entered and crewed car, now in charge of that category, ahead of their Lithuanian rivals. And it's still, see, this is what happens when you've got a diesel car that just goes on forever. Witold Elfecki, who is at the wheel of that, and the second car in the class is 137, the Lithuanian Kaukas racing team, and it is still Kęstutis Vikas. No, it's not. No, he's changed out, so it's Marcianis Gignius who's taken that over. So those are your many and varied class leaders. Overall race leader is still Paul White, though, for Ram Racing, and as Paul documented a little earlier, that lead continues. They stay in the lead longer with every stint, and that should, we reckon, by about the 9-hour mark, mean that bearing into the accident and anything else that can happen in the next 4 hours, they should find themselves not ceding their leading position when they come into the pits for a regular stop.
But at the moment they have a lap of a lead, Martin, and they will be coming into the pits as the next pit call has been 2 or 3 laps time for the Ram Racing Mercedes. Paul White just going on to his 36th lap out of what will probably be a 37-lap stint, judging by what's been done in the past. And then no sooner will he be out again, Ralph Bone will take the lead in the Porsche, but then Roland Eggemann will bring the Mercedes into the pits, and that's the effect. As I say, we're going to have 4 pit stops completed by the Ram Racing Mercedes, whilst Roland Eggemann has not yet done his third.
Eggemann. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, talk about parsimonious. There's another couple of cars in the 997 class. Bruno Fretin in the number 47 car, which is 4th in 997. That's the B2F competition Porsche 997 Cup. Now, is that Bruno or Benoit Fretin? I automatically went for Bruno Fretin because he's the name I know, whereas Benoit...
This is the 47 car.
Okay,
yes,
so they've
Benoit.
only had 2 stops. So too has Aid Barwick's car, the number 163 Optima Motorsport car. So Bradley Ellis started it. Flick just got out of it. Flick Haig. No, Will Moore's been in it. So how can... I'm sure Will Moore was in it.
Yes, he was when I was on Mars.
So Adrian Barwick is now in it for the first time, and Bradley Ellis has still not driven it then.
No, Bradley Ellis started it.
How have they only done 2 stops? Am I reading across a line somewhere? Oh no, I am reading across a line somewhere. That's because I am an idiot.
No.
It's the car below. It's
the flickering screen. I'm going to dig you out of
It's
that
the
one.
Mutrans and Phil Quaife.
Go
ahead.
Can I report concern for the number 33 Mercedes? We reported that it been pushed back into the garage a little while ago, and in fact it's now been in the garage for something over 10 minutes, in fact approaching 15 minutes for the number 33 Mercedes. The other one which was of concern, but which has happily got going again, is the number 13 Lamborghini, which has got going, having had a pit stop of 4 3/4 minutes, which actually wasn't that much longer than a normal pit stop. So I think the concern was unfounded for the number 13, but for the number 33 Mercedes, that's still in the pits. The SPS automotive car was up in 5th place and has been falling back ever since.
I'm going to stoke your concern. Look at the length of pit stop time now for the number 29 DriveX Audi R8.
Well, that car was a very, very long lap. It was such a long lap before it even got to the pit lane that I had concern about the Audi R8.
It has been dragged off the pumps on the end of a tow rope.
Yes, I don't... Oh, OK. Dragged off the pumps.
Well, it has been dragged past the end of the poly barrier that defines the exit from the pump into the fast lane and the pit lane on the end of a tow rope. So I don't know whether it came off the pumps because our TV monitor in the way, or whether it was dragged in off the track. Whatever, it's being taken round the back to be pushed then through the scrutineering bay and into pit road. So it is not quite an ex-Audi R8 LMS, but it is not currently going under its own steam. So that car was 5th in A6 and is still 5th in A6, but is slipping down the order. The car that is 6th in A6 is slipping ahead of it down the order. That's the number 33, Tim Muller, not driven Mercedes. Another penalty box caller. That is 106, the race day team from France. They run a Seat Leon Supercopa for Bob Arizina, Philippe Burrell, Philippe Salini, and Jean-Marc Rivet.
Oh. The Audi R8, just going back to it, I found out why it was causing concern in the first race, had a 6-second delay somewhere in Sector 2, and sadly it still hasn't crossed the line coming through Sector 3, although you said it was pulled away from the petrol pumps. But,
well, it's been pulled behind race control.
That's why it's not crossed the timing.
Yeah.
I see it
and
now.
then it will loop round and come in through the scrutineering bay onto the pit road. And now, is the timing loop at the finish line or at the start line?
No, it's at the finish line.
So it won't cross the finish
line, so this lap won't count.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Well, so that's going to be a very, very, very long lap then. By the time number 25, the itinerant garage visitor and team botherer, the Seat that's been driven by, occasionally, by our two Spaniards, Lea Sanz Plagiribet and Francesc Gutierrez Aquí, who are both Catalans and members of the RACC, the Catalonian Automobile Club, is back in the garage, bothering the team once more. It's nose in. You can tell because its lurid lime green and orange tail end is visible, but it is back once more. That car has had, Paul, many pit stops.
Sorry, I was doing something else. Who
Yeah,
you
well, 25. It has had, it might even, well, it's monotonous regularity. It might not be into double figures. No, it's had 5 stops.
There's worse than that. The 106 has been in more than that.
So it's 170. That's had 6 stops. 106 has just left though, so it's better than 25, which is still sitting in the pit road.
SP2
garage.
All the SP2 leaders changed, has
Yes.
it? The 66 car now.
Yeah, Matti Konopka, that's the Mira Konopka's team.
The car
in their
which has
Porsche.
spent the longest in the pits at the moment, of the ones that are still running, that's a hard thing to try and work
Yes.
out. Because we don't really have the BMW anymore, do we? The Vulcan Horse Motorsport Z.
Yes, because it went back out with a rebuilt front end, and they were rebuilt. John wasn't here to hear this, so I shall say it again.
Yep.
You know the front end was crumpled, and we
Yes.
saw them picking bits out of the bits. Well, the reason they were picking lights out of the bits was to fit them into a new bare carbon nose. So the car went out, and then I saw it come back in and reports the team after a lap or a couple of laps. Now, what I didn't see was whether it went back out again or whether, in fact, it's in and it had terminal overheating. So hadn't quite caught up with that.
Okay, well, it's 70th place.
Oh, it's
overall.
going, is it?
Yeah. It's
we'll
in
see.
70th place. It's had 2 hours and 25 minutes in total in the pits.
Yes. Most of which was picking shrapnel out of more shrapnel.
Meanwhile, the race leader is in the pits for fuel, Paul White. Guess how many laps he did, Martin?
Did he do 37?
He did, yes. And his
Well,
lap
that's because they can hear you in the pit lane, and you told him he was to do 37.
well, he did. Well, actually, no, it's not, because it will be 38 by the time he gets here, won't it? Because he hasn't yet crossed the line at the completion of this one. So it's a slightly slower lap from Paul White, but it means that he gets an extra lap out of the Mercedes. So it'll be 38 for Paul by the time he crosses the line. And as I say, he has already had to cede the lead to Ralph Bone. Actually, he hasn't yet, has he? Because
No, not
Bone's
yet.
lead was over a lap. We were arguing about whether it's a lap and a half or a lap in 30 seconds, but it's certainly more than a lap was Paul White's lead.
The voice of Paul Truswell, eminent scorer of this parish. Down on the pit road is Shay Adam, who has news on the recalcitrant 25. Which has left you, Shay?
Well, there's actually nothing wrong with it. It's the team's strategy to bring it into the box every time they need to do a pit stop, because they can have more hands on the car each time. So they can have more than just 4 people changing the tires, doing the driver change. And remember, this is only a 2-driver car. So they need everybody else around them to be sharp and fresh. They did just do a driver change. It is Lania behind the wheel now. Francesc got out behind. He's looking very, very hot, though. He's going to need every single minute of the next stint that Lania can do to try and recover, because before he knows it, he's going to be back behind the wheel. And then guess what, Martin? The car's going to be back in the garage.
Well, you know, it is a hard life when you're trying to do it with just 2 people, because the maximum you can have off, absolute maximum, is 2 hours, because that's the maximum any driver is allowed to do in one stint. And then you've got to have 2/3 of that time off as a minimum. So if he gets out and she gets in, and then she gets on the radio after 40 minutes and going, I really, really can't drive another lap, he can't get back in. I mean, there's no one else. She has to do it or park it.
She has to do 2/3 of the distance that he did every time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a law of decreasing return, isn't it? You know, the tireder they get, the harder it's going to be to try and keep their end up, as it were.
Third place car in the pits, Martin, the number 10 Mercedes, having its refueling stop, and this car still running like clockwork on its slower lap times. It's a lighter car, we've said it before, constrained by a minimum reference lap time, that in the overall order, and that's only its third pit stop that it's having now, so it's already gained a pit stop on the leading Mercedes.
I think that is actually, like, you might not get an overall win because of the ultimate speed of everybody else, but I think not putting the extra strain on the people and machinery is not the worst thing in a race like this. And you know, racing drivers, as Hugh Chamberlain said earlier on, sometimes can be bare of little brain.
Yes,
and
sometimes.
no matter what you tell them, they will drive a car as fast as it can possibly go. If they can't do that because they're constrained by regulation, then maybe you've got half a chance of getting the car back in one piece and making it last. If you're racing Porsche, by the way, carving its way through the field at the moment, back up into 5th position now.
Yep, to Michel Jalbert having his first stint in the car. And that 997 class leader is getting closer and closer to a top 3 overall. Not in terms of its pace or the number of laps it is away from the leader, but because of frailties of the cars in front, it only needs 2 more to have a lap or a couple of laps, and that's 4 or 5 minutes unexpectedly in the pit lane, and suddenly bingo stingo, he's in the top 3. He's just underneath the Boots and Chignon Maserati as they come across the line underneath us. Flat 6 and V8 howl side by side, and the Porsche creeps past.
Damage for the 111 Seat as it went by last time around, Martin.
Yeah,
that's the Motorsport Development Euro Cup LR Seat, which lost some bodywork.
That's the Hexis car. Now, I just saw that on the pumps about a minute ago, so the replay we're being shown by the TV is of somebody going over the debris, and they then spooled back to find out where the debris came from.
That's
right
on
rear on that Hexis car, which is why I couldn't see it when it's sitting on the pumps, because I see the left-hand and left-hand front side. So Ralph Bone leads now in the Porsche. Thomas Jaeger second in the number 30 Ram Racing car. So they have now had their 4 drivers in and are back to driver 1 again. And the number 2 Mercedes lies in 3rd place. The number 10 diesel Mercedes, that isn't actually a diesel Mercedes, is just being driven and behaving like one. There's a very good chance, if they don't have issues, that that car could end up in 2nd place. I'm saying it now, and I'm now going to watch it have all its wheels fall off.
Shea Adam is down in the pit lane with the Renault Clio Cup Endurance team that is the Presenter EU squad. Christian Jakoff is with her.
Christian, your car is in the garage instead of out on the track. Why is that?
We suddenly lost power at the end of the straight. I was shifting gears, and suddenly the power went, and you had no power.
Do you have any idea what could be causing that?
It seems an electrical problem, so I think it's something with the battery or something. So they're now checking it.
How has the race been going before that? The Clio running well?
It was quite a struggle, you know. It was difficult to drive, and very slippery at the back, so I had to be really careful to not lose the car in the high-speed corners.
How is the traffic?
It's a lot. It's a lot of traffic, but we're able to manage that. But you know, when the car's really tricky at the back, it's difficult to drive.
Well, hopefully they can get it fixed soon for you. Thank you.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane, and just a few moments ago now further issues out on the circuit as the number 7 Porsche, and this is the car that is leading the race, a huge slide through turn number 4 and somehow manages to hold on. It was a bump turning in to check that turn 5, I think that is, coming down the hill, and it was the red Seat, one of the red Seats. I thought it was the 111 car that we'd seen earlier on, but it wasn't. So I've got to say it, Ralph Bone did a fantastic job and almost managed to hold on to it throughout the whole corner, Paul.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying about staying out of trouble. You know, it didn't lose very much, but it could have been a lot worse. And you know, it's only just making its way up through the slower traffic that it gets into that position. One thing which has happened, which we kind of knew it would, the number 2 Mercedes, Bernd Schneider car, HP Motorsport car, has now not been able to overtake the Ram Racing car because it had that very long pit stop last time when they had to deal with the front bodywork damage that was happened to the car, and also it had a penalty to serve. So it all... No, it didn't have a penalty, I apologise. It was just the extra... No, it did have a penalty, that's right. It had a penalty and front bodywork to be repaired. And as a result of that longer pit stop, I think it was an 8-minute pit stop for the number 2 Mercedes, instead of being in front of the Ram Racing car at this point, it isn't this time. And so when it comes into the pits, Reinhold Renger will be bringing it into the pits very shortly for its routine refuelling and tyres stop. But as I say, normally it would be ahead of the Ram Racing Mercedes, but now it hasn't as a result of losing time at its previous stop. So Ralph Bone in the Porsche still has another 15 laps behind the wheel, I reckon. So the Porsche will continue to lead for a goodly chunk. And it'll therefore be up to Thomas Jaeger to try and just lap the Ram Racing car as quickly as he can in the meantime. The number 10 Mercedes has rejoined with now Michael Kroll behind the wheel.
Yeah, I see Bratislava Porsche in 7th position is the bright yellow 997 Cup S car. And because it's a Cup S, that means it goes into SP2. And in fact, it is leading that class at the moment. It's Matej Konopka Jr. who is behind the wheel of the... Because that is all Slovakian, isn't it, that car? And ended under the Slovakian flag as well. And a great addition to the entry here, as it's got a little bit of a battle scars. When I was down in the paddock area earlier on, grabbing a bit of food, one or two of the cars, once you get close to them, Joe Bradley's "if it looks all right from 10 metres, it's fine," is an interesting concept, clearly being followed by many people down the pit lane.
There are a few that have got plenty of battle scars already.
Very good use of coloured gaffer tape on various parts of the cars. When Porsche came in while I was watching one of the white Porsches, and the whole of the rear wheel arch is layers of tape over the top of each other. And I thought
that was in when I was down there as well.
Really cleverly done.
And we haven't spotted it, and I wondered how long, how many days the rear wheel arch has been entirely constructed of white gaffer. Right, let's run through our 20 past classes. Leading A2, that's the number 115 car, which is... I've lost it now. 115, that's Team Chrysler, Peugeot RCZ, Jakob Christensen, Jan Engelbert, Per Poulsen, and currently at the wheel, Klaus Bertelsen. A3 Turbo, the A3T class, is being led by the 98 NKPP Seat Leon Cup racer, Guy Spessum, shares with Harry Hilders and Roger Grals. Now, that's actually been run by Bas Kouten Motorsport. They run Roger Grals in the Dodge Viper STR in Dutch Supercar Challenge, and that has just taken over the lead, as I thought it would, because the 95 car, started by Phil Quaife and now being taken over by Sami Moutron, that has just made its 3rd pit stop. So that car now currently taking on Sami Moutron, who has just left the pit lane. In A5, Dave Robinson is at the wheel of the number 146 Saxon Motorsport BMW diesel. He shares with Nick and Tom Barrow and with Jamie Morrow. British team, 4 British drivers. In D1, it's still the Hungarians in the 139 diesel Golf GTI that lead their Lithuanian rivals. And of the 5 Hungarians, it's Witold Elefki who is the man at the wheel. And in the SP3 class, Paul May is at the wheel of car number 43. And that is in 13th place overall, the SP3 class leader. So again, continuing to climb up the order in the APO Sports Porsche. And again, that's another British team, James and Paul May and Alex Osborne, who is the man who put the car, well, effectively on pole position at the end of the wet to dry qualifying session. They were out in the in the drier of the sessions and he ended up with the fastest lap of all in what was a mad last car across the line scramble to take pole position. Then, of course, the organisers decided that sensibly starting the inherently faster cars where they would have started had it been a dry qualifying, i.e. ahead of the slower cars, was probably a sensible idea. Well, with a question from the pit lane, Shay Adams, so Paul Trustwell is all ears, Shay.
Excellent. Paul, I have a question for you on behalf of the number 2 team. A few minutes ago, Harry Perchik was all kitted up and he was asking every mechanic, 5, 4, 3, 2, how many laps before I get in the car? None of them knew, and so they decided to just bring out a whole bunch of tires, start getting ready, but it doesn't look as if he's received a solid answer yet. So, Paul, how many laps before the tune comes in?
Not the time that it comes past you this time, but the time after. That should be Reinhold Krenger bringing the car into the pits at the end of what will be either 39 or 40 laps for that car.
I will let him know. Thank you for that. And by the way, Bernd Schneider, not just a driver, he's currently checking the tire pressures of the Hankook's about to go on the car.
Yes, quite. I think he'll do anything that needs doing, Martin.
I want to know why Shay hasn't asked them why they're not listening to us on the Circuit PA and on RadioLeMans.com. This is sort of, you know, it's a free information service. We've got somebody who's telling the mechanics when their car's due in, and they're not listening.
That's perfect.
Well, you know.
The number 30 Mercedes-Benz in traffic with one of the Mark Cars Australia machines, Keith Kasulke in the 91 car. Just noticed that Jake Camilleri in the 93, 91, 92, 93 are running in that order with just one car between them in 17th, 19th and 20th. Jake Camilleri's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in a lap or two ago. So plenty of life in those cars, and once again proving, if proof were needed, that concept has got legs. The 75 BMW, despite its problems, back out on the circuit and now circulating well. This is important for their championship hopes, of course. They dropped right down to the back of the field and have now come up from the mid-70s to 56th position.
And from their point of view, John, 7th in the A5 class. And
I'm so pleased you could tell me that. Thank you.
I could sense that was a question that you were wanting to have answered. So, yeah,
and Martin Kroll, we talked to him earlier, didn't we? Concentrating on driving that car, even though in the first hour of the race it looked like all it wanted to do was burst into flames and gut itself or spew its guts or something. It just was not up for the race even remotely. They now seem to have beaten it with a big stick and it's behaving a little better. But
is that the Basil Fawlty?
No, a much bigger stick than that. I think it was required. Definitely a really serious beating. But Martin and Chantal are sort of a foot in either camp. They've got two cars, haven't they? And they were... Well, I think Chantal is concentrating on the Mercedes. I think Martin sort of thought he might do. I think perhaps he feels that BMW actually needs a little bit more determination pedalling behind it, and he's the man who's going to make darn sure it does what it's told.
The problem for that car is going back to the 75 car. I said it was 7th in class. It has some 15 laps to make up in order to get any higher up the class order.
There's time.
There is time. There's a lot of time. There's 18 and a half hours.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's all kinds of opportunity. But basically, he's half an hour down the road, or she's half an hour down the road in the car at the moment.
In that gaggle of cars that was around the 75, I noticed the TDI Seika in there, the 89 car. And bad news, I'm afraid, for supporters of that car as it's just coming across the line now. That mark, in fact, that whole line of cars has been wrapped up. They've been looking for an additional bit of investment for about a year or so now, but it hasn't been forthcoming, and it would appear that the owners are taking a difficult decision, but that they are selling off the assets of Seika. So owners of those cars who want to buy some bits do so now. The moulds and the IP and everything's up for sale if someone wants to take it on as a going concern. I have to say, find that slightly sad that someone has poured their heart and soul into a project like that and clearly turned out something that is a half-decent little racing car, Martin. You see them in the supercars,
cars, yeah, they're in the Dutch Supercar Challenge as well with petrol engine. I've not seen a diesel engine one before, so this is a new one on me. Seiko have been around since early to mid-80s, I think, started as a kit car manufacturer, I'm sure based in the UK, and then have ended up being low volume, doesn't even quite get to it. What's the word I'm looking for? Not bespoke, bijou, perhaps. Constructor of cars, and it is a good-looking little sort of sports prototype, but the problem is it doesn't fit comfortably into a category, and that's always difficult when you're trying to sell a car. Well, what can I do with it? Well, luckily with the diesel engine or without the diesel engine, they found a home here in the Hankook International Endurance Series, but there's not too many other places. I mean, the Dutch Supercar Challenge is a Benelux version of this on a sort of restricted number of circuits that they go, or restricted travelling at least, is Benelux circuits and Brands Hatch, where they'll be in a couple of weeks. But again, it's GTs, it's prototypes, it's big sports cars, GT3, GT4, and loads of touring cars, and you know, pretty much everything in between. So they've got very much a can-do attitude as well, just like Preventic, the group that organised this championship, have got. If you've got a car and you want to come and race it, we'll try and, if we humanly can, make it possible for you to do that and try and balance it out with some other guys who are in a relatively similar car as well.
Not sure if there are two branches to that, but certainly the information that has been given to me refers to the Netherlands version of Circuit.
It is definitely a Dutch-based company now, but I had in my head that they were originally British-based. It may not be the case.
Into the pit lane has come the number 2, just been pushed backwards onto a pump at the moment. The HP Racing Mercedes-Benz pushed off the pump, should I say. Now that is a perfect example of a car, by the way, that has been repaired with the strategic use of gaffer tape around the left-hand front headlight, which is just about holding on to the headlamp glass. Getting the darkness may be an issue for that car.
Well, it wasn't the headlamp, it was everything below the headlamp, from basically under the number plate, were there such a thing. The entire body panel, with the last time they stopped, was just flapping out in front of the car.
And was that contact that had done
that? Yeah, or it had gone through a gravel trap or bounced over the grass or something. But, yeah. Shea Adam is down at the number 2 pit, so let's hear what she has to tell us.
There's a bit of work going on the actual brake nut area where they put it on for the left rear portion of the car and the right rear, but not on the front. Now he's starting to work on it. I think they're checking how much of the caliper is left, if they need to change the brake pads, because this car has already been through the wars today, but they are still hopeful that something else will give and they'll find their way onto the podium. Bernd Schneider a couple minutes ago actually checking the tire pressures for the car. More pieces taking off the car. But that was a very quick stop. Harry Project behind the wheel now. That's how you do a pit stop, ladies and gentlemen, where your tires do not take longer than your driver change. That was absolutely perfect for them. And while we're in the number 2 box, we can have a chat with the man earlier who was involved in some of the controversy that we didn't really know what was going on. Sean, there was some issue with the car. You stopped in the penalty box first off. What was all that for?
So yeah, I thought that was for the contact that took place between me and the car collection car, but I just spent 15 minutes up in the race control with the driver from that car. Turns out they got the penalty for our contact, and after reviewing the footage, is that I was completely side by side with him going into turn 9, then he turned in, and I did everything I could to back out of it. But unfortunately, we still made a little bit of contact. So they got a penalty for that, and I just heard from the team that the penalty that I served was for overtaking under code 60. So I don't know how that happened or when, but it's behind us now. So we're, I think we're in 4th place now. So it's a good place to be, and yeah, it's a long race ahead of us, and we're stoked on it and having fun.
Strong team to go with, having Bernd Schneider in the car especially. He knows how to win 24-hour races. What advice has he been able to give to the rest of the team?
Yeah, I mean, Bernd is just an awesome guy. Dude's a legend. I mean, just staying calm and relaxed and doing the best job you can, and yet leaving the car clean. So I'm bummed, and I feel bad for the team that I was the first person to put some damage on the car, but yeah, the guys have done a great job repairing it, and the car is quick, and we're ready to go.
It's been about 3 years since your last win, but it's time, don't you think?
It's
since what?
Your last win, but it's time.
Absolutely, it's more than time. So we're going to give everything, and we'll see how it turns out.
And John, I believe there's a car off track.
Yes, there is. Good timing. 88 Seat Leon is off the circuit. We started with 10 Seats. This is the RCA racing car, and this is the old Spanish crew.
Alvaro Fontes is the man walking away from it, shaking his head. He's okay, but the car is in the barriers. And that
turn one again, isn't it?
Turn one again. Looks like he's either ridden the curb or ridden the brake and gone straight on down into
Not
the
sure
barriers.
how long he's been in that car, but he is absolutely soaked in sweat. He's come through the gravel trap at turn one and made what looks to be relatively light contact with the multiple rows of tyres that are banded in front of the concrete in the arm core.
Looks like he's just rolled up against him, because we can see his tyre marks through the gravel. He was trying to turn, and it looks like the car is beached. And actually, it might be driver fatigue as much as anything else, that he's gone around the tyre wall to go and talk to the medical crew there, the Red Cross workers there, and he's sitting under an umbrella for a bit of shade. I think maybe in 5 or 10 minutes, when he's feeling a little bit more human, he might go back and try and get the car moved. Second penalty now. Just had a 1 minute stop and go penalty for the 21 Lamborghini. Now the 54
10th position
Brazilian
car.
Porsche, which is
has led the class.
And was second in class. Came in, has done fuel, and is now doing. Well, that was a 30-second penalty, so that wasn't quite as long, or possibly a 60-second penalty, but not longer than that at any rate. So they're doing the whole works. They're doing fuel, they're doing penalty and driver change. The Seika is in and the driver is out, and so the HTM crew working underneath the car.
It would be a shame to see this project disappear. It clearly has the more than just the potential. It's been shown to be a very capable little racing car and something just a little bit different. I suppose there's a lot of choice nowadays, and as Martin said earlier, it's very difficult to actually know where to place that car.
Just because you asked, John, Alvaro Fontes had been in the car for 48 minutes. It was one of those
and he's
things,
been working hard, I'll tell you that.
Yes, quite. So, but 48 minutes is. It's more than half, but it's not a full stint, so it's kind of 2/3 of the length of a full stint in that car. So it's an indication of quite what hard work it is, and I suppose that will only get easier as the afternoon turns into evening and we get the temperatures going down just a little bit.
Martin, with an update on the
2020 field
classes.
update. A6 class is the overall leader, and that is Ralph Bones, still ahead of Thomas Jaeger. The number 7 Porsche leads the number 30 car, which is the Ram Racing Mercedes, and in third place is the number 10 car, Martin Kroll, at the wheel. Oh, I thought Martin Kroll was just at the wheel of 75. Martin Kroll is now at the wheel of the number 10 Mercedes. Right, very quickly, I'm going to scroll.
That's because it's Michael Kroll.
To Michael Kroll, rather. No, he is shown. Are there 2 M. Krolls? One's Michael and one's... Really? Michael Kroll is at the wheel of number 10, according to timing and scoring. And Martin Kroll is at the wheel of number 75. OK, right, there we go. Matti Konopka is leading SP2. And that car is now in 8th place overall. That's the number 66 Porsche, the ARC Bratislava team that Miro Konopka runs. Freddie Bart leads SPX, 13 Lamborghini, and that is in 7th place overall, the Huracan. And 997, the class being led by Dimitri Enjalbert, in 5th place overall. And that is the number 17 Ruffier Racing Porsche, Jean-Claude Ruffier running the team, Dimitri Enjalbert with his 3 French teammates. So those are those class leaders, and all of them are in the top 10.
Rudolf Myers just told me an unbelievable stat about the inside cockpit of the Seika. More than 70 degrees Celsius in there. You're obviously a bit overheated. It's hard work out on track right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very hard. The plan was to drive for almost 2 hours, but it's just not possible. After an hour or so, you're just overheating and your sight is blurring and you have to stop.
How long do you get to be out of the car?
How long?
How long are you out of the car?
I'm about an hour and a half out of the car and then again in the car. Yeah.
That's hard to recover from something like that so quickly. How do you help yourself do that?
Drink lots of water. I think you don't have to pee. The 24-hour, you don't have to pee. All the water you drink, it gets out of it myself in the car.
It is an unusual car that you are in. Tell us a little bit about it and how you got involved with the program.
Well, the car I'm driving is a Sega sports car, and it's a prototype for this race. It's got a V8 diesel, a 3-liter diesel engine. So this is our first test race, and last Tuesday I was still in Holland, and the driver who should be driving couldn't come. So they called me, jump in the plane, you have to be here tomorrow morning. So I jumped in the plane and here I am.
Where does the diesel engine come from?
We want to try something new. Everybody has big petrol-powered engines, and now we wanted to try diesel.
Brilliant. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, a little bit more news about that very interesting programme.
Well, it's a low-slung, fully enclosed, aerodynamic mini prototype. Of course, there's no airflow. We were talking to Tom Onslow Cull, weren't we, after his stint? He said, mercifully, their air conditioning is still working in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, so it's keeping it vaguely human. But for a lot of them, and again, I think part of the problem with that Seat that we saw parked up against the barriers rather than in the barriers, quite possibly just driver fatigue. He just lost his way getting down into turn one and rolled out through the gravel because he walked away and he was not looking in a good way.
What I've not seen is an awful lot of these guys taking drinks bottles into the car, and I wonder if that's playing a part. I know I've not raced anything yet at this level, but in the 6-hour races that I do, I don't take a drinks bottle into the car because I'm only in the car for about an hour and 10 minutes. But I do use electrolytes and water and coconut water and things like that to keep hydrated before I get in. I'm just wondering if the guys
Certainly
might be missing a trick.
Yeah, a lot of the ones that I saw when I was just doing my little pit road walkabout before the race, they had drinks bottles prepared and they had straws in the fitted to the helmet.
Okay.
So, it may be that they're just doing it kind of as part of the driver changeover and we don't necessarily see it.
The guys at Progressive in the centre of England who do the drinks, I would think probably now they are the foremost supplier of pressurised drink systems to prototype and GT sports cars. They are coming up on their 500th system for Dave Ward and Howden Haynes, and there'll be news on RadioLeMans.com in the coming weeks about how you can bid for that 500th system, which will be a special limited edition in gold.
Containing champagne.
Well, yeah, I dare say anything you ask for, to be honest. The money is going to Neil Cunningham's charity for motor neuron disease, so that is something very worthwhile. We'll keep you in touch with that through the coming weeks on RadioLeMans.com. Keep an eye on the Facebook page and an ear on our broadcast. Should mention, by the way, that the final race of the International Endurance Series season is in the first week of October at the Circuit Brno. It will be Nick Damon returning to Gravantic duty with also 9th and 10th of October, at the Circuit Brno. And it will be Nick Damon with Joe Bradley and someone else.
Who will recently have celebrated his birthday, therefore lots of cake. Well, I am demanding lots of cake in Brno.
Okay. That's fine. It's not test match special, you know.
Demands don't go down well with.
No.
I was told off for my lack of team spirit earlier this week. Ralph Bone is getting towards the end of his driving stint. He's done 37 laps at the wheel of the Porsche. Herbert Hanklos, you may remember, did 41 laps. So Ralph Bone looking at a maximum, I would say, of 4 laps, and quite possibly not as many as that. And that, of course, will hand the lead back to Thomas Jaeger. Now, when Thomas Jaeger took over the car just a few laps ago, as Martin was mentioned. He's kind of becomes the driver. He will be the second time that he's driven that car. He's done 15 laps at the wheel of it, but his lead has kind of extended a little bit surreptitiously to the point where he's now has a 2-lap lead over the rest of the field, and the two leaders, as I say, the Porsche will be bound for the pits fairly shortly, and that'll therefore put it 2 laps behind. But it will then mean that the Ram Racing car doesn't just have a lap on the field, but it has 2 laps on the rest of the field. Now, admittedly, it's a relatively short lap. And admittedly, we've nearly had 6 hours of this race. Somebody said earlier on it's an unusual 24-hour race because you get so much of the racing done before it goes dark. But it's interesting the way the Ram Racing is beginning to assert itself.
Just keeping you across some news breaking from other parts of the sports car world here on RadioLeMans.com. Our team at Paul Ricard for the ELMS tomorrow, which handily will be starting just after we finish the countdown to green with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones just after the checkered flag here in Catalonia. Will be April the 15th and 16th at Silverstone, supporting the WEC. May the 13th and the 15th, 13th to the 15th rather, at Imola. Red Bull Ring is July 15-17. August the 26th to 28th at Ricard. Either 23rd to 25th of September or October the 2nd at Spa, and then the season finale at October 21 to 23 at Estoril, and it's all Renault support, so it's Eurocup that is going with that at Red Bull Ring and Le Castellet, Spa and Estoril. Renault Sport RS01 at Imola as well, so it sounds like they're going to jump onto the Renault Sport weekends.
And a 6-race calendar, whereas the last 2 seasons it's been a 5-race calendar, so that's interesting. So a little bit of expansion there.
Spa is new, isn't it?
Spa is new.
Yeah, Spa is new. So it's a 6-race calendar.
Right,
yeah,
so
this year's 5, last year was 5. So that's, I mean, first of all, joining up with World Series by Renault. Bing, yes, absolutely. Sports cars is one of the elements. Although the RS01, yeah, it's a kind of, it's been in there. The McGann Trophy Eurocup they've had for years, it's kind of in there, and that's, they always say, is their prototype class. But that's, I mean, and for the drivers, it's a massive, massive audience, because of course, what do you have for World Series by Renault? You have free entry, or at least you have had up until now. Maybe that will change.
Not at Silverstone.
Not at Silverstone, no. We covered that earlier. But yeah, a great series to be a great series of support race. I mean, that's going to be a fantastic weekend. Non-stop track action. That was the other thing we just spotted.
The GC automobile cars. One of the things about that is that, for me, an undoubted development area for sports cars is in single-seater drivers, particularly in LMP2, which is the top class of the European Le Mans series. Single-seater drivers that get becalmed in their career prospects, not through the lack of money or talent, but just because there is nowhere for them to go. You get into GP2 or GP3 or at the top end of the Renault range, where are you going to go?
Well, they hit
because
the
all
green
the money
ceiling, don't they?
Even if you've got the money, how are you getting into Formula One if no one moves? The alternative, of course, is to come across into LMP2, and then we've seen, haven't we, the likes of a number of people coming through. Harry Tinknell's come through that way to a certain extent, and
mate, you name them. Name Le Mans winners. Emmanuel Upero from single seaters, Tom Christens from single seaters, Alan McNish from single seaters, Mark Webber from single seaters. You know, all of them. Bernd Schneider, you know, former single-seater driver, all the way up to Formula One when talent was still good enough to get you in. You didn't have to have 50 million other good green reasons why you could get in. There's so much driving talent around, and so many people over the last 20 or 30 years have had Formula One as the ultimate, the utter pinnacle. Now a lot of drivers are starting to look first at closed wheel racing, whether it's touring cars or whether it's GT racing and sports car racing, because the likes of Le Mans at the tip of our mountain, at the tip of our peak, has got so much prestige associated with it now, thanks to the likes of Audi, thanks to the likes of Porsche, and
well, the tip of the peak is broader as well, Martin. That's the thing.
Yeah, the mountain is huge. There's place for everybody to camp.
and it's a slightly fatuous thing to say because it should be relatively obvious, but of course there's more paid drivers in sports cars than there are in single-seaters because there's more sports cars and there are more drivers within each of the cars. But if you are looking at career prospects, it is a much bigger marketplace to aim at. And if you've already got some finance behind you and you're working your way through the junior formula in single-seaters, to be able to jump across, we're talking even in GTE cars of making 1 millimetre ride height differences is quite a lot now. Quite a lot. And that is, to me, that's a remarkable thing to hear guys like Darren Turner, one of the best GTE drivers that there is around at the moment, talking about 1 mil or a half a mil, making a discernible difference to a production-based sports car.
Which tells you not only how good a driver you have to be, but how sophisticated and on the edge the cars are. And drivers say that about sports car racing all the time. More and more, it is utter, flat-out racing.
The penalty on the number 20 car that we saw stopping just a few moments ago was actually something that occurred at 1:30 in the afternoon. It was contact when Charles Esplanade was driving. So Joe Foster serving the penalty, not his fault though.
Thank you, Chef. She had him down in the pit lane. Joe Bradley about to take over.
21 also had a penalty for a minute stop and go, and I think that's possibly the second one that black Lamborghini has served. But again, if we're getting penalties from the first hour coming through at the end of the fifth hour, very nearly into the beginning of hour 6, then you're going to end up either serving your own penalty 4 stints after you incurred it, or somebody else is going to take it. But we haven't exactly had a massive rash of penalties. We have had a few, though. There's one every sort of 15 or 20 minutes.
Pit stop for the race leader. He goes to the refuelling area. The race leader at the moment being the Porsche. The number 7 car, Ralph Bone, brings it into the pits. We've also got in the pits at the moment the 5th place car, which is the number 17 Porsche Ruffier Racing, which is the leader of the 997 class in 5th place overall. Dimitri Angelbert bringing that car in.
Looking pretty much, other than a few...
It's had a biff. It's had a biff in front of the
I don't think it has
left
one.
rear wheel. Maybe not. Maybe
I think there's just a bit of rubber on there, but other than that, the dark grey 991.
What's the catalogue number for that?
Yes.
Come on.
Not sure what that one is.
Well, Porsches are in, as Paul said, the number 7 car that led, receiving fuel.
Oh, I just noticed something about that car.
Tell us, dear boy. Well, for the audience at home who aren't watching the telly.
The number 7 car, the HB Racing Team Herberth car, has got the front wings from the latest RS on it with the louvres on the front.
And the rear wing and the wraparound as well. It's got a 2015 body kit. Yeah, I thought that. I thought that it looked considerably more.
So that's in a GT3 alike spec and running in A6.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I saw the street car for that at Spa earlier in the year when we were there for WEC and took a few pictures of it just because I was interested in those aerodynamics accoutrement. What it hasn't got is the slots in the rear wings, a la the old turbos at the head of the sort of forward of the rear flares. But it's certainly, that is a very interesting specification that I hadn't noticed until we were looking down on it there in the fuel stop. Paul.
The Ram Racing Mercedes, meanwhile, goes through and into the lead and also into a 2-lap lead, whilst the Porsche is still being refueled. And of course, after it gets refueled, it will still have to do its driver change and tyre change. So further time will be lost. And in fact, most likely we'll get the number 10 Mercedes coming up into 2nd place as a result of its longer runs. So the number 10 will be moving up into 2nd.
The Porsche leaves the fuel pumps to go down pit road to its crew as the 2nd place car, but the Mercedes is coming down to corner 14 and 15. So before the Porsche driver's door is opened, the Mercedes will pretty much be... Oh, no, he's not. He's at corner 6. So he's half a lap away.
He's a lap and half away because he's actually only on his 168th lap at the moment.
Right.
The number 10 Mercedes we're talking about. Whereas the Porsche is has already completed 169 laps. So this is what I was meaning about that gap, which has been opened up by the Ram Racing Mercedes. It was taking the Porsche with it until this Porsche has had its equivalent pit stop. The Mercedes, of course, with fewer pit stops on the list thus far, but also fewer pit stops to make because of the longer refueling that it's allowed to do. But certainly as we approach 1/4 distance, if Ram Racing were hoping for a game plan, then to have 2 laps on the rest of the field a quarter of the way into the race, that would certainly have been part of it.
Yeah, you can't argue with that, can you? Our A3 Turbo class leader is being held at pit. No, he's been held at the petrol. He's been held at the petrol station because they're filling it up on the right rear. Yes, no, I didn't. Well, the camera shot pulled back, so there's a man standing in front of it, a team member with a board, another one leaning on the back. But the camera shot pulled back to actually show the fuel pump. I hadn't noticed the fuel hose. All right, so no.
I always think looking out of the window when they're in front of you might help.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the TV screen, which is closer, and with my reading glasses on, looking out the window, it's a lot more blurry than the TV screen that I can see, so it didn't help anyway. However, A3 Turbo class leader is in the pits as 6 hours of the race have gone by. It is now 1800 Central European summertime.
That's Martin Haven. He's going to take a short break. We aren't going anywhere, though. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision at www.24hseries.com. It's the Hankook International Endurance Series. And coming up next, we'll give you a rundown of the top positions with BRM, our official timing partner. So it's Thomas Jaeger who leads the motor race then in the number 30 Ram Racing car. And we break off immediately because the 22 Lamborghini has come to a dead stop out on the circuit, coming up the hill towards turn number 12, just pulled off to driver's left, stayed out of the gravel, but the 26th overall placed car has come to a halt. The driver wiggling the wheel there, Paul. Very odd thing to do.
And the wheels weren't moving as he did so. So it was a steering arm failure or some kind of steering rack failure.
Yeah, he wasn't hanging around. He just stopped as quickly as he possibly could. I mean, that was almost an emergency stop.
The steering wasn't connected to the wheels was the trouble. And he was doing the bit with the steering and the wheels weren't doing the same thing.
So that car is back into the race. Now, I'll do the rundown in just a moment. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane with problems for the car that has just pulled in out of the lead. Joe?
Yes, indeed. I think it's not going to go back in the lead because this number 7 Porsche, it's been going so well all day long. And I thought it's strange. The driver got out, Ralph Bourne it is, who's gotten out of the car, and he took with him the steering wheel. Now, the next driver to get in, can't quite see. I think it begins with an R, and it's Alfred Renauer who's getting in with another steering wheel. Walk around the car, they're not just changing the steering wheel, they're changing the whole seat. Now, Ralph Bourne, who just brought this car in, is still with his ties attached to the seat to kind of, surely they're not cable tying this seat in, they're going to have to bolt it in. Maybe the seat has come loose, but certainly not what I would call a scheduled stop. So I've seen cars change tyres before and suspension bits, but never seats.
I've seen Porsche seat frames break before in endurance racing. Jörg Bergmeister had it happen once in an Alex Job racing car. Now, that's a decade ago, but they're going to try and tie wrap it to the roll. Really like the officials to go up to them and say, that's not happening. You can't do that. You can't have 100 kilos held into a seat by belts and then tie wrap to the roll cage. Those tie wraps are not going to hold it if you hit something
Have
firm.
you ever tried to drive a car at any speed with a seat that's moving around? Even in a kart, if a seat is moving around.
Well, the thing is, he came in from the lead, and unless it broke between the petrol pumps and the garage, which is 200, 400 metres, he's been driving with a seat that's been moving around under him.
That must be horrible. Because what you end up doing at that point is
holding onto the wheel,
and bracing yourself there, which gives you too much on the arm. There's a Porsche, by the way, off at the exit of turn number 4.
95 or 96, isn't it? It's those two. No, it's not. Which the two Porsches? One's got the orange skull and crossbones. The other one's got the black skull and crossbones on it. 2 team cars. Oh, I have to find them now.
There's a lot of movement down in the pit lane at the moment.
It's the Classica Motors cars.
Thank you.
I can't remember which one is black and which one is orange. Sorry.
It's all right. Well done. A lot
56
of
or 59.
minion-like movement with orange-clad teamwork down at the Bratislava Porsche, which is in the pit lane. That's the 66 car at the moment. Right, let's quickly do this rundown that I had promised you a moment ago before immediately, of course, we got some action. Thomas Jaeger leads the motor race by a better part of 3 laps now. 2 and a bit laps. It's the 30 from the 10 in second place, which continues to run on. The 7 Porsche with seat fixed, says Heindorf. Raising, did you hear the eyebrow being raised there as I said the word fixed? In third place is the number 2 Mercedes-Benz, a further almost 3/4 of a lap back on the 10 car. On the same lap, and just coming back out again, is that 7 car. So dropped down to 4th position. And then it's the 13 in 5th position, the 13 being the Ruffia Racing Porsche 991 Cup car, which leads the SPX car class.
13 is the Lamborghini.
That's the
Freddie
Lamborghini,
Bart.
yes, sorry.
That's the chrome green one.
Sportec Motorsport. I'm doing the same as you.
21's just been off, by the way, the other black Lamborghini, and the 7 Porsche is going very slowly.
Because there's code 60 out on the circuit, and that will be to recover the stranded Porsche turn 4, which gives me the perfect time to say, okay, if it's Freddie Bart then who's at the wheel of the SPX leading car in 5th. In the 6th position is the Ruffia Racing car, which leads 997 and just 8 seconds ahead of the 59 Porsche behind him in 2nd place in that class. Ooh, contact between the 17 and the 33 just a few moments ago as the code 60 flags came out over the top of the brow on the front straight. So the Porsche and the Mercedes-Benz getting together. Other class leaders, SP2 is that 149 Corvette still with the 66 Bratislava Porsche in 2nd place. They are 8th and 9th on the timing and scoring monitor. In SP3, it's Adrian Barwick at the wheel of the 163. That's the Ginetta, 12th position for that car now, just hovering on the outskirts of the top 10. A3T, still the 95 car, of course, the Mutran family car, with behind it the 98 car, only half a minute further back. A5
Porsche
is the 146 just on the bottom of the screen. And that's Dave Robinson at the wheel of that car. And then it's A2, isn't it, will be the next one, which is the 115 car, which is the K. Reiser car, is it not? Yes. In 30th position with Engelbrecht at the wheel of that. And then we've got to go down to the D1 class leader. Oh, has that changed? 137. That's a number I don't think I've said. Well, it's the Carcass VW Golf, but that has been a little change because the 139 car has dropped back. Let's go down to the pit lane where Joe Bradley has got Ralph Bowen from the 7 Porsche. That's the car with the seating issue.
Well, the number 7 Porsche came in the lead, and it was certainly not a serviceable item that I saw being changed on the car, Ralph. Normal pit stop, but a new seat. What happened out there?
Yes, first out there, I passed a red car on the right-hand side, and as I braked in, he touched me in my left door. So I spin around and left some seconds. And later on here on the straight, I started my braking, and something of the seat has broken. And so I didn't manage to get the steering wheel with my left hand. That's a little bit different from the normal thing, and luckily no more damages on the car.
So you were able to bring the car straight in. You didn't have to struggle with the broken seat for long.
Yes, I struggled a little with the broken seat, but in the end they changed it here by the team. Thanks a lot, and so we can continue.
I also saw the steering wheel being changed. Did that have an issue?
No damage on the steering wheel. Only just changing it. Yeah.
Is that a preference thing? Does the other driver prefer that type of steering wheel?
No, some hours before we had a little bit problems with the changing of the gears in the downshift, and by now we changed the steering wheel just to be sure.
Ralph, I've got to say, it looks like it's very, very hot out there. Just how tough is it out there on the circuit?
Yes, it's not so tough. It's a lot of cars on the circuit, and we have to overtake them time after time, and that's the only tricky thing in the end. So,
but still smiling. You're still smiling. You're still enjoying this.
Yes, absolutely, having fun.
And you're doing all right. You're still, I think, the car left in third place, so not too much time lost.
Yes, we lost some time. That's not so good, but in the end, we're going further on, and it's a long time to go.
Thanks, Ralph. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
It's Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, and that number 7 car then with a complete new seat assembly put in to that car, and presumably, Joe, that was in the end that was bolted back in to the seat runners, etc. in that Porsche.
Yes, of course it was. It was bolted in the correct way, John. And the cable ties that caused us some concern. That was just for the peripheral stuff, like the
belts,
the belts, the drinks bottles, the elasticated belts. Because when you take the belts off, the elastication pulls the belts out of the way for the next driver. The kind of thing that we see in endurance racing that makes the pit stop a little bit smoother. So no causes for concern. The car was the seat of the car was bolted incorrectly.
Excellent, all good stuff. Yellow lights flashing above the start line as the full course caution, the code 60, continues. Paul Trustwell, a word.
Yeah, just picking up on what you were saying with the change in the diesel class, trying to find an explanation for it. This is not an explanation, but perhaps a description of what happened. The 139 car, which was leading the diesel class, the RCM Motorsports Seat, came into the pits. It was a scheduled pit stop, but it took 5 minutes and 46 seconds. Now, that was probably longer than it ought to have taken, and as a result of that, we've been saying the diesel class not separated by very much, and that longer pit stop for the 139 was enough to drop it out of what was 43rd place overall, but more crucially for it, the class lead, to 49th, and again, just one place, therefore, behind the 137 car. So that's kind of an explanation for why the 137 took over in the lead of the class. Slightly more worryingly, and I might be overreacting here, is that the lap times since the pit stop for the 139 car haven't been quite as quick, although so as much as anything, I think, down to the new driver that came into the car, because it is now Laszlo Tuti who's taken over from Witold Ilewski, and Laszlo.
I'm pleased you did that.
I thought I'd give it a go, because I hadn't done thus far, and I've left Martin to struggle with those drivers.
Is he waiting for fuel?
Who?
The number
139. Is that 90?
It's 90. 90 is waiting for fuel. That's a petrol engine.
A3T class Seat Leon Super Cuppa.
Very fetching sort of dark bronze colour with the black bonnet on that car.
The little update has come into the booth. I don't think Nelson Valkenburg's been called a little update before. Dutch commentator who works on the Supercar Challenge and also Eurosport coverage of Le Mans, many other endurance races. Here with one of the drivers in the 107 car. We've seen Martin Byford stop by the Weisse almost more than we've actually seen the car move. 2 brand new throttle bodies failed on that car as we go green.
No way.
So it's been a bit of a race of attrition. Brand new one out the box here, that blows as well. So I think there are quite a number of cars here that are in the throes of development for 24-hour racing, and certainly throwing bits away at that rate is a lot of development work still needed on that car.
That is one of the newer versions of that machine, isn't it, in fairness? Out on the circuit at the moment, the Ultron 205... 8, excuse me.
Clues on the door.
Yes.
Car number 208 for those of you watching in black and white.
I do like that matte black and red colour. It's the reverse, isn't it, of the street anniversary edition of the GTI. And they have done a pretty good job. Rumour has it that Ultron are developing a new version of that car to go forward. As the number 90 Now that's the
99.
99. That's the Honda, isn't it?
Yeah, now
looks
that
to be going a bit slow at the moment.
Carl spent quite a bit of time in the garage. That's a sort of mainly English.
No, that's not right.
Thomas and William Gannon, Ricky Kumber, Chris Bentley, and Heine Bo Fredriksson from Denmark in that.
It has a bonnet that doesn't look very well attached, and it's not going very quickly. But I would say that is a gearbox issue.
The main problem is it's not going very quickly. The odd thing about the Honda with the bonnet on that car, like 2 or 3 others, is instead of having big round lights on, it's actually got an LED strip,
yes,
which sort of looks like it's got a big Subaru Impreza style air intake or something at a distance. But I've seen 3 or 4
he's just
cars,
turned it on, in fact,
I've
just
seen
as
3
you
or 4
mentioned
cars
it.
like that, and I'm waiting to see what it looks like when they're on at night, just how bright the illumination is.
He's got a gearbox issue. He can't shift up or down. I think he's stuck in one gear.
Or the car's gone into get you home mode. And
yes.
The brain is
It had front lights on, but no rear lights on there as well. I'm just going to throw this out there. Maybe an electrical glitch.
I couldn't see any electricity leaking out.
Oh, well, that's right. Electricity.
It didn't leave a trail of electricity on the road behind it.
So for people to trip over.
To be electrocuted by. Freddie Bart on the pumps. Manning the pumps are the rest of the team. So the 13 car, which is the SPX class leader. And I have ventured to say it before, and I'll say it again. The Lamborghini that hasn't had any trouble yet. No, hasn't been struck by lightning. So that car is the healthy Lamborghini at the moment, and dropped down from 4th, I think. He's now down to 6th as he sits on the pumps.
Well, the Honda's gone through. The light bar has been turned off, and it seems to be going at pace now. It can't do anything for the aero, that, though, can it? Really?
But if they're going for a lap time rather than outright pace, does it matter? Your lap time will be better enhanced by being able to see where you're going than by the 0.001 of CD that you add to it by having a light on it. I mean, there's one of the BMW M3s has got big bunny ear lights just bolted onto the bonnet, like 4 CBA Oscars bolted onto the bonnet. I mean,
Martin
Short's
got the clear water lights on the front of his, which will work very well in the dark because they are very good. Paul?
The Lamborghini, just to pick up, Martin suggested it was in 4th. It was in 5th when it came into the pits. That's the number 13 car. Still running strongly, and in overall terms, Martin suggested it's in the lead of the SPX class, but in 5th place of the race overall. And there was one other thing which I'll tell you later because I've got myself distracted again. Sorry about that.
And Andy Lutz has tweeted in at Specutainment, that's no rumour, he says. There will be a 308 Peugeot GTI Racing Cup car. So that car will be a Peugeot sport item by the look of it. I mean, even now, going to the link, into the pit lane comes the 106, red and white and black. Never a bad thing for a racing car. Oh no, he's not in the pit lane quite yet. He's just coming through turn number 9, heading towards the Nagy pit at the end, which needs to be forgotten about and the old circuit used.
I know what I was going to do.
What were you going to do, Paul?
I was going to give you a summary of safety car times so far. Because
you do that, and we'll get ready for Martin's 2020 class update.
We've had 5 safety cars. We've had 5 Code 60s so far. None of them has been for longer. Well, no, the longest one was 10 minutes. That was the first one. And then since then, none of them has been longer than 5 minutes. Total time lost due to Code 60 thus far in the race has been 29 minutes. So an example, if ever there was needed, as to how you can get Code 60s happened and out of the way, 5 of them having lost us less than half an hour altogether. So say the average time of the Code 60, something like 6 minutes or so. So it does seem to work, and it neutralises the race quite effectively, although inevitably there are some losers and some winners, and queues behind the petrol pumps every time. But I think it works reasonably well in overall terms.
Yeah, I think it works very sensibly indeed, actually. And yeah, the queues behind the petrol pumps, that's possibly something that needs addressing with a slightly larger area and a couple of extra petrol pumps, but, you know.
but most of the time they sit absolutely empty. You see, I mean, there's people sitting down by the pumps at the moment, sitting underneath the awnings, which are over each individual pump. They're portable pumps on wheels, and we haven't really explained what they look like, but they're portable pumps on wheels that get installed underneath little awnings, all the fuel being supplied by a local fuel supplier, Panther, and just a few people sitting in deck chairs underneath there as if they're sitting out at a country fair.
Very pleasant.
Yeah, they're waiting for the next flood of pit callers. It's a famine or a feast, I'm sure, for those guys. It's all or none at all. Right, so 2020 updates. Let's get down to class leads. Let's start with the diesel class. There's been another change. 137, the Lithuanian crew. Igoris Ivanovis is now leading the D1 class. The 139 all-Hungarian crewed Golf is behind at the moment, as Paul documented a little bit earlier. SP3 class, the SP3 class leader is currently Will Moore in the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta, 14th overall that car, and they've retaken the lead from the number 43 car, Paul May, in that BMW, yes, was the class leader. They are now second in class, so that is seesawing up and down the order. The A5 class, still Dave Robinson in the 146 BMW, so that car is currently in 22nd place overall. The team running that is Saxon Motorsports, of course. That's the BMW diesel. A3 Turbo, an hour ago, was Guy Bessem. In fact, at the top of the hour, it had changed. Sami Moutran back in charge of the 95 car. The 95 car has predominantly been the lead car in that class. I think the last time we looked at it was just after a round of pit stops. And in the A2 category, the leader is still Dimitri Enjalbert. Klaus Bertelsen was... they're not driving the same car, Martin, you idiot. A2. So where have I gone wrong with that? Because Klaus Bertelsen is in 115 and Dimitri Enjalbert is not in 115. It's Engelbrecht, not D. Engelbert. Okay, so Jan Engelbrecht, but it is still the Danish Peugeot 205 RCZ.
And it's still going round, doing its thing, which it is very good at doing. You're listening to live coverage of the Hankook International Series from Barcelona, or just 45 minutes outside of Barcelona. We're in Catalonia for the Catalonia 24 Hours, powered by Hankook tyres. And Martin eats the last Haribo Minion. They went down well. Is that the last one? I think it is. Dave didn't like us eating those. We couldn't do it in front of him. It was too painful for him. Around the world at radiolemans.com and www.24hseries.com.
Thomas Jaeger continuing to draw away. I mean, he's not saying the race is all over yet, because there's many a slip that can happen before the end of the race, but the way that the Ram Racing car is, it's one of those things, Don, and people talk about it's no one thing, it's all getting all the little things right, but it is quicker on the track, it's quicker in the pits, and it just is continuing to open up the gaps first to second. In terms of time, I misled you a little bit when I said it was just under 3 laps. It is actually just over 3 laps, the gap now, which in terms of time is very nearly 6.5 minutes. And when you put it in those terms, you kind of appreciate that it's going to take more than just a little problem to interrupt that Ram Racing car. Not to say it's not going to have a little problem, because the car...
You can lose 3 to 4 minutes in getting a puncture in the wrong place at the track, coming back round, getting it fixed, and taping up a bit of bodywork.
It's that kind of thing which it can deal with. What it can't deal with is the big mechanical things where it has to go into the garage and have something replaced. But of course, the car having won the last round of the International Endurance Series at Port Ricard, the previous 24-hour race, it was leading both at Mugello and Zandvoort when the race was stopped. The races both at Mugello and Zandvoort, 12-hour races, but interrupted 12-hour races deliberately. That's the way they planned it. It's a 3+9 and a 4+8, I think the two races were. And the Ram racing car was in the lead of both of them at the point where they had their interruption. They all went off to dinner, and then it all fell apart for the Ram racing team. But they've certainly arrived and are demonstrating that they can get all the little bits right. And Thomas Jaeger, back behind the wheel, will be the next of the top 6 to make a pit stop. He's getting towards the end. He's 3/4 of the way through his stint at the moment, and it was 6 or 7 laps, I suspect, before he comes in. And I suspect, we said earlier on that it would be 9 o'clock when it was able to stay out in the lead, but I suspect this may well be the pit stop that he's able to make and still be in the lead, having made it, provided it's a routine pit stop for Thomas Jaeger in about 6 lap time, because that gap that he has is quite sufficient to enable him to do that.
The Batmobile, the Minions Gillian, has come to a halt out on the circuit. That's the run-up from turn 6 and 7, 7 and 8 towards 9. Driver's right. Already the very efficient circuit recovery team with the Nissan Navara pickup truck is there. The tow rope is attached. Now the good news is that that is on the right side of the circuit to get that back into the pit lane. And there are infield circuit roads here. I'm just looking at a pretty steady stream of people walking across the crossover bridge over the paddock towards that area of the track where you can walk through and go and watch. It's I presume that's for Formula One, so that none of the great unwashed have to actually walk into the paddock. They can come straight through and go to other areas without having to bother the teams. But it is a nice little addition to the paddock area. Also means you can stand up there and watch the guys working as well. Little cafe laid out the back of the paddock as well for spectators. The roof of the garages has been used as a vantage point as well.
You know what, Don? If only the weather had been like this during the few days that we were here before the race, we could have enjoyed the weather. Then it would have just put the icing on the cake. Instead of which we get the best of the weather when we're stuck in the booth.
Such is life, I'm afraid.
Murphy alive and well and living in Barcelona at the moment.
Well, indeed, yes, absolutely. So coming up to 25 minutes before 6.
25 past 6.
Excuse me, 25 minutes past 6. Yes, I looked at 17:34, and of course that's what's left to go, not the time at the moment in the time of day. Just begin to feel, just wonder if there's a little bit of... We've had quite a long run, haven't we? Just that very short break for the last Code 60.
Yes, I mean the impact of that, John, is that we have every chance of breaking the distance record for the Barcelona 24-hour race, or at least in the modern era of the Barcelona race. We've had 4 previous Preventic organised 24-hour races, the longest of which, well, they were all 24 hours, the furthest of which was 669 laps. So looking at 670 laps required to break the distance record, and the projection at the moment that I have is giving me 676 laps on the race. Now, it's far too early for me to be saying things like that, but we're looking at certainly being able, if we can stay away from purple flags, getting up towards well over 650, and therefore getting into the range where, say, we need to hit 670 in order to break the distance record.
There was at least one, and you may know more about this, a 24-hour race, I believe, at Montjuïc Park at Barcelona itself. I haven't been able to find out very much about it. Joe and I took a trip down memory lane to make that our 1, 2, 3, 4th Formula One venue in, I think, 5 days, earlier on in the week. And in fact, it was
not
the day
current
you came in.
Formula One venue, but venues that had been used for Formula
Indeed,
One.
absolutely. Nürburgring, Dijon, here, and Montjuic Park. Part of the Olympic Village as well, of course. A large part of the Olympic Village for the Barcelona Olympics. Very, very worthwhile as a trip, and you can still drive around all of the original circuits. Double waved yellows at turn, and that's a spin for, I think that's the 74 car, 79 car. My eyes aren't what they used to be. It's a BMW, and it's right in the middle of turn number 6, 7 sort of area. Everybody having to go to the apex a tiny little bit early. Paul?
Yes, just I say we're going to get Thomas Jaeger coming in for his pit stop in around about 10 minutes' time. What we do have as a kind of long distance thing to look for is the progress that Harry Projik will be able to make in his attempts to close down the gap between himself and Michael Kroll in the 2 Mercedes, the number 10 Mercedes that Michael Kroll is driving, and Harry Projik in the number 2 Mercedes. The number 2 car, although it's about a minute, or it's behind, he's a minute and a half behind at the moment. But of course, the number 2 car isn't constrained by minimum reference lap times, whereas the number 10 car is. So, however good or bad or indifferent Michael Kroll's driving is, he is just constrained by not being able to break the 155 barriers according to the regulations.
Shea Adam has joined us in the booth. Good afternoon, Shea.
Good afternoon, John. And to your credit, there are 2 4s on the side of that BMW that's spun, indicating it's in the 44th overall position.
Oh, thank you very much. You're so sweet for trying to help me out. It's just my eyes are so bad I couldn't tell whether that was a 9 or a 4 behind the 7. So.
I guessed a 3, so we're both in the same boat.
The black Honda, the 76 car with that very aggressive body kit. There's a street car that looks very similar to that here. Was doing some orientation laps, big set of Brembo brakes on the street car. It's a Synchro Motorsport 76 Honda. Behind that, the 137 dark red metallic Golf diesel. A bit lighter now, Superleggera version without the rear valance, and a very, very blackened rear centre section where the exhaust comes out. I'm guessing that's a diesel. No, we know it is. 137. It's not a colour you'd normally see a racing car in, that dark red metallic, but they've made it work with the applications of some very nice silver vinyl as the Huracan number 13 makes its way through.
It's much more of a Ferrari colour on a Volkswagen.
Do you know what? I think even more a Maserati colour, that slightly darker red that Maserati used to favour.
Seeing a good message pop up on the screen. Please check transponder car 101. That must mean that they're back out. They've
Very
been
good
in the
point.
garage for a while.
Yes, they have. A few moments ago, we saw the Bhutan Junior Maserati grind to a halt. Joe Bradley has gone down to the 125 pit.
And certainly the Bhutan Junior team know as much as we do so far, and only what they can see on the screens, because everyone sort of bounded into work and causing consternation here in the garage, but we're still waiting for the car. Did you see it, that it was making its own way back?
Negative. It came back on a tow rope. It was coming back on the tow rope through the infield, Joe. So, in fact, as we speak, it's just turned left into the back of the paddock, and it'll be being delivered to the transfer car park in about 30 seconds' time, if the team aren't aware.
Well, if it does arrive, I'll quickly do a quick inspection and have a written report for you as soon as.
Thank you very much, Joe Bradley down there.
Proper grammar, Joe. We'll check for punctuation.
Yes, absolutely. Sportec Motorsport 21 still circulating, the 17th position, second in SPX for that. If you weren't with us earlier on, and you're looking at an entry list from earlier on this week, this is the Lamborghini Huracan, the Super Trofeo cars, and all of those machines have been moved out of SP2. Not quite an A6 car, the organisers thought, in terms of their speed. However, they have turned out to be rather too quick for SP2. Very highly developed car, of course. And it is, at the moment, Nicholas Sturzinger who's at the wheel of that. Hop Suisse for Nick. Let's do that for my mother-in-law. Not that she's probably listening at the moment, in fairness. But
isn't it in your contract?
it is in my contract to say I'm contractually obliged to say Hop Suisse several times.
One more instance where you won't get fired there, John.
Yes, no, that's absolutely right. The lead is still 3 laps, and it's not far off being 4 now, as Thomas Jaeger is continuing to plug the laps in around the 55s and 56s. Last time around the 10 car a 2:02, now a 2:01, just finishing the lap. Jaeger he'll come to the end of Sector 2 in just a few moments' time. So Paul, in fact, he does so right now, and even on that lap has taken already 4 seconds out of the 10 car in second place. So that gap at the front of the field between the Mercedes-Benz, the pair of Benz, is growing. 1:55.2 last time for Alfred Renard in the number 7 Herbert Porsche. And that car is gaining, but has about a lap to make up, just on a lap to make up on the second place car, but is only 14 seconds ahead of the 4th place car, which is another A6 car, that being the number 2, the HP Racing Mercedes-Benz. So 3 Benz and a Porsche. Once again, the German marks dominating the front end of a field. It's that time of night now where the sun, in fact, the skies have cleared just a little bit. There's a little haze over the sun, but the sun's starting to drop down to the far side of the circuit, and in the next hour or so we are going to have the most wonderful light here in Catalonia.
John, there have been a lot of cars pushed up the pit lane today. I don't think I've seen one move as slowly as the Boots and Ginian. It looks like those guys are struggling to try and get it. And of course, their pit box is toward pit out, more so than pit in. They've got a long way to go. I'm sure Joe Bradley will be waiting eagerly to help them when they get back. He'll be able to tell them everything that's wrong and show them how to fix it. He wouldn't dare do it himself, though. You know, let the mechanics do that. But it's
we should be honest and say that Bradley is a time-served motor mechanic and has run a race team. The 163 car looking a little the worse for wear, and in fact is losing one of its LED light bars. We were talking about this odd decision to bolt on what looked like large pieces of Lego to the front of cars instead of putting additional lights on. There's been some contact on the 163 Ginetta, which, by the way, Willie Moore is driving at the moment and is leading SP3 at the moment, and the right-hand light bar is in the wind. I'm just trying to see if there's any other damage. Yeah, they've just had a little crack on the front. It's deranged the front spoiler.
We had a tweet earlier from Will, as a matter of fact, who asked that we call him Will. Or William, not Willie.
My apologies.
He was a little bit particular about that. That's all right. I
know.
understand.
My apologies. It actually doesn't have that on the entry list. It's the 125 Boots and Ginian car goes into the pit lane. Joe's there.
Didn't look too bad. Certainly nothing apparent. Floor tray or under tray coming off the rear of the car, and nothing apparent there damage-wise. And data being downloaded, which is the first thing. Certainly the car's had an off. You can see the amount of pickup that's on the tyres. It's been off track, but certainly no damage apparent bodywork-wise. Just putting the stands in underneath the air jacks and let the air jacks down. We'll see if we can dive in and speak to the driver. Not quite sure who it was at the wheel, just taking his helmet off there and reporting.
While Joe's watching that, the number 100 Seat, which was in the barriers, remember, at turn 1 a while ago, is back out on the circuit, but with a left front puncture and going very slowly. Again, apologies to Will Moore. He is listed as Will Moore in the entry list. He will become William from now on. Back to Joe Bradley.
I'm just finding out from a team representative the problem was with the car.
Apparently the gearbox remain in neutral. So we are trying to see if it's a small electronic problem or if it is a more important problem.
I see. So the gearbox, the car is clearly being off the circuit with that gearbox issue. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's work on it and see what happened.
Are you going to get your hands dirty?
Excuse me?
Are you going to work on the car? Are you going to get your hands dirty?
No.
She has people to do.
I've already enough to do. I don't work on the car.
I should think not. You have people for that.
I have enough to do talking to silly people like you, Mr. Bradley. The leader is in the pit lane. In fact, it's already been fueled. The number 30 Ram racing car with the Casio Edifice sponsorship coming down the pit lane. A very distinctive purple and silver machine. And it's coming down towards Joe Bradley. That was a decent run by Thomas Jaeger. I don't think he'll quite hold on to the lead here, Paul, unless this is an exceptionally quick turnaround from the guys at Ram Racing, Dan Shufflebottom and the guys.
I think he will.
Ooh, okay.
And this is the key point in the race. As I say, I haven't been able to tell you exactly how many laps he's done, Thomas Jaeger, on this one, but it should be a driver change and handing the car over to Tom Onslow Cole. And as I say, for all that's right with the world, he had a 3-lap lead on the number 10 Mercedes, which itself is running more slowly and is being caught by the number 2 Harry Frochik Mercedes, but it should keep the lead through the pit stop.
Every time I see this happen, and I always look at that and think, oh, they've taken the door. Oh no, they haven't taken the door off, of course. It's just been flicked up. It leaves, and the 10 car in second place
hasn't even got onto its 188.
No, so that has convincingly held on to the lead. That's one of those little notes, isn't it, that at 20 minutes to 7 o'clock in the evening, the leader makes its 5th pit stop without losing the lead to the second place car. Now remember, the 7th place car is running a very, very different strategy. That number 10 car share running to the specific time, the minimum time, and therefore has made fewer stops. But they're making the best of what they think they can do. This is it. This is a really, really interesting phase of the race.
They're also thinking championship, but in a different sense, because while the team championship can be wrapped up this weekend by Ram, the individual drivers' championship is still very much alive. And 3 of the drivers who are up for that, who are very high up in the standings, are in that SLS. They have an opportunity, not to wrap it up, but to try and get the lead back from Peter Lemus, who's running in one of the Mark Cars Australia. It's a different strategy. As the 100 had been listed as stopped out on track, now it's gotten moving again. That's
the reason it does that is if it's in a sector for too long, the timing system automatically gets close. Well, hang on a minute, it's missing. And when you have a puncture or a problem, it can often do that. The left front has now, I'm afraid, come apart. It's been driven relatively slowly. There's some bodywork damage to that car as well. The number 100 being brought back to the pit lane as careful as possible by Olivier Maury, the Frenchman.
72nd position overall right now, showing 73rd as a matter of fact. Hasn't been the smoothest sailing for that crew, but they've been persistent. They got the car back out there at the very least.
Had a left front upright failure earlier in the race. So I just wonder, that was after it had been punted into the wall on the front straight by, I can't remember which car it was now. They did think
Corvette, I think it was.
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Well done, you. Shall we do the 2020 updates? Do you want to do that, shit?
Sure, or I can let Martin Haven do it. He's chomping at the bit.
Keeps sending Martin away to have a rest, and he keeps being drawn back by the sound of racing cars.
Well, it's 50 quid. For the first time, the A6 class remains in the hands of the car that came into pit just before we did it. So Tom Onslow-Cole takes over from Thomas Jaeger, the number 30 car, leads the A6 class, leads the race outright for Ram Racing. As you say, that is a major milestone. Now, of course, there's 2/3 to 3/4 of the race still to go, so there's a lot of racing. However, in our little classes we've got here, SP2, same car remains in the lead, different driver. Mati Konopka Jr. handed over to Miro Konopka, who runs that Slovakian-entered Porsche. The eighth place car, number 66, leads the SP2 class. In SPX, it is still the same leader, the number 13 Lamborghini Huracan of Freddie Bart. Freddie Bart was at the wheel an hour ago, the last time I did this update as well. And in the 997 cars, it is still the same car that leads. It's the number 17 car. Dimitrion Jalbert has handed it over to Gabriel Abagel. They're in 5th place overall, which is where they were an hour ago. Other than that, there are no changes. So the leaders of the 4 big fast classes are still the same as they were an hour ago, and that's the first time, Paul, probably that might take the Bearded Wanderer 90 seconds to confirm that. I think that's the first time that A6, SP2, SPX and 997, all leaders in the top 10, have remained the same for an hour. So there you go, that's your 2020 update. And the 100 car, which has had more time in the wars than pretty much anything else, has finally crept back in, and there's another long rebuild job for the crew, who are probably not very pleased to see it.
Yeah, and in fairness, that was going all right until that incident with the wall. Wall versus Seat, Wall 1, Seat 0, and it's all gone downhill for them then. There's a diesel pump and 1 petrol pump open as the 111 Hexus car is in the pit lane. This is the Seat Leon, one of 10 that started this race. Just coming out of 32nd position. 4th place in its class. Drivers starting to get themselves sorted out. As the sun is going to start shining shortly right into our commentary box. Now that's a problem for us because A, it heats the commentary box up, and B, we can't see the screens. It's far more of an issue for the drivers when they're heading out through turn 1, through turn 3, and then through turn 12, when it'll be right in their faces. And with windscreens that have now seen something like 6 3/4 hours of action share, that's not going to be pleasant in terms of the visibility for the guys.
No, now is when you need to put your true professional behind the wheel of the car so that they don't complain as much, mostly, because they're used to it. Well, for the most part, if you put someone like Renger van der Zande behind the wheel right now, he knows to expect bad visibility. He's trained in that way, mentality-wise even. It's a bit easier for him to get behind the wheel. Not that seeing would be any different from any of his co-drivers, just in terms of what he is used to. And, well, Ranger's a guy who's used to driving prototypes as well, so he's used to having the visor that's sturdy where you can just tear it off. You can't do that in the Mercedes.
Also got to think about the guy who's going to take the car into darkness. So what you want to do is drive through the transition period in the darkness, and then the next driver gets in whilst it's dark.
Well, that's
really important.
The fine medium there.
Yeah.
Because do you put in the youngest eyes, or do you put in experienced eyes? And that's what a lot of people up and down the pit lane have been debating. Do we put in the guy who's never done that before but is 17 years old? Or do we maybe put in, I don't know, the guy who's done that 17 times but needs glasses? Not looking at you, Martin Haven, not looking at you.
What you mean someone like Bernd Schneider, for example?
Who's wearing glasses?
Wears glasses to drive, but would be my bet to put in the Mercedes if anybody went to had to get it through the night.
Put Bernd Schneider in a Mercedes any time of the day and you can get it through.
126.
That is
Clio
Flying
comes
Lizard.
in. How do you mean it's Flying Lizard?
It reminds me of the Flying Lizard livery from Le Mans a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Just looking at it.
Oh, the blue and orange.
The blue and orange.
Yes.
Just the way that the pattern is, not that it has the giant lizard on the side. Just looking at it from a distance, you think, Sittenheim in here.
There's a Porsche as well, actually, which is the 45 car, I think. The Athea Sport 997 GT3 Cup car, which is it's not silver and red, but it's sort of white with the red at the back, and that's caught me out a couple of times glancing at that and seeing the 45, of course. And that's a problem for the 2-litre Renault engine on that 126 car.
Elbow deep in by the radiator, maybe trying to clean it out a bit. Not good news for them.
Water pumps on that end of the engine. Hopefully that's not gone for them. They're just out on the circuit at the moment. No really close battles, although 20 seconds between second and third now. I said earlier on that was closing down. And again, another 6 seconds taken out of the 10 car by Renard in the number 7 Porsche. And that's going to be 3 laps, isn't it? 3-4 laps before those two are battling for second position. 10 and 7, Paul. When are we due to see those guys? Ian, is that something that you've managed to rebuild so far?
No, we're in a major rebuild situation at the moment, but number 10 will be due in at around about the 7-hour mark, 7:05 working by time, and the 7 car will not be in until 7:30, so
okay.
About 15 minutes for the number 10 and 40 minutes or so for the 7.
Well, that may change before the 10 even stops here.
The number 2 catching up the number 10, you mean? Yes, that's exactly. I mentioned that was a kind of a long-term thing to look
Yes, it is.
Over this stint, but because it's a long stint, especially for the number 10 car, they're doing 50 laps. I mean, the Roland Eggermann stint was a 50-lap stint. Chantal Kroll did a 49-lap stint. And at the start of the stint, Christian Frankenhauer, you remember, he was driving the car at the start. He did 51 laps. So they're massive stints from those cars.
Well, we're just watching some work going on the 126, the number 126. That's the Team Sally Renault Clio Cup car, and I'm with Frederick Nymark, who's just brought the car in. Frederick, the team did some work there under the bonnet of the car. What was the problem, if any, with the car when you brought it in there?
The problem was the breather to the gearbox, and which made the clutch heat up. So it just, suddenly there was no clutch at all, and then the team just went. We changed the whole unit, the motor and gearbox. That's faster, and then did that on 25 minutes. And it just worked. It just took 20 minutes to drive it in and feel okay, and then just go hard and push it. So really good job. Awesome.
I've seen that there's a problem with another Clio further up the pit lane. That seems to be a common problem with the Clio.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Clio, but yeah, we had the problem yesterday also. So yeah, maybe it is.
Thanks, Frederick. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that something you encountered, Joe? Your races were too short for that on the Clio.
Yeah, never encountered a gearbox breather problem at all. Though the gearbox, Sadev put gearbox on that car and pretty bulletproof. But then again, our races were 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
You would have done half a season by now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's a couple of seasons already.
Just a little problem for the black Porsche, the matte black Porsche there, Shea, out on the circuit. Was that the 47 car?
It was the
43 car. 43 car, yes.
The pole sitter. It's Alex Osborne behind the wheel at the moment. And the bumper is actually hanging off, more so the right side than the left. But
that's the SP3 class leader.
SP7. SP3. You're correct.
SP3 down in 16th position.
He has been running well all day. Had the pole, as I said, had the overall pole for a little while until the governing body decided it was wiser to start the very, very, very rapid cars at front. Not that one isn't, but it's a GT4 spec Porsche. It's a little bit different than the other ones running around on track. But that aerodynamic is not working.
It's going to go.
I don't think so.
It'll either have to come in and be pulled off, or it's going to fall off. This is we've seen the car. We saw the car facing the wrong way a couple of times early on, and it was tipped into a spin. I remember as well. This is the Patisserie Valerie car, black with the pink writing. Let's head down into the pit lane where the Roll Centre BMW has come in. I can tell that because we've just seen a shot of the Clearwater lights. Joe Bradley.
Well, Martin Short, having just brought the number 173 BMW in, I think we should be pulling up a chair, getting the kettle on, and having to sit down for what you're about to tell me, because I've been keeping up to date with the progress of your car on social media, and you've got, let's have an update report on the 173 BM then. Where should we start?
More importantly, did Sunderland play today?
No, it's international weekend. It's next week.
Okay. It was a broken drive shaft, so that was good, because it wasn't a gearbox. So we fixed that and put Steady Harvey out, who was going quite quick and then crashed. Yeah. He span off on his own talent. And then we put Charles in the car, and Charles was going very nicely. And then there was some issue with the engine. It ran all lean. I think we developed some electronics CAN issue. So we brought him in after an hour, and then Charles said, I don't want to drive anymore. So he'd only done an hour of a 2-hour stint. So then it was a bit of panic because nobody was ready. So I had to throw my suit on. And I've only done a short stint because... A short stint, did you get it? I've only done a short stint because...
He's here all week.
Because... my driver time limits. So I've now had to get out, but while I was in the car, I noticed that we've got a bit of a diff clonk. So the boys have just gone underneath just to tighten the diff up and make sure it's okay. The old car's feeling a little bit bashed about because the front was pretty much stoved in. So it's not going to be our finest 24 for sure.
I think they call it character building, don't they?
Yeah, I've heard that quite a lot over the last 28 years. Yeah.
It's well constructed, your character, mate. Martin, we'll keep an eye on the progress of the 173 Roll Centre BMW. It sounds like a bit of an adventure.
It is, thank you. Why the lads?
And it's next Sunday we play Spurs. Next Sunday, it's international weekend.
And Michelle will be watching.
Excellent. As unfortunately I won't because I'm away in Mallorca. Thank God. I am a season ticket holder. I'm having a bit of a woeful season like your woeful race.
When we were here a bit earlier, we saw Madrid and Barcelona play. We saw the 8-1 victory. It was 8-1 or 9-1 at Madrid. Awesome.
Really? This week?
We'll be talking about football.
I don't want to talk football with you, mate. I'm going to go. I'm a Sunderland fan.
It's Martin Short with Joe Bradley down the pit lane, and Martin Short's wife, Michelle. Hello to her and the boys back at St Ives in the middle of England. Michelle, a staunch Sunderland supporter, and in fact I think her very first Sunderland game was to come up and see them play Spurs, funny enough, and we were there with them. It was a good bit of fun. Joe Bradley?
I just want to say we have no choice because it's where we were born, and that's how you choose your football team. So what's Michelle's excuse?
Family connection.
All right. She was born somewhere like, I don't know, Madrid.
Barcelona, yes. The number 7 Porsche, remember this car had a seat changed earlier on, now into second place. The change has happened whilst we were talking to Martin Short, and that is before the 10 Mercedes-Benz comes into the pitch, and it in fact has already gone out to 10 seconds. So this is the new second place car, this number 7 machine, and I have to say Alfred Renard has driven that car very, very well indeed. Bit of an odd spec, this car. We need to get to the bottom of this, and next time the HB Racing team comes in, maybe we could grab one of the team. Swiss, Austrian and German crude team, and HB Racing team Herbert is the German entrant.
For the Mercedes or the Porsche?
The Porsche.
Oh.
I'm looking at the car, and it's listed as a 997 GT3R, and I think it might have a later body kit on. I'm not sure.
We just got a fairly close-up shot of the number 10, and the front grille looked like it was full of grass. So maybe he's just had a bit of an off-course excursion. That's Michael Kroll behind the wheel of the car, as we see a Volkswagen going for an off-road excursion.
Yeah, that was the Miltech car, the 138 Volkswagen, coming into contact with the Michael Vaillant, Michel Vaillant RCZ, and that was quite a heavy hit for both cars, and I would expect the Golf to perhaps be lucky to get away. In fact, is into the pit lane right now. with the 43 Porsche, and along pit lane on the pit lane speed limit, the number 2 as well. This is the 4th place car. The 43 Porsche, remember, the one with the damaged rear end. The Miltech car has taken a bash to the left front and comes to a stop now, but it's the Porsche 43 that we're looking at, because this is the leader in SP3. In fact, has just lost the lead in SP3. William Moore has gone back through and taken the lead away as that car came into the pit lane.
They weren't exactly delicate about taking the rear bumper off of that Porsche, and I think they ripped off more of it than they intended to, because only the right half was hanging off before. Now the whole thing is dangling down.
I love the mechanic. We'll check that front end for you. Hang on, I'll just wiggle the wheel. No, it's all fine.
Oldest trick in the book.
Down it goes. The car has a little more gaffer tape on it than it did when it came in. Deranged right rear. That's odd, because the contact was left front and they put gaffer tape on left rear. The 43 car back out into the race. I think that's Alex Osborne who's still at the wheel of that. Also in another car that we talked about earlier on. This is the 103 car, 41st position for the A3T Seat, and they are having trouble getting the bonnet pins either fastened or unfastened. I can't decide which at the moment, but they're using an extension from a ratchet arm to fasten it down, I think, and they're going to get some gaffer tape on top of that. The bonnet's obviously been slightly deranged. Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, it's a little bit deranged. It's the retaining clip, the safety clip on the bonnet, and it isn't quite lining up. They've got a bigger issue, or they're going to have a bigger issue in a couple of hours when it gets dark, because they've got some lights lower down on the front of the car that are pointing at 90 degrees from the direction of where the car's going to be travelling.
Let's see the side of the track, though, Joe. That's important.
Maybe it doesn't look like it's deliberately positioned at 90 degrees. I think that's been put there by something external. But you know what? Again, looks great from 10 metres. Don't get up close.
Front grille just being put back together as well, to the chicken wire on that grille just being gaffer taped back in to try and stop the worst of the detritus getting in under the air intake for the radiator and the cooling. Just one or two. In fact, all of these Seats, the place where you expect the grille to be, i.e. between the headlights, is actually a blanking plate, and the air intake is underneath. Definitely some grass cuttings in the lower air intakes of the number 10, the 3rd place BMW.
The 6th place overall car, Freddie
That's
Barth.
3rd place, Mercedes-Benz. Sorry, go ahead,
No,
Jen.
the Lamborghini just coming in. It's Freddie Barth getting out. Can't tell who's getting in. It is the generic carbon fiber helmet of much description, which helps you identify drivers. But it is the green Lamborghini. It was in 6th overall. The leader of SPX now will drop down a little bit due to the pit stops, but
I think they'll hold on to the lead, because this next car is it's all the Lamborghinis in SPX. Remember, they were reclassified. It's the Pavlovich 21 car, which is down in 18th position and is, 8 laps?
When did that happen? When did the 7-lap gap occur? Wow. Yeah, the bright number 6 tag illuminated on the top of that Lamborghini. We'll see if it changes when he crosses the next timing beacon.
Sportec Motorsport in 2nd place, and the 13 is their teammate. That is a very, very extreme looking car. I have to say that I think that's the best looking Lamborghini I've seen in quite some time. That new Huracan, now under the tutelage of Audi, of course. 47 Porsche has looped it. That's the B2F competition, one of our camera cars. The white, green and grey of the B2F competition car, Porsche 997 Cup car, and that is that is 2nd, 3rd, 4th in class at the moment, and he still hasn't found a gap in the traffic at turn 10. Just looped it coming up the hill.
Very smart to wait, though.
Yeah, he was probably waiting for a little look from the marshals. to give him the opportunity to turn round and just eases himself back into it just for a moment. A very thin layer of cloud is across the sun, which is helping us and the drivers in terms of the visibility. And Oasis Lotus is in the pits, the 160 car. Now that car is in 25th position. It's an SP3 car.
Our furthest up SP2 car is now 8th overall. It's the 66 ARC Bratislava car. Miroslav Konopka behind the wheel of the car. That's impressive.
And it's been there for a while, and that's the bright yellow Porsche. It's been around the top 10, the lower environs of the top 10 for quite a while. Best 997 class car is in 5th position, and I know I have said this before in our broadcasts from the Dubai 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours at Dubai. That's the way you go racing. That's the roughier car. 66 car, the Konopka car. 8th position, goes past us now. The bright yellow machine, easy to spot as it heads down towards turn 1. It's bright yellow, so it's picked up a bit of debris. It has got a bit of tyre debris that's splattered on the car. But other than that, it is looking in pretty decent nick at the moment. That big rear wing and the flash of colour down the side, which matches up with the flag of Slovakia.
Good run for them.
Actually, he's taking time out of the 17 car. There is the 17 car. 5th position, that's top 997 car. This is the dark grey Porsche, which really, apart from the required decals from the organisers, looks pretty much like a street car. Not a colour you normally see in a race car, and that, I would say that's not a wrap. I would say that was supplied in that colour for Riffier Racing.
It has the shine to it, that's for sure.
Well, it's so hard to tell nowadays. You can get that, the guys like the Aero Paint guys, who can actually polish. It's got a little bit of damage on the right front around the tow hitch. Looks like there's been a little bit of contact there. But a 997 Cup car in the top 6 at the moment. In fact, it's a 991, that car, but running in the 997 class. I do like what they've done with the engine cover on the 991, smoothed it right out. In the pit lane, the 33 Mercedes-Benz, which has dropped down to outside the top 30 now, Shane?
Yeah, 36th overall showing at the moment, and that's just pulled into the pits. It's going to go down even further. 177 laps completed for that car, as opposed to Tom Onslow-Cole, who has just gone by the 200 mark.
The number 33...
201 laps complete now for Tom Onslow-Cole.
The number 33 car, John, part of the reason that fell all the way back, it's actually spent 45 minutes in the pits, because it was up in 5th place or 4th place or something, and it's now gone all the way down, as you say, as a result of a 3/4 of an hour pit stop. Apart from just looking at where the next pit stop is going to be coming from, it's going to be the Porsche who is the next one in, the number 7 car, which is currently in 2nd place, just trying to rebuild some things after losing a lot of my systems here. But I think in about the next 10 laps, possibly 8 or 9 laps actually, because it was a couple of laps whilst I was working it all out. The number 7 Porsche then will be coming in, and that will be for Alfred Renauer to hang back, I think, to Robert Renauer. It should be the schedule on that one, and as I say, that will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time.
Beautiful part of the evening now. 7 minutes to the next hour. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, live for the 24HSeries.com website and RadioLeMans.com. It's the Hankook International Endurance Series and FIA Series now. And about 5-6 minutes' time, we'll give you the rundown courtesy of BRM, our official timing partner. BRM watches are the official timepiece of the series, and they will be providing the winners' watches for this event. Tom Onslow-Cole, however, leads on 202 laps now from Renard. Alfred Renard in second place on 200. Kroll on 199 in third. Just starting to get into that area of the evening where there's a bit of someone dashing around in the petrol pump area, and that's never a good thing. Which car was that? The number 111. This is the chrome and black Seat. It's in 35th position at the moment. They've got their fuel filler there, and another member of the team ran across who I don't think had any kind of fireproof sort. And now another team member running over for the next car, which is the number 10.
I wonder if they brought him in early from all the grass in the radiator, possibly. Starting to see overheating in the car.
And I take back everything I said. The second member of the 111 did indeed have a fireproof suit, and he just had one of the fluorescent jackets over the top of a plain black suit. So, Crawler's come in from third position onto an empty pump. So it may be that they've just timed that nicely. Just 4 petrol pumps and 1 diesel. Part of the game, of course, to get that right.
We haven't seen a lot of traffic back up at the pumps outside of...
Worst we've seen is 11 cars.
Well, that was during a Code 60.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And that was all 5 pumps filled, and then the rest sitting out behind. 11 in total, including the cars that were getting filled up.
111 is now sitting down in the penalty box. Could have been someone saying, you don't have a radio, but you need to stop at the penalty box.
Yeah. Somebody's leaning in at the moment, giving him a bit of direction.
Theoretically, this should be Michael Kroll, isn't it, in the number 10, handing the car back over to Christian Frankenhout, who will be cycling through for his first second stint is what I mean in that car. That he, having been the start driver in the car,
hasn't really troubled the 2-minute marker. He's been 2:01s, 2:02s, Michael Kroll. Now that car can run as quick as a 55. Okay.
And in a lot of cases, I mean, the whole idea of having that kind of a class is if you do have slower drivers, then they're not going to lose out as much.
Correct.
If everybody's driving at 155, when they drive at 2 minutes, it doesn't make such an impact on the pace of the car. So and the fact that it is a lighter car, better fuel, gives it a few more advantages. But it's Martin, it was, I think, who suggested it might finish in second place. It's still going strongly in third. I think it's going to end up having a bit of a battle with the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, the Bernd Schneider car, which currently has Reinhard Hoffler behind the wheel, which has been going very well, but has had delays in the pits, which is why it's ending up battling with the number 10 car.
27 car team manager has been summoned. Never a good thing.
I wonder if that is an old message, though, because we did just see the 27 serving a penalty a few minutes ago.
Maybe they need another one. Didn't serve it correctly. 29 Audi has had an up and down day, sitting in 33rd position at the moment. That's just come out of the box. This is a new venture or a new direction, at least, for the DriveX school. The Spanish entered car, William Paul, Reddy Odrocki, Daniel Diaz Varela, Rafael Sanandese and Martin Gotcha.
It takes such a long time to put the fuel into that 10 car.
Yeah.
I know that they can take more than the other ones, but the Audi came in, stopped, got refueled and left in the time that the Mercedes has still been sitting there.
Yes, good point.
But that's part of the benefit of having 120 litres. It's, the extra 20 litres takes an extra 30 seconds to put in. And one thing that has slightly surprised me is the length of time. I mean, obviously these are manual style trigger pistol type fuel fillers. But it is taking a long time. Even for a normal pit stop, you're spending about 2 minutes doing the fueling bit, 2.5 minutes doing the fueling bit. And then you have to go and change the tyres. With the overall result of the pit stop, or time in pits, is around 3.5 or 4 minutes. And that is, in effect, about 2 laps on the circuit.
Starting, I think, to see the track just changing at this time of the evening. The number 2 Mercedes-Benz, the HP racing car, just got Reinhard Koffler in it at the moment, just sliding around just a wee bit. Just wonder if the heat of the day now is giving way, and we may be seeing a little greasiness come to the circuit as the sun begins to drop down towards the horizon. It gets dark here around about an hour's time. It goes quickly when it goes at this time of year, even though we're still in the end of the summer.
One team that would be grateful for that darkness, though, and a little bit of respite from the heat, that would be the Saker team. Those drivers were just wrecked every time they were getting out of the car. 70 degrees Celsius in the cockpit. Ow.
Can't be sure.
That's warm even for me.
You could put a pizza in there and have that done by the time you got out.
Good idea.
Probably put a roast chicken in there. It's just after 8:15 is sunset this evening, and very quickly after that it will be full dark. We saw that last night in the night time practice.
Tom Monzo Cole continuing to lead the way in the A6 category and overall 2-lap gap back to second place. And Tom was putting some pretty interesting pictures up on Twitter of just random things, what he does in between breaks, sleeping, what he does to get ready for the car.
Sleep.
He has a
more sleep.
Like a reaction ball is what they call it, where he throws it against a truck and it's got different sides on it, so it bounces off in different directions to try and catch it.
That.
I want to play with one of those. I want to find one. But Beck's down there doing all the PR, was saying it's hard to try and think of 24 different pictures to post because most of the time he is sleeping.
Sleeping.
Race
Still
car drivers.
sleeping. We're talking about that concentration thing. And I thought I was a bit odd that sometimes I fall asleep while I'm waiting to go and race. I don't do it as much as these guys do, of course. But speaking to a few pro drivers, he said it's a nerves thing, apparently, which I thought I was just being very cool. But apparently it's a reaction to being nervous.
So you're so petrified of what's
Yes.
about to happen that you're going to sleep mode.
I'm not going to think about it.
Excellent. Riding on board with the 10 now comes down the front straight.
Kenneth Hyatt at the wheel. Kenneth had a nasty incident at the 24 Hours of Dubai. He got offline and went into barrier just coming out of turn 5 earlier in the year. That was the start of the season. It will be next year. The calendar for 2016 for the 24 Hour Series is already out. 14th, 15th and 16th were at Dubai for the 24 Hours. Mugello, 18th and 19th of March. And again, that means I can't go to that one. It's Sebring, I think, for that. 6th and 7th of May, 12 Hours of Zambo.
Test weekend for the road before the 24, I believe, is Dubai again. Another clash.
All right, so that'll be doubling up. Zandvoort is 6th and 7th of May. Now, is that the same weekend as Le Mans Test weekend, or is that a week after?
Le Mans would be in June.
Yeah, but Test weekend is normally the beginning of May.
No, because...
End of May. Ah, right, okay. Excellent.
This Corvette wouldn't do that and then do Laguna Seca.
That's a good point. Excellent. Well, that means Zandvoort might be back on for me. 1, 2 and 3 of July for 24 Hours of Paul Ricard. That's one I really like to get to. Should mention that there's an April 1st to 3rd as well, of course, which is the Silverstone 24 Hours. Added to that. 24 Hours of Barcelona back here 2nd, 3rd and 4th of September next year, and then Brno becomes the 7th and 8th of October next year. That's the calendar that has been out for some time from Crevantic for this FIA International Endurance Series.
Some really great tracks on there.
And places that people would want to go. 1st of June is the test, of course. So that actually means that Zandvoort moves away from it. 1st of June is the test for Le Mans 24.
Does that mean you're going to come to the test again? Theoretically.
No, I'll be at Detroit.
Ah, that's right. That means even I get to go play again.
Yep.
Again, theoretically.
I'm just trying to work out what happens with the ELMS calendar that's just come out as well. ELMS, if you weren't listening earlier on, released their calendar early on. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones there at Paul Ricard this weekend for our broadcast on Sunday, which follows on pretty much directly from what we're doing here for the Hankook International Endurance Series, a bumper weekend once again, as oil going into
32.
Is that the 32?
Ayrton interior motor, intermotor.
That is the Dodge Viper Competition Coupe.
They've been having some issues today.
Yes, it is. Well spotted. And that is oil going into the engine there of the V10. They have fabricated a funnel out of a plastic drinks bottle. Hands up who's done that in the past. Everybody, yes. And it's Mobil 1 that's going into that.
I've actually done that before. Tried to put Mobil 1 into a Viper-powered engine.
Have
of course, mine was for a boat, Elmore-based. But there's something special about a Viper engine. There really is.
Joe Bradley is down with that Viper Competition Coupe. Joe?
Yeah, we just you and I were talking about this the other day, about the viscosity of modern oils.
Zero viscosity.
Good word, isn't it? Viscosity. I'll let you use that one. Just look at how thin that oil is that's going in. And it's just a mark of just the technology that goes into lubrication, as well as the engineering and the rest of what makes up a modern engine. A little bit of overspill onto the exhaust there. You can see the smoke billowing off there. Nothing to be concerned about, but what would be concerning is the amount of oil that we're replenishing in this engine. And I don't know whether this is scheduled or whether this is in reaction to an issue. We've certainly got an oil cooler.
That's the 4th pint that's gone in there,
Yes.
or if you prefer, 2 litres that's gone into that. Paul Truswell is at my shoulder, so therefore wants to say something.
Actually, I was trying to say I didn't want to say something because I was just looking over your shoulder to see who was in the refuelling zone.
Okay, fine. Number 20.
We'll have to develop a new system.
It's the number 20 and the number 165, the 20 being the All-American Porsche and the 165 being the Vantage Racing Aston Martin, Hugh Chamberlain's Charge. I reckon that was at least 2 to 2.5 litres that went into there of Mobil 1.
Well, it is a big engine.
Jeez, yes. Was it 8 litres?
Oh, varies.
That
one should be an 8 litre though.
8 litre V10. And the latest iteration of the Viper still staying true to the original design, but just looking like it's been working out a little harder than the original RT10s and the GTS coupes.
The different taillights is what throws me off though. Because it's almost got Corvette style taillights.
You can't say
It's
that.
odd. It's odd.
But that Corvette almost has Camaro taillights.
Somebody had to get them, I suppose. Yeah, that's fair.
Why didn't they just put them on the Camaro?
Too logical. Don't put logic into racing. A thank you to Jerome Blake-Mullen, who has tweeted to let us know he's in the car next. Just for all those people who are waiting with bated breath, it will be Jerome taking over for Tom Onslow. Tom might be worth another chit-chat with once he gets out of the car. So it'll be Jerome taking the car into darkness.
But Tom won't be getting out of the car, by my reckoning, for another 19 laps and a minute and 50 per lap. That's going to be something like 23 minutes. So I suppose it's 25 minutes. It's going to happen, but Jeroen's got a bit of a wait yet. But I suppose
that does mean that he'll go through the sun going down into the proper darkness. He'll go through the transition period.
Yes.
Which is putting a. That's exactly what we were wondering what they would do, and they're putting putting the experience in at that point is never a bad thing.
Yes, the one who's going to be in next is going to be the second-placed Porsche coming in first, and this is part of the continuing evidence of the Ram Racing dominance, is the fact that the car that's in second place, 3 laps behind the Ram Racing Mercedes, Porsche, is making its pit stop next. So the gap is going to go up even more from first to second, because, I say, Alfred Renauer is going to be the next one in.
He's done a good job, Renauer. He's driven through to second place on pace, albeit the 10 car, of course, couldn't go any quicker than the 55s, but it wasn't doing 55s, and the 7 car was. And in fact, the leaders at the front of the field, it's very rare to see much less than a 55 at the moment, although I say that, of course, the number 2 Mercedes-Benz in third position is just putting a 53.9. That's the exception, though, rather than the rule at this stage of the race.
Well, and it all goes back to the fact that the 7 has spent less time in the pits fixing things than the 2 has behind them. The 2 lost 2 additional laps
Good point.
to the 7. But that's the name of endurance racing.
Let's go back to what Joe was saying about the oil. We were partnered up with Mobile One for Le Mans again this year, and the conversations that I've had with their R&D team, quite remarkable to understand just how much technology goes into what you put in the engine and kind of forget about nowadays, don't you? You've been a staunch supporter of fully synthetic oils for many years. I've known quite a lot about Mobile One and used it, but didn't know what was behind it, and it really is molecular level engineering that these guys are looking at. And at a racetrack, for something like the 24 Hours of Le Mans, they have an on-site laboratory where they are taking samples from their partner teams, Corvette, Porsche, LMP1, and analysing it to see if they can make it better, if there's any potential problems in the mechanical side, because they analyse it at such a tiny level. They can see that, for example, they know what bits of the engine are made out of in terms of which metals they are made out of. And if they see too many trace molecules, almost atoms, in the oil, they can say, oh, by the way, we think your gudgeon pin's about to fall out, or one of your piston rings is... How do you know that? Well, I found a bit of it in the oil. But this is not taking something out with a magnet. You can't see it, you can't feel it. This is scanning electron microscope type technology. It's brilliant stuff.
There's a reason Corvette Racing's been with them for such a long time, because that's part of the reason why Corvette Racing has won so many championships.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that, is both Corvette Racing and Porsche Hybrid, the LMP1 car, despite the fact that Mobile One offered to make bespoke solutions for both of those racing engines, they actually use off-the-shelf racing oil.
It's great, isn't it?
So you could go into your local motorist shop and buy exactly what they are, what you are expecting to see, or what they would use rather, in either of those 2 cars. And they're not the same, in fairness. Quite remarkable stuff. And as a Porsche owner, of course, my 993 has been filled with Mobile One since it came out of the factory, and still is.
The number 4 Ferrari is being refueled down in the pit lane. It's 53rd in, or it was when it came into the...
I'm going to say it was its 53rd pit stop there for a moment.
It's 53rd place. I've lost track, I'm afraid, of how many pit stops it's made, but since having the gearbox rebuilt earlier in the race at the cost of 2 and a bit hours, it has now...
It's had 7 pit stops.
7 pit stops. I say it lost a lot of time having the gearbox rebuilt or replaced earlier in the race, and what I have just been able to check, because some things still work, is it did actually fall to dead last in the race. It was 74th overall in the race. Getting 20 places in 5 hours is, pretty good. If they can do that in another 5 hours, they'll be in the top 10, which I think is totally unrealistic. But as we said, it's a race which the drivers can still enjoy and get on with it.
You were absolutely right in mentioning the second place car, Alfred Renauer, in the pit lane in the Porsche number 7, the HB Racing Team Herbert, and we'll hand off then to Robert Renauer we believe.
Is he going to lose second place?
Yes.
To the number 2 Mercedes-Benz. Yes, he will.
Yeah.
So has that 2-lap gap evaporated, or has it just slightly shifted?
No, it was never a 2-lap gap ahead of the Mercedes. It was a 2-lap gap that the Ram Racing Mercedes had managed to achieve over the following group. The following group are much closer. So.
Martin Haven has arrived back because we forgot to do the 2020, and she needs to get ready for her next shift down in the pit lane. So, with the time rapidly approaching 50:30, here is the 20.
Well, the last one was a bit early,
update.
so
yeah.
On average it's right.
Well, 2020 and T20 and ODIs, it's all going on. Australian fans, you might be in for a good evening. Where are we? So.
Come on, 68 or 48, we can
the
take that.
A2 class an hour ago and the hour before that was being led by the 115 Danish Peugeot, and the A2 class is currently being led by the 115 Danish Peugeot. Oh, is that the wicket?
No, Kiko. Sorry, Kiko.
Jan Engelbrecht rather, is still at the wheel. And that car is rising up. In fact, it's just slipped down a couple of places, called into the pits. It's now down to 29th position. In the A3 Turbo class, moving up and now into the top 20. Roger Grau's in the 98 car for the first time, and that again is changed back into the lead, and the lead in that class is flip-flopping with pit stop. Roger Grau's taking over from Guy Bessem. Harry Hilder's the third driver in their Seat Leon, run by Bascalta Racing under the NKPP banner. In A5, Dave Robinson has led for the last 2 hours, or at the last 2 hour marks, with the number 146 BMW, and it is now, I'm going to say Tom Barrow. It is Tom Barrow who's in the car, shared with Nick Barrow, Dave Robinson and Jamie Morrow. So that's Saxon Motorsports BMW 135 diesel GTR. Is it 135 wide enough for all those number badges on the back? I'm not entirely sure it is. The tightly contested D1 class, have we got a change of leader? We have got a change of leader. Staying in charge are the Lithuanians. So it's Igoris Ivanovic, who was in the car an hour ago and still is, and he's ahead of Norbert Nagy. Norbert, a European touring car racer, normally has eschewed the European touring car this weekend to come and race here. We've got code 60 out on track, which means it's nice and quiet for me to do my final bit, which is SP3, and that changed in the last 2 updates. 43 Paul May 2 hours ago. 1 hour ago it was Will Moore in the number 163 William Moore in the number 163 Optimum Ginetta. And it is William Moore who's now in 13th place overall in the 163 Optimum Ginetta. And there has been a wicket in the cricket. Who was Owen Morgan slogging out?
No, it was Liam Plunkett, went for 24 12 balls. Let's go down into the pit lane where Joe Bradley is down with the Vantage Racing Aston team.
Just out of the 165 Aston Martin is Angelos Metaxa. Angelos, the GT4 Aston Martin must be a pleasure to drive around here at Catalonia.
She's a real pleasure. She's a lot of fun to drive. The engine is big. There's a lot of torque. It's comfortable. It feels like at home.
And things are going well in the race for the team so far?
Things are going well in the race. I think we're 4th in class. We keep doing our thing. We don't want to do as many stops, as less stops as possible. That's the whole idea. Keep our head up, avoid any accidents like everybody else, and hopefully have a good ending.
And you get to work with the character of Hugh Chamberlain too.
Absolutely. Hugh is a lot of fun. He's very strict. He doesn't allow any mistakes. But we're honored to work with a person that is so experienced, has done so many 24 hours.
And is it true, did he say to the drivers, if you're going to hit the wall, hit it before the pubs close?
He says that every time. He says the driver's going to pay, but I keep telling him that we're gentlemen drivers and we pay anyway.
That is very true. Angelos, clearly you've been working very hard. You look like you've been in a pool.
I had a shower already. I'm going to go have a second one.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for talking to us, Angelos. Thank you.
Angelos Metaxa proving, I think what we probably knew, if you're going to drive for Chamberlain, you need a good sense of humour as well as anything else. As the towards 60. I can't see why we've got this, guys, I'm afraid. Have a quick skim round the bits of the track that I can see with the binos, and I can't see any rescue vehicles moving quickly to the scene. A decent crowd all of a sudden at various parts of the circuit have popped in. It's free to get in here if you're within driving distance of the track. I can just see
Daphne and not within driving distance as well.
Yeah, Daphne and Natasha from the organisers.
Getting some rays. The afternoon sunshine is very, very enticing. Down below our commentary positions, which are right up at the top of the arcing grandstands here, which makes it deafening when you're outside the moderately sound resistant commentary position. The sun is flooding the circuit.
Here's some numbers of cars in the petrol station. 108 Clio, 164 GC Automotive, number 5 the car collection Mercedes-Benz, just getting a bit of a shuffle. Coming in behind it, and carefully you don't run into it, it's the Optimum 163. 32 is the Viper Competition Coupe, and the number 3, the Valkenhorst car, looking very different at the front end now. That's the first time I've really noticed that new front end that you were talking about earlier on. In comes the 56 Porsche that was running at the head of the 997 field earlier on.
And number 1, please.
75 BMW is in the queue, 205 Peugeot, 149 class-leading Corvette, also from 9th position, and they are cycling through to get their fuel. In comes the 75. Low sun just beginning to become an issue for the drivers. The Hofer Kuiper Racing machine just sitting, waiting for the pump at the moment.
And England requiring only another 65 with 1 wicket still to play.
Fantastic innings by Owen Morgan. 85 not out at the moment. If it was a 2020 game, you'd fancy yourself 65 or 48.
He is slogging it around the park.
Can Finn stay with him long enough to hold on and get this victory?
Well, it's all but dead and buried for Australia. However, the way that Owen Morgan is batting at the moment and racking up the runs.
It's the 139 Seat.
Now that's the one that looks like your kids got loose during the night with some crocodile-coloured, multicoloured tape, doesn't it?
And every bit of marker pen and leftover decal from everything else that you've ever had has been put onto that car.
Yeah, it is. It is an interesting livery. Now, it doesn't look as though it's physically damaged, which...
46th position for that car.
Yeah.
Has it just run out of fire?
Psycho Pet, it says on the side.
I don't even want to know.
It looks like the Psycho Pet was responsible for the decorating.
Don't really want to know.
I fear the Google if I go with that, so I think I will leave it. Isn't it peaceful when there's a code 60? I mean, it's all but silent. Everything that comes past is burbling past at road car speed, at urban road car speed, and sounds like an urban road car. So it's a remarkable peace that falls. There's blissful evening sun.
Things are going to be slightly later than they used to be with reforms, I'm afraid, John. But we mentioned...
We have gone back to old school here. We've not actually got the exercise book out, the Trustwell exercise book, but we're not far away from that.
It's going to have to go there in the end, I'm afraid. What I'm trying to say is that we were suggesting that Robert Renauer was going to get into the number 7 Porsche, and he didn't. Daniel Aleman did. So Robert Renauer has been skipped in the rotation, although with 5 drivers in your rotation, it's relatively easy to do that. So Daniel Aleman getting into the car before Rob Renauer does, whereas on the previous cycle it was Rob Renauer who actually started the car and Daniel Aleman then took over at the first pit stop. So Rob hasn't had his second turn yet. Dan Aleman is now getting his second turn.
And hauling out to long off. Owen Morgan is out for 84, and Australia have won by 64 runs in
by plenty.
ODI.
Yeah.
Gave that away in the middle overs, England. We're looking good before that. How many times have we said that before? We've got San Marino tonight as well, haven't we? That'll be Another
that'll be a 1-0 loss, won't it?
Yes.
And not for San Marino.
It's all of a bit of a worry. Another set of pit stops. Joe Bradley and Shea Adam have been our pit lane reporters. It's Joe down in the pit lane at the moment. Very pleasant there when the cars are not running round, Joe, and the temperature quite temperate at the moment.
I can actually hear what I'm thinking for a short while.
That's got to be scary.
It is very scary, I can assure you. We've got a bit of a flurry of activity, what with some drive-through penalties being soaked up. The number 3 BMW Z4 just leaving in a hurl of wheel spin there, and in front of me we've got the Brazilian Porsche that has come in for what looks like not a scheduled check, but a safety inspection. We've got wheels being rattled and bearings being checked and the like.
So the 54 car we're talking about here?
Yeah, sorry, it is the 54 Brazilian Porsche. Huge Brazilian flag on the front of that car. But it's now off its jacks. They seem to be relatively happy. We're just waiting for that car to fire up. And away it goes.
Flat 6, thank you, Joe.
I think what's happening is we've got people coming into the pits and just checking things while under code 60, just to lose less time than would be under normal grid conditions.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Barcelona, the Circuit de Catalunya. It is the Hankook International Endurance Series, the FIA series for touring and GT cars, as we are in towards 16 and a half hours still to go at 20 minutes to 8 in the evening. It's been an action-packed first few hours. Not quite as much perhaps drama in terms of car-to-car contact as we might have expected, but a couple of the pre-race favourites have had issues. Certainly the Ferrari number 4 with a gearbox issue. That was one of the early casualties. We had the number 3 Valkenhorst BMW with accident damage pretty early on, and not even the great Bernd Schneider can stop the HP Racing car number 2 having its issues. A lot of people leaning on the left front tyres here, and Hankook with their fabulous tyres, but they have been advising on camber levels, and I think 1 or 2 people have just been cheating a little bit. So as we come down to the completion of this yellow flag period, code 60 of course here, no safety car, it is Tom Onslow Cole back behind the wheel of the leading Mercedes-Benz, the number 30, and that car has a almost 5-lap lead on the rest of the field. It's just coming up to 20 minutes before the hour, so let's have a look at the faster cars. Here's Martin Haven with our 2020 update.
Well, an hour ago, for the first time after 6.5 hours of racing, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes made a pit stop with fuel and driver change and did not lose the lead to any of its rivals. And that was the first time. The top 3 had been cycling around like they were on some sort of giant wheel, and each of them in turn would come to the top. But Ram Racing have retained the lead, and they still lead the race overall. Tom Onslow Cole also leading the A6 class, which is the fastest of the classes, or the class for the fastest of the cars. He's first. Daniel Allemann in second place in number 7 Porsche, and in third place is Reinhard Koerfler in A6 and overall, and that is in the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes. To round out the A6 class, Hans Heyer's young son is in fourth place, Kenneth Heyer, and that is in the number 10 Huffer Racing Mercedes. Now that car is running with a different balance of performance from its rivals in the A6 class. It's running to a slower maximum lap time, but it allows it to take on more fuel at every stop, which takes longer, but it allows it to race for longer, and it's running with a little less weight on and with a lower ride height. So there's all different combinations of factors there, but that's keeping that car very much in contention for a podium. Leader does have a 4-lap advantage. 2 laps cover second, third and fourth. In fifth place overall and leading the 997 class, which is, as it suggests, ostensibly for Porsche 997 Cup cars from 2007 to 2013, and for the 991 Cup cars, is the number 17 car for for the last 2 hours, it's had the lead for the last 3 hours. Dimitri Jalbert, then Gabriel Abigel. And Paul might have to confirm this because his timing screen has more digits on than mine. Paul or Patrice Lafarge? I have P. Lafarge.
And it is Patrice at the moment.
Patrice Lafarge. So
yes.
he is leading the 997 class. That car is in 5th place overall. So we're getting through our fast class leaders without even getting out the top 6. We've got a third different class leader in 6th place. It is still the number 13 Lamborghini. Freddie Bart was on board an hour ago. It's Oliver Ditzler who currently leads that. And I'll just round out the top 10 before we join Joe in the pit lane. In 7th place overall is the second 997 car, and that is the 59 Classica Motors Porsche 997, and it's Fabrice Notari having his second stint in the car, who is currently at the wheel. Miro Konopka has just pitted from 7th place in the SP2 class leading car. That he took over from Murray Konopka Jr. an hour ago. And so that car, that was the SP2 class leader. That now drops down to 2nd place. No, it doesn't. It retains the SP2 lead because the 2nd place car, Freddie Bart, has only just left the pit lane and didn't pick up a spot. And that is the number of Sven Bart, rather, is the 149 car. He's in 10th place. Riccardo Maurizio, 3rd in the 997 class. In the Brazilian BMW that just stopped is the 54 car. That is in 9th place overall.
And just seeing, I think, another issue coming in, one of the Mark Australia, I think it's one of the Focuses coming in from pit out on the return road and going into the back of the pits. It's on the back of a flatbed. Sorry, couldn't see what it was, but it may have been one of those cars. Joe Bradley, though, is down in the pit lane and can give us an update from further down the field. What have you got, Joe?
Just out of the number 76 Sigro Motorsport Honda Civic is Simon Deaton. Simon, you've certainly been working out there. Big bit of a sweat on.
Yeah, it's the traffic. This is my second 24, and I thought Paul Ricard was quite tight, but it's like Tesco's car park sometimes out there. You're trying to get your lap in and try and see what everything else is going off, so it makes you work for it, definitely.
And how are you handling the faster traffic? Is it a case of constantly having to look in your mirrors?
Constantly. You've constantly got one eye in the mirror and trying to do your lap as well. I think that's a key to doing your best lap as good as you can, as well as not having a bit of damage from a faster car, because that's definitely what you don't want. So it's just something you have to learn, really, coming from sprint racing.
Yeah, it is. And also, I would imagine you have to learn how to handle the pickup on the tyres over a longer stint. I noticed when the tyres came off the car, there was a massive amount of pickup on there. Is that a problem?
Yeah, it is quite a long stint, and obviously you're going in the fuel area as well straight after, so you're picking a lot of pickup from around there. And also there's the odd lap as well, where you have to go really wide to avoid getting hit. So that's just another part of the job, really, trying to avoid pickup. But it's good, love it, good series, enjoying it. Big smile on my face still. So a lot of work to do though for the team, big time.
And a bit of sleep or a bit of relaxation, bit of a massage.
In theory, I'd like to think I'm going to get some sleep, but it's not going to happen.
Too exciting.
Too exciting.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, good stuff from Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, the Synchro Honda, with its very aggressive body kit, and another one of those lights that's using, another one of those cars that's using the light bars rather than the additional, more traditional lights. We had the 163 car dangling one of theirs off earlier on before it even got to darkness. 18 minutes past 8 is the sunset here, Martin.
And 8 hours and 18 minutes into the race. Thoughtfully, they're starting things at noon and finishing at noon.
Fabulous, that makes no extra calculations.
I know, and it now makes you think, hang on a minute, those people in France with their 24-hour race, that's really awkward of them to make us add or subtract 4 hours. Incidentally, the brevity of the recent Code 60 means that Tom Onslow Cole, they had thought they might bring him in, but he stays out and he will continue to run in the lead of the race, the number 30 car, until they're out of fuel. The 149 Dodge Viper Competition Coupe, the ugly second album of the Dodge Viper, is leaking fuel. I think that ISO Brakes car just came in for a stop, and it is dribbling fuel. Sven Bart is at the wheel.
Was one of the Mark Fords? It was the Mark cars. It was the
Mazda.
93, the Mazda shaped car. Still got a Ford engine, and that was the car I saw on the back of the flatbed, Paul?
Yeah, I think the thing with the Tom Onslow Cold, the Ram Racing decision to bring the car in or not, he's got 10 laps worth of fuel aboard, and it really depends where you are when the code 60 is called as to whether you can get one of the first 4 pumps, because if you can get one of the first 4 pumps, then it's worth bringing your car in.
Yes.
But if you're at the first part of the circuit when the code 60 is called, then by the time you get round at the end of the lap, the first 4 pumps are already taken and there's no point in coming in. So I think that probably had an influence on it as well. Certainly now we've gone green again, there's no reason why we shouldn't see Tom going round for another, say 10 laps is what I'm scheduling to see him come in at the end of his lap 228. He's currently on lap 219.
Now, the other element, of course, and this particularly, I'm sure, becomes part of the equation with a longer code 60, is heat inside the cockpit. Now, this is definitely a factor that nobody spoke about yesterday or the day before when it was cold, wet, dull, and not shorts, and definitely sweater on and probably thinking about a coat weather. It's not that today. It's been 36 degrees track temperature.
You are soft and southern, aren't you?
26 degrees of air temperature outside. Inside the car, we heard them talking about 70 plus degrees of air temperature Celsius. I mean, that's extreme heat to be doing work in, and it's not just the heat, there's no airflow, of course, and so
Correct.
It becomes very physically debilitating, and a number of the teams were saying it is going to be the heat and the ability of the gentleman driver to resist the heat and keep the car on the road and keep his speed up that might be the determining factor in stint length, rather than whether they've run out of fuel or got to the maximum 2-hour driver window length. And even the pro cars, even Ram Racing said, no, we're going to go to the length of our fuel and not try and make people do a stint and 3/4 to get to a 2-hour driver window. Even with their air conditioning in the car, they realise that in the long run, driver fitness to drive is going to be a very major factor in who wins and who doesn't.
And with 5 drivers or 4 drivers even in the car, and you have to change the tyres anyway, to change the driver costs you nothing at all. And by having single stints, normally the argument against having single stints is that the rest period for the resting driver isn't long enough. But with more drivers, 4 drivers in the car, then the rest becomes longer, even if you're doing single stints.
Don't you feel for the 2-driver team, though?
Yes.
Our pair
I'm
of
doing
Catalans.
20 minutes this time. You've got to do 2/3 of that.
Yeah, you've got to do minimum. You know, you can only have 14 minutes out before you're back in again, and that's the way that works. Yes, it's. I mean, it must have been hard work this afternoon, and we've not broken the back in this race, have we? I mean, really.
What fool thought it was a good
hours.
idea to do 2 cars, 2 drivers in the cars? Let's go down into the pit lane. Joe Bradley is down at BMW number 84 pits.
Just out of the Intersport, number 84 BMW was Adam Hayes. Adam, that looked like not a scheduled stop because the car went into the garage.
On this one now? No, to be fair, we always put the car in the garage because we haven't got to worry about the number of hands on the car and etc. etc. We've been here 5 years now. We've always done it. We've never incurred a pit penalty by doing it that way. We don't feel we lose any time really, so we always do it that way.
Intersport are a 2-car team. I suppose it helps when you have when you're not sharing with another team and you don't have to compromise, I would imagine.
Yeah, it does. I mean, obviously we're a 1-car team at the moment. We lost the first car, unfortunately, the first hour or so. But it does help when we two cars together. But that's the way we always do it.
And the car's going well. I mean, we know how strong the BMW M3 is, especially the Intersport cars, and so far so good.
Yeah, we've had a problem with the gearbox. It's dropped us down the rankings a bit. We're running P2. I'm not sure where we are now. We're hoping for an overall class win, sorry. But the gearbox might not a tall order now, to be fair.
So you've been doing this 5 years, did you say?
This is our 5th year now.
What, you some sort of sadist or something?
Sucker for punishment. I think this is my 12th 24-hour. So yeah, bit of a sucker for punishment, really.
So what is it then, Adam? What is it that brings you back to endurance racing?
To be honest, I used to sprint racing, and sprint racing is just about the driver. Endurance racing is about the team, the preparation beforehand, everything that leads up to it. I really like the camaraderie and the team effort that is endurance racing.
Yeah, I think we all do. We all like the challenge. It's great to talk to you, Adam. Best of luck to you in the sport team.
Thank you.
Very good.
Gearbox a weak link in a BMW. That's not a phrase that you expect to hear very often, but
absolutely.
Well, they'll be struggling through with the car. Number 21 Lamborghini in pit road for a regular stop, but
66 Bratislava Porsche leading its class, riding the curbs at turn number 8, almost completely off the circuit. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just whilst we're expecting Tom Onzo Cole into the pits, the other car that we're going to be expecting in shortly after the leader is going to be the third placed car, the HP Racing Mercedes SLS AMG, which Reinhard Koffler is driving at the moment, and he should be bringing the car in for Bernd Schneider to be bolting into that one. So the pleasure we're going to have as night falls is not only enjoying the whole atmosphere of night falling, but also of Bernd Schneider and Jerome Blekemolen driving their respective Mercedes as night falls. So I think that might be quite an exciting thing.
Porsche number 59 has spun in turn number 12.
Yep, out of 8th place.
Positioned, already dropped to 9. Hop Suisse.
That's its
Come on,
out
guys.
lap, I think. If it's not its out lap, it's its second lap. It's very shortly after a pit stop for that
It's the
car.
classic Motors Swiss-entered machine, 991 Cup car in the 997 class. I'm going to say it again, I really do like that new rear end treatment on that car. Just tidies up the engine.
Ricardo,
really nice.
Sorry, Ricardo Maurizio now has moved up one spot in the class as a direct result of that spin. He was just behind and must have gone, "Ooh!" as it all went sideways for the car in front of him. So he's moved up to second in class, and that's in the Brazilian flagged 54. Schneider in the Swiss car continues.
Philipp Schneider, yeah.
Chastened. What was his final sector? 99 seconds compared to 39 seconds.
Aye up, lad.
Yeah, so he lost a minute with the spin.
But he's okay. He didn't hit anything. Parked the car across the curb. There's a little bit of a kiss mark on the side of that, where another car has hit the driver's door, the left-hand door on that Porsche. Coming out of turn number 3 now, the white and red Swiss machine. Dropped into 9th position and second in class. The 139 Seat, by the way, that had its issues earlier on, the graffiti car, if you like, Psycho Pet, is in the pit lane and being pushed down. And if you're watching this and wondering, hang on, why did it not get delivered back to its pit? There's not enough room behind the garages here to have the cars delivered to the back of the garage. And the organisers here in this pit lane thinking it's a little bit too tight to have the flatbeds or somebody coming down the pit lane under tow. So there is a special place at the back of the pit paddock area, right next to where scrutineering took place earlier this week, where any stricken cars are dropped off and then they're pushed through into the pit lane by their pit lane team. And then the work can begin once they get back to their pit.
Did you like the rear end treatment on that Porsche?
Yeah, that was pulled off. That was pulled off earlier on. That was the grey car, the 17, isn't it? That the Lafargue at the wheel of the Ruffier Racing. It's Patrice Lafargue. Yes, Patrice. We put in that car, didn't we? That was waving around a bit earlier on. What is very much a street colour on that car, and pulled off at a pit stop with absolutely no thought whatsoever for just how much that Porsche part probably cost.
Now, what that needs, of course, is a whacking great turbo hanging out the back, a la 935 Moby Dick.
Yes.
That's what that reminds me of, when there's no rear body like that and just the metal work.
The 32 Viper's going to have a bit of an issue when it gets dark because it has no rear light cluster on the left-hand side. There's 2 holes, but they are 2 holes without any lights.
Tape us. Well, they will probably then run into an issue with the organisers. Quite a lot of cars have got lights on. Lights are on around the circuit where there are lights, specifically at the finish line, right below us. There's a big bank of lights.
Shining directly into our eyes.
Well, they're shining onto the track. You can see when it gets dark that it does illuminate the track, but we Yeah, we're getting the glow from them as well.
The reason for that is that our box is directly opposite race control and the timekeepers, so they regard it as important to be able to see the numbers on the sides of the cars as the cars come past. And as John observed during night practice yesterday, many of the cars, maybe not many, some of the cars are fitted with the reflective numbers.
Self-illuminating.
That's the word I'm looking for. Self-illuminating numbers. Some are not.
Electrophosphorescent, aren't they?
And the ones that are not obviously need to be lit up by something external in order for the timekeepers to identify them. Although the cars theoretically identify themselves through transponders, there always needs to be a fallback. And
a visual check, exactly right.
That's what they... So it's not as if they hate us and they're shining lights in our faces for no good reason.
It is absolutely that. It is just before 8 o'clock. We've got less than 20 minutes now before the sun goes down. There's just a little bit of a haze before it will drop into a little bit of a cloud bank, and then behind the mountains off into the west side of the circuit here. I think the worst of the visibility conditions have been seen out now by the drivers, but it will get dark very, very quickly indeed. The Bratislava Porsche, the 66 car, easy to spot inside the top 10 at 7, leading SP2 at the moment. Bright yellow, we'll see that one in the dark, I'm sure. I didn't notice the other night how many people had done any reflective or chrome paint schemes for the darkness. There wasn't as many as I expected, I seem to remember.
Now behind, in traffic, while we look at the 17, which is the 997 class leader, Patrice Lafarge. Now that's not the car that's lost the rear end. The one that's lost the rear end is the matte black 43 Patisserie Valerie car.
Oh yes, that's right, it is the Patisserie Valerie car.
But
yes, absolutely right.
The battle between the 66 car and Riccardo Maurizio behind him in a Porsche, it's not the same class. Riccardo Maurizio's white Brazilian Porsche is a 997 class car, and the 66 car, although it looks like it should be a 997 class car, is in SP2 for reasons that need not detain us too long.
There's a lap between those cars, I think, Martin.
Okay, so Maurizio will be unlapping himself because he's trying to catch the 17 car, which is the class leader, which is 4 laps ahead. So they need a little bit of break in terms of reliability or penalty or something for the 17 car to bring them back into play. But we are just reaching the 1/3 mark, and therefore lots of that will likely happen.
It's 8 o'clock. You're listening to live coverage of the Hankook International Endurance Series, and the leader is in the pit lane. It's Martin Haven, John Hindhoff and Paul Truswell, and there'll be more action in just a moment's time. Well, there's drama out on the circuit. Exit of turn 3. It's the 66 class leading Porsche and the number 111 Seat that have come together, and this is the 7th place car overall, with, I'm afraid, it looks bad. Bad news for both of those cars. There's right front damage to the Seat, Martin. Didn't see how that started. The Porsche's got moving, but oh dear.
It's got a broken rear right. The Porsche, do you see the way it bumped up and down in the air as the suspension wasn't attached and it was riding the tyre? So right front damage on the Seat, left rear damage on the Porsche can only have happened as the Porsche was spinning and the Seat trying to go around the long way around the outside of it, couldn't avoid it. That Seat is not going to be able to drive back. There's one poor marshal trying to push it. He's got a tow rope over his shoulder. It is going to need a lift onto a flatbed, and I rather fear for the Bratislava team Porsche as well. As you say, not only the class leader, 7th place overall and leading the SP2 class. And
the tyre's been pulled right off the left rear rim in the contact there, Martin, and it's also done suspension damage and drive shaft damage. I think and it's dripping oil from the front as well, or some kind of fluid. It's flooding out the front of that car on the left front. That's one of the issues with the earlier versions of the Porsche, the oil and air radiator, oil and water radiators at the front of that car, a little bit exposed on the corners of the car, and there's a big puff of smoke, and that car is going absolutely no further under its own steam, or indeed its own engine. Paul Truswell.
Inevitably, the code 60 gets called.
Just as the leader came in the pits.
He'd been in the pits for quite some time, but it is good luck in that case for Tom Onslow Cole.
He hasn't left the pumps, though, Paul. He's still there.
He's still refueling. Yes, I mean, it will help him because all of a sudden the opposition is going more slowly. It was a shorter stint from Tom Onslow Cole than he'd done earlier in the race, and a shorter one also than the others had been doing. His stint on that last one was 35 laps as opposed to the 38 which they got into the habit of doing. The other thing which happened just before then was that Kenneth Hire at the wheel of the number 10 Mercedes, the one that's constrained by minimum reference lap times, broke the minimum reference lap time. He did a 1 minute 54.8. So there was, I don't know whether Kenneth got a bit excited or whether he just had to get past some traffic or whatever. But to my knowledge, that is now 3 jokers that car has burned. But at the moment, I'm not getting as much lap time information as I was doing. But Kenneth Hire then still has jokers to burn, but what we have observed in the past is that when they burn jokers, it's a better thing to do it on purpose rather than have it as an accident, as that clearly was from Kenneth Hire, because it was only a 154.8 rather than a 156 or something.
Yeah, if you're going to use a joker, you want to be 2 or 3 seconds if the car is capable of that, and clearly that car might well be, even in its slightly different balance of performance. The pickup trucks have arrived on the scene, one each of Mitsubishi and Nissan.
There's going to be a lot of damage done to those 2 cars that are already damaged if they try to drag them very far. They are going to need flatbeds, both of them.
Yes, and I think they might just be pulling them out of immediate harm's way. They don't like to bring the flatbeds on. Now, the good news is that neither of them are in gravel.
No, however, where they are in turn 3, I can't imagine there being 2 flatbeds, so somebody's in for a very long wait.
The intervention Nismo Duke is out there as well to park in the way, which is a very good procedure. Again, have to compliment the marshals here. It's been a long, hard day already, with just over 8 hours of the race having been completed since midday today. And oh no, left rear is locked solid on the Bratislava Porsche, and it's being pulled forward. It is not turning.
It is rolling. It is no right rear. Sorry, left rear.
Left rear
right
is
rear
not moving at all. It's being dragged. It looks like the drive shaft has been banged in, and that could be gearbox issues there. Hopefully, it's only because the tyre's been pushed off the rim and it's jamming the wheel that way, pulling it down to be much closer to the car that hit it.
This is the 7th code 60 of the race, and takes us to a little bit over 40 minutes now that we've spent neutralised, but in 8 hours I think 40 minutes is not at all bad.
Leader leaves the pit lane, Jeroen Bleekemolen, in the silver and blue Ram Racing Mercedes, which we will see in just a moment, I think, probably going by, and it retains the lead as there you go, there is the
number 1
leader
on the back, so that you can spot that one,
and retains the lead. Confirmation of that, Daniel Allemann lies second in the Porsche, the number 7 car. Number 2, Reinhard Köffler, is in pit road from 3rd place, and there is a flatbed coming out. Is there room for 2? No, there isn't, is there? And the nearest car, although it wasn't when the incident happened, is currently the Porsche. That'll be the one that gets the quick trip.
The Köffler car coming in for a routine pit stop, and he was lucky in inverted commas partly because there was a pump available that he could go straight to. So I suppose an advantage of having to travel at 60 kilometres an hour around the track was that it enabled him to get to a pump that was empty. So that's going to be a routine pit stop for Bernd Schneider to get into the car.
Although, if anybody wanted to come in, they'd also been travelling at 60 and they would have been in front of it. So it is luck of the draw, isn't it? You know, you can see there is no queue for the pumps. So there are the fuel stations. We've got a spare gas pump, in fact, and there's the diesel Seeker at the diesel pump.
There is a queue for the diesels, though.
Yes, there is. The diesel class has come in. 141. There's seconds now, aren't they? The
27
141
car collection Motorsport benzene and the 92 Mark Australia car. The circuit goes into the pit lane. Let's head down to the Bratislava team pit. Their Porsche, I'm afraid, is dropping down very quickly the order, because although there are laps between, it doesn't take long before those laps disappear. Shea Adam has rejoined us in the pit lane. Good evening, Shea.
Hello, John. The ARC Bratislava car, understandably disappointed. They were actually watching through a television screen in the garage next door, which was separated by a fence, and Miroslav, who had just gotten out of the car, he's the father of one of the drivers of the car who's also not in it, he just gave this big shout and this sigh. You could see his shoulders slump. It was everything he had given to put that car up into a position where he thought that they would be okay to go to the end. You never think it's okay when you still have more of an endurance race than you have since you started it. But everyone in this garage just completely dejected. They think they can get the car back. They don't think they can fix it, though. And at this point, after leading for such a long time, everyone in the pit box was giving me the, oh, no English. I'm pretty sure it's just because no one wants to talk.
Yeah, it's such a bad end for that car. A couple more petrol stoppers. The Swiss Golf, the 141 car, comes out. That's diesel. In comes the Ford Ferrari. Still the number 2 Benz, by the way, sitting there. That is a very long fill. Those Benz do take a long time to top off, don't they?
Well, the 2 won't be stopping for as long as the 10 does when it next comes in, because the 2 is constrained by a 100-litre refuel, whereas the 10 gets 120. But I think, I remarked on this earlier on. I think the fact of the matter is that those pumps do just take a long time to put 100 litres in. It's so you're talking about 2.5 to 3 minutes for it to.
Well, think about your road car though, Paul. How big's your tank? 60 litres?
Yeah, I
55,
regularly
60
put 60 litres in, and it seems like it takes 5 minutes. For it
probably does.
Yeah.
163 in the penalty box. Now this is the twisted Optimum Motorsport Ginetta. And they were leading their class. Are they still leading? They're not. Oh, yeah, they were. William Moore was in it, and that'll be the end of his stint.
Yes, he still is leading his class.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? So he will now hand over to, I think, Bradley Ellis.
I've lost track of.
As we go through rotation with that one. I believe so. Yeah, they were the SP3 class leaders, and yeah, Mira Konopka, his son Mate is one of the 4 drivers in the car. He had only just got out a couple of laps, or maybe even a lap earlier, and Mikolasco, who is at the wheel of the 66 car, and still currently is, was in 7th place, leading the SP2 class. He is now dropped down to 11th overall, and is about to drop to 3rd in the SP2 class as the Viper Competition Coupe goes by him. Sven Bart in the Viper Competition Coupe is leading. It's the number 164 car, which is the GC Automotive GC10 V8. The silver car, no, that's the 150 is the grey one that keeps spinning, so it's their other car that doesn't keep spinning. That is going to move up into 2nd in the class. A couple more. It is Flick Haig who's gone into the 163 Optimum car that leads the SP3 class and has just left the pit lane. Jade Edwards was in the 92 car, which is one of the 3
Mark Australia cars.
Mark Australia space frame cars. It's one of their 2 Ford Focuses. And she's just gone back out, so she stayed in. So are we now seeing where they're thinking, OK, it's going to be a little cooler, let's see if we can get her to go to the full 2 hours?
I think as much as anything else, it was taking the opportunity to get the fuel in the car, which then enables the car to only go to 2 hours, rather than normally a full fuel tank will take you to kind of 2.5 hours. So double stints don't work because the fuel lasts too long, as it were. Having had the pit stop, Jeroen Blekemolen has a lead still, not quite of 3 laps, of 2 laps plus quite a lot. But the Daniel Alleman in the Porsche, number 7, is already halfway through his stint, and therefore is going to be due in for his next pit stop in around about the next half hour or so. So that will make the race lead even more than the two laps and a lot that it is currently, and I think we'll then be into something like a 3-lap lead, permanent lead through the pit stops as well for the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Currently on 226 laps. As I say, the pace reduced at the moment as a result of the Code 60, but still 660-ish laps showing as possible for the 24 hours. So provided we don't have too many Code 60s, then this has certainly been the longest Code 60 that we have had thus far. It's already been running for 12 minutes, and so and the previous longest Code 60 we had was 10 minutes, but still a longest race is possible, John.
The second flatbed has arrived. The flatbed we have been expecting has arrived at the scene of the accident. Porsche was lifted first. I wonder if that was because it was higher up the order. They didn't like bringing the flatbed too close to the edge of the track, which I think is very sensible. So that's why the tour first of all. The Kuiper Racing, Hofer Kuiper Racing.de 75 BMW. This is the blue car with the green stripes, just heading down towards the final corner and pottering along in terms of the normal sort of speed that car would be doing, looking much lighter from the cameras than it does in real life. The sun is now behind the cloud cover and the hills in the distance, so it might be 2018 sunset if it was a flat landscape, but effectively the sun has gone now, Paul.
Interesting to watch the onboard of that BMW, because you could see the lap time counter creeping up. 4 minutes 25, 4 minutes 28, I think, was the lap time when he finally crossed the line.
Through
going
now.
Through now 4 minutes 47, I think he is.
4:47.95, in
yes,
fact.
So that's a lap time when you're doing 60 kilometres an hour.
And the lovely thing about 60 clicks is, of course, as long as you know how long the lap is in kilometres, it's an easy thing to work out.
You know what the lap is in kilometres? It's 465.
Yeah, there you go.
So 475 was just about right. I think this will be a long-ish Code 60, because once the cars are removed, there'll be a bit of brushing to be done.
The Seat still isn't even on the flatbed yet.
Precisely, yeah.
Let's take an opportunity to head down to the pit lane, take an update from from Shea Adam.
Yeah, I'm not Joe Bradley anymore. I've done the transformation. Thanks, John.
Careful.
But,
Hello.
Lewis, points leader coming into this race today, and you got the honor of starting the car. What was that like?
Oh no, starting the car was good. So we had a bit of trouble with getting some grip. So on the first stint it wasn't so good, but in the second stint, I've had 2 stints already, so it was much better. We put a new set of tyres on and it was cracking along then. So and the other drivers are now putting in some good time. So we're still in there, and this is a long race. We've got a long way to go yet, and you start to see the attrition now happening. So, and this is about what happens in all of them. So the people lose their concentration. You have to be really focused now, and and keep with it, basically.
It's a different concept of car that you're driving, especially with the Ford and the Mazda that the team brought from Australia. What's behind that?
Well, it started with Ford, but I think one of the drivers is the Mazda dealer, and I think that's where it all. So so I want a Mazda body, and that's what happened basically. So they're pretty well identical cars. So when I jump from one to the other, they're not exactly identical. Everyone's different, so you've got these stupid idiosyncrasies in these cars, but you deal with it. So yeah, so it's pretty good. But we hope for the best.
What's the balance like between the Mark cars and, say, for example, a Porsche Cup car?
Don't know. I haven't driven a Porsche Cup car. So there you go. So, but I do the Aston Martin at Nürburgring. So, and I'm thinking,
it's a really well balanced car once we get it set up. So and it's got a fair amount of power, so it goes pretty well. So yeah, I think they're great cars basically. Yeah, so just the drivers now.
Well, you're doing a good job so far, and 2 cars in this race. Good luck to you, Peter.
Yeah, we've still got all 3 cars in at the moment, so and don't be surprised if all 3 finish. And this car that we've just repaired now, we've done one race where we were 50 laps down and have won it from here. So, you just never know in this race. So, so you hope for the best.
Keep an eye on him, John.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Good to hear Peter Leibhuis, who is a regular visitor to RadioLeMans.com and the Nürburgring 24-hour coverage. We tend to be invited to do our broadcast from the Aston Martin Lounge over the pits, which is rather pleasant. Lights shining in the gathering darkness now, just coming up to 20 past. It is officially sunset in 2 seconds from now, and just as that happens, sunset now, as that happens, a bank of dark clouds starts to appear from the northern part of the circuit, which is not where the weather has typically come from in the last few days. It tends to sweep up from mainly the west or the southwest up through the landmass. We, I suppose, being so close to the sea here, slightly sheltered from the worst of the weather when it does blow through. And we had a pretty hefty downpour, a couple of pretty hefty downpours earlier in the week. Just look a little bit threatening to the hills to the north, just looking back from the turn 1 camera towards the foothills of the Pyrenees, not so very far away to the north from here. It is the Hancock International Endurance Series. Let's take a look at one of our 2020 updates with information from BRM, our official timing partner. A2, A3T, A5, D1 and SP3 in this category. And this update, rather, we'll do the faster classes at 22. It's the 119 that continues to lead the category A2. And that has been the class that Kay Raja has been involved in, but it's the Milan competition, Michel Valiant Peugeot RCZ, that has sneaked that away. The 119 car driven at the moment, unless he's just jumped out by Carlos Antunes Tavares, the man at the top of Peugeot Citroën, so he'll be very happy about that.
It is still him, John.
Yep, thank you. Harry Hilders is at the head of A3T in the 98, as has been for, well, they and the 95 have been battling it out. The 98 car is the NKPP racing team, and they've been battling it out with the similar Seat of the Mermac Ogilvy dual racing, but it is NKPP who hold sway in A3T. In A5, it's only ever been the 146, I think. It seems to have been. At least this is the Saxon Motorsport BMW 135D GTR, and Tom Barrow is at the wheel of that car. The diesel category has been for the last 4 hours, the 137. That's the Kaukas Volkswagen Golf, and apparently at the wheel of this is Sigitas Ambrazevkikos. I think Martin has just written that down just to confuse me. And finally, the SP3 in this 2020 update is led by the 163, which is the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta, and that is the Ginetta G55 GT4 car. Flick Haig is driving that car at the moment, and we've got about a minute to go before the end of this Code 60.
And whilst the Code 60 was happening, and I am vaguely surprised by it, but it's a tactical move from the number 7 Porsche team, the HB Racing Team Herbert car. Daniel Alleman coming in for a fuel-only stop and then staying behind the wheel of the car. Now, he was about halfway through his stint. Now, what he's done by getting fuel-only on is to be able to now drive the car to the completion of the fuel remainder and not exceed his 2 hours. So we will keep Daniel Alleman in the number 7 car. We've got Jeroen Bleekemolen in the number 30, green flag waving, and very shortly I think we're going to be getting Reinhard Kofler in the pits and Bernd Schneider getting into the number 2 Mercedes-Benz. But racing back on again, John.
Yeah,
after about 22 minutes of purple
Code
flag.
60. Yeah, that's the longest that we've had, I think, Paul,
Yes,
isn't it? The advantage, of course, is as soon as the Code 60, the purple flags are out, they are replaced by green, and wherever you are on the track you can start racing and start overtaking. Not sure who it is behind the wheel of the number 5, which has dropped way down, hasn't it? The number 5 car is dropped off the second. Can't have, surely.
Yes, that car had a...
Oh, yes, it has, yeah.
Yes,
down to 52nd position. Renger van der Zande back at the wheel of that car. It had a long stop, didn't it, Paul?
It did, yes. I was just seeing if I can find exactly when it went in, but it was something like a 20-minute pit stop, I think. No, in fact, it was a longer... It was over an hour in the pits. I kind of lost track of it, and in the end it was over an hour in the pits. So that was the problem which took that car. That's the Car Collection Motorsport number 1 car, which Rick Breukers was driving.
The 21 Sportec Lamborghini SPX category car, second place in that category, just out of the pits, on the far side of the circuit from us. He's catching traffic, as you will do, all the way down to second gear through turn 5, the little kink at 6, up through 4th, just snatching 5th before going back down to 3rd gear, 7, 8, up to the top of the hill. It'll be hold it in 4th, turn it in. Oh, let the faster car go by there. That was one of the Mercedes-Benz go through. I think that was the 2 car that just went through. Yes, it was. 4th, 5th gear, down the top straight, down towards the heavy braking area at turn 10, all the way down to 2nd gear. Mark Australia cars ahead of him as he comes through there, through turn 11 and the long right-hander at 12. 33 is in fairly close attendance as well there. In fact, it goes through on the 21 car. And 21 at the moment behind the wheel, should have mentioned this, is Roberto Pampini. Roberto just coming down through the final part of the lap and back onto the start-finish line. Now this is the part of the race that we love and hope you do too. We'll be back with Motors TV in just a couple of minutes, so if you're watching online and you have access to Motors TV, opportunity for you to tune in and put it on the big screen. So we've got a problem with someone coming out of the pit lane here. Looks like that they're off on the grass on the exit from the pits. Just a blur of lights at the moment is what we can see. And in fact the race organisers have asked everyone to put lights on now, so it's officially dark. Beautiful sunset off to my left, just in front of us, and off to the left, with the sun reflecting off the cloud cover. And that is one of the Porsches that's come to a standstill, being pointed at by the young race fans in the main stand. However, which Porsche? It's one with the green on the back. Oh dear, that looks rather involved. Piece has been opened. Oh, it's the 7 car. That is the 7 car. That's the Herbert car, isn't it? That is stuck on the exit of the pits, just done its pit stop. And Alleman has, well, has he pulled in there off the track, or has he come out the pits, Paul? I think he's just left the pits, hasn't he? Was it just the door wasn't closed and he was waiting? No lights on that car at the moment. The marshal has shut the door.
He'd done laps. I don't know.
I'm very confused. The lights come back on again. He stays in the pit lane. Entrance, or exit, should I say?
Could he have got to the far right-hand side of the track and not gone through the pits? Because I didn't record
that wasn't an outlap. Yeah, it's not showing as an outlap on the screen either.
No, exactly. So I think he was on the track, had a problem, and dived onto the right-hand side.
So we're about to join our TV syndications around the world, including Motors TV in Europe. You're watching Hankook International Insurance Series, powered by Hankook. It's John and Paul in the booth, and it's Shea Adam in the pit lane. Stand by. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back if you're just joining us, being out for the day this Saturday, just before 8:30, and it's the Hankook International Endurance Series penultimate round here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona. John Hindhoff and Paul Trustwell with you, Shea Adam in the pits. Action-packed opening few hours of this race, and some of the big names have already had problems. New gearbox for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Volkenhorst BMW with accident damage. Even the Mercedes-Benz have not been immune from issues. Bert Schneider's car has even had problems. Bratislava Porsche, the latest to have an issue. Herbert Porsche earlier on, whilst leading the class, was tipped into an issue. A number of the Seats. We started with 10 Seat Leon Supercars with issues around the circuit. In general, though, the racing has been clean and fair. We've had just over 40 minutes of neutralised racing. The sun has just dropped below the skyline, and 10 minutes ago was officially sunset. And the latest incident brought out the code 60 between the 111 Seat and the 66 Bratislava Porsche, which was leading its class and well inside the top 10 at the time. That incident has been cleared up, and we are back to green flag racing. Jerome Blakemolen is behind the lead, behind the wheel of the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes-Benz, which leads. The number 2 HP Racing Mercedes is in second place, but now pretty much 4 laps off the lead. Just seen an issue for Daniel Allemann in the third place car. He came to a stop on pit exit, although he'd come from the racetrack, and now he's into pit lane and he's dropped away. This is the car that started from position number 1 and at the moment has Renger van der Zande behind the wheel. It wasn't the fastest qualifier, remember, because we had differing weather conditions for the 2 sessions, but the faster cars were put to the front. But this car has had its own issues more than most, and now has dropped out of contention for the moment. The car sitting on the 3rd page of our timing screen, which means it's down in 52nd position. And as you see from our pictures, the darkness is closing in. It's actually a wee bit darker than our HD cameras will be showing you. So Renger van der Zande with an unenviable task, with an enviable task of trying to get that car up into contention again, having dropped so much time through the finishing corner and onto the start finishing line. Just underneath us to his left as he heads down towards turn number 1. And the class leaders, as you come back to us at 8:30 AM in Central Europe, well, Blakemolen leads A6, which is the GT3 class. It's Rufia Racing and Patrice Lafargue at the wheel of the 17 Porsche. The 997 class, which does take 991s as well, but they are all Cup cars or Challenge cars. 5th position overall, albeit some 7 laps off the lead.
Soon to be 4th though, John, because the number 7 Porsche, which is an A6 car, is still in the pits with a problem that Daniel Allemann had. Not quite sure what that was, but having stopped at the end of the pit lane, we think from leaving the track, not coming out of the pit lane, but now he's done the full lap and come into the pit lane, and the car, I can't quite see, I think it's been pushed back into the garage.
Olivier Ditzler is in 6th position, and worthy of note because he is the leading SPX car. That's a category that didn't exist before the start of the week. It's one of the Lamborghini Huracans, similar to, in fact exactly the same as the 21 Sportec Motorsport car, which is second in that category, but down in 18th position for Pampini at the wheel of that car at the moment, Roberto Pampini. Carrying on with our run down the class leaders, in 8th position overall, the 149 Corvette is leading SP2, and in SP3 it is the 163 Optimum Motorsport Ginetta G55, 13th position for that car. And Flick here at the wheel of that. Flick here, part of the all British squad there. A3T is the number 98. That's the one of the touring car classes, turbocharged. The 98 car is the NKPP Racing Seat Leon Cup racer. Harry Hilders is at the wheel of that car. A5 is the 146. Oh, spinner on the front straight, right underneath us. And that is the 59, one of the Swiss-entered Porsches.
That's the third place 997 car, John.
So inside the top 20 for them.
And I think that car has already had a moment out on the circuit, didn't it? Wasn't that the one that we saw spinning over at between turns 12 and 13
yes,
a little while ago?
Philipp Schneider at the wheel of the Classic Motors Porsche, just coming out of the final corner, number 16 here. And it just looks like he maybe took too much curb and spun across the road. It's a very nice job of watching the marshals and getting that around without causing anybody else any issues. And he is through the pit lane. I'll just quickly finish. The 146 car is leading A5, as I just mentioned. I didn't get to tell you who they were. That is Saxon Motorsports BMW, the diesel GTR. And that is the class. They are the class leaders in the top 20. Let's go down in the pit lane. The Seat number 139 has had its issues, and at the moment looks like a student project with more people in the car than there are outside. Shea Adam is down there for us.
It's been a heck of a weekend for the RCM Motorsports team. They're based out of Hungary, and when they first got here this weekend, they thought things were going to go pretty well. Well, in one of the test days that they had, an open test session, the car was lightly dropped off the track, as one of the mechanics said, and then partially met the wall. They didn't think they would be able to get this little diesel to race. Well, sure enough, come to the track Friday morning, the car is completely rebuilt and ready to go. It's had a rough race today, though, as well, spending a lot of time in its garage. And right now, the latest problem has actually been a fuel delivery system issue. They had the hardcore tools out, they had the welder, they were trying to get this thing fixed. And now, as you said, John, this poor little Seat is more of a clown car. 4 mechanics currently inside the car, as well as the driver, and 3 mechanics in 3 open doors trying to get things fixed. They've been in for a while, and they think they can get back out. At this point, they just want the honor of being able to say, we came out to do a 24-hour race, and we finished.
Thank you, Shea. It is the never say die attitude that is prevalent up and down the pit lane. Over 70 cars started. Very few can say they will have had no problems at all. Dr. Daniel at Specutainment has tweeted us, watch the chest that is in the belted down the passenger footwell, visible on the onboard of 21. I suppose, although I don't know, it is the cool box for the dry ice for the cool suit, is what I'm guessing. 22 Lamborghini just smoking from the right hand side as it goes round turn number 2. That is the 3rd place car in SPX, sitting in 22nd position, the Lippert Motorsport Huracan, with Mikko Eskalainen at the wheel. And the pit lane is quite deserted at the moment, just 1 or 2 cars coming in. The 111 Seat that is being pushed in by its team, having had the contact with the 66 Bratislava Porsche, still waiting for an update on that Porsche. Never good when the cars come back in pieces. the cars are recovered to an area just behind the pits rather than into the pit lane, and there's no room to get the cars in through the back. So the team have to go and pick them up at pit in and just to the back of pit in and take them back to their own box before they can start work. You can't do any major work on the apron, only 4 people allowed over the line. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, just reflecting on what Shay was saying about the never say die attitude out there. I mean, one of the things actually which is characterised, I think each of the 24-hour races that you get involved in, and there are more of them these days, but one of the things that characterises this race for me is the fact that it started at 12 noon, and that means that we're getting into darkness now, 8.5 hours into the race. Now, okay, in overall terms, we're barely just gone over a third into the race. Therefore, double as much the race still to run as we've had already. But it does mean that once we get through the night and into the daylight hours, there's not going to be so much of the race still to go. And I think often, you get the sun up and you think, oh, the race is all over. And certainly it's not all over. And for this race, though, it's at least going to be closer to its finish when you get through the darkness hours. And it means that you get some of the cars that have had problems who have already retired, and there haven't been very many of them, I must admit. But those cars that have been retired already are now kind of out of the way. Now that the sun's gone down, darkness has fallen, and say what you will, I still believe that racing in the dark is a more dangerous activity than racing in the daytime. I love it, I don't want to get rid of it, but I do think it brings an extra element to the race of doing it in the night.
I think it's actually quite sexy. I really do like it.
Definitely.
And it's something I enjoy watching and talking about. That we cover the 2 races that vie for the most darkness hours, don't we? Being the 24 hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24 Daytona, and the Hankook Dubai 24 hours. It's a toss-up between those two as to which have the longest amount of darkness hours. Cars that I think we have lost, the 85 Intersport Racing M3 CSL, that went out early, their second car still running. The 86 RCA Racing Seat Leon Cup car, that went out a little while earlier, and the number 60 Speed Lover 1 Porsche 991 Cup car. All of those cars have been in the pit lane for 3 hours or more, 3.5 hours or more, in fact.
I think we have to add the number 100 as well to that, John. Sébastien Dussolier in his Seat Leon. I'm pretty sure that car had accident damage, and
it was the one that was pushed into the wall by the Corvette, if you remember, going down towards turn 1. It had been having a pretty decent race till that point, and then at that point it went into the wall. It was parked for a little while. Sebastian was very, very upset when he got out of the car and was led away by the Red Cross workers. The car was recovered but had left-hand side damage, and then just had a litany of problems.
Yeah. And
it's the white car, almost a plain white car. The 7 Herbert Racing car back in the pit lane and being worked on extensively to the rear of that car. I fear the worst with that car as well, because that car, I think, has got transmission problems.
Another car that's just come in, this time for a scheduled pit stop, though, is the number 13 Lamborghini, which you were saying is leading the SPX class.
Came in from 6th.
Would have moved up into 5th place had it not have come into the pits, but it has come into the pits, so it can't move up the order until it comes out of the pits again.
There's a man with a nice old set of Porsche Works overalls on from 1998 style era for the Porsche 911 Evo. That is a Porsche gearbox,
isn't it?
So which car is that? That is the 7 car. So I was right. I thought it was transmission problems for that car, and it is indeed. Well, again though, the Herbert team saying, come on, we can do a gearbox. We've practiced this, let's get it done.
The funny thing is, though, John, it is often the A6 cars that have these problems which push them down the order. They're not problems that stop them altogether, because they then fight back and they move their way back up.
And they're very quick when they're out there.
They're very quick when they're out there. But it does mean that the leading non-A6 car is now up into 4th place overall. The second place non-A6 car is up into 5th place overall. And apart from those top 3, the 3 Mercedes from the Ram Racing team, from the 8P Racing team, and from the Helpful Racing team, the number 10 car, those 3 Mercedes are the only 3 cars that we've really got untroubled in A6.
Well, in fact, the 10 obviously is running to a different strategy because it's running to the minimum lap time, effectively declaring itself as an AM car, although there's not an AM class here for A6 GT3 cars. The 2 car has had a bit of problem. Not much, but enough to take it away from the 30 car, which hasn't really had a problem, has it?
Yet.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. We had a debate earlier on. I'm not sure whether we were on broadcast TV or whether we were just talking to ourselves. No, talking on the streaming on RadioLeMans.com about which GT3 cars for which events. And the Mercedes-Benz for these longer events do seem to be the car of choice because they keep on going. Now, in fairness, there's more of them normally, but it's unusual to see Porsches having that kind of mechanical problems. We've seen BMWs in the past with gearbox issues as well, but the Benz, particularly in these long races, the longer endurance races, more than 12 hours, and on circuits like this is a Grand Prix circuit, Paul. This is not an endurance circuit. There are a couple or 3 very substantial stops and restarts here. There are high sleeping policeman sausage-style curbs that you really don't want to be driving over. You're giving the car a decent battering around here, and clearly some of the GT3 machinery just isn't up to it.
No, that's right. And I think it kind of goes with the territory of a faster car being pushed harder, and inevitably things are going to break, and they're more like racing cars.
Well, we've been speculating about what happened to that 7 car. It looks like transmission issues, certainly a gearbox put to one side at the back of the car. Daniel Alleman was at the wheel when it pulled up on pit exit, and he now is down in the pit lane with Shea Adam.
Daniel, what happened with the car?
Yeah, we lost the gear, the 5th gear, but that's all right. Between the start and the goal, 4th, 5th gear, something is broken in the gearbox.
So they changed the whole gearbox?
We changed the whole gearbox, yeah, we do it. But we lose a lot of time, and I don't know, that's an old big gearbox. Look, what's happened.
And also you do a brake change at the same time, yes? Change the brake pads at the same time?
The brakes, we have changed the brake, we have done everything, oil, brake, everything is new. But I believe we need 10-15 minutes for changing the gearbox.
Was there any warning, any sign of the gearbox maybe going?
Nothing, no. That's all right. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then something is broken. They can't.
Best of luck.
You feel the disappointment in his voice there. Daniel Alleman sounds like it might have been a transfer gear or a lay shaft or something like that that's gone in that gearbox. The Sake is in the pit lane. This is the diesel-powered machine. 3-litre V8, I think one of the guys was saying earlier on. Sake are looking for a little investment to continue developing these very pretty purpose-built prototype sports cars. That car has been running around doing what it needs to do. The guy's very warm in the heat of the day. They'll be glad to see the sun has gone down. As Blickenmolen has just gone back through to complete his 241st lap. At the moment, touch wood, we are on for a record lap distance here at Circuit de Catalunya in the 24-hour race in the modern era. Circuit that's been here since the early 1990s, but an area that has a rich motorsport history. Montjuic Park, site of motorcycle and Formula 1 Grand Prix, and indeed at least one that I can find, a 24-hour race right in Barcelona, just off the port, a circuit that still exists and was used extensively, that area, for the Olympics in Barcelona. There's a quite remarkable 2-kilometre concrete oval. It's a kidney-shaped track down at Sitges, which is about another hour or so south of Barcelona. Built in 1923 at an inordinate cost. It is still complete and surrounded, in fact, has farmland within it now, but it's still complete. It was built, obviously, very well indeed in the 1920s. And the RACC, the Catalan Motor Club, one of the oldest in the world, and proud of that. Rich history of 2- and 4-wheeled motorsports. Danny Pedrosa, of course, the 03 125 world champion, 04 and 05 and 250, and has since progressed up through the ranks. They love their motorsport around this part of Catalonia.
There was also a circuit at Pedrables, as far as I know.
Oh.
What I'm not quite sure of is how far away that is, but I think it's in this area. That was
I shall be looking that up in case that's another one that we can take in on the
take
drive
that in
home.
on the way home.
Yes.
And it was certainly used during the 50s, although whether it was ever used for a Spanish Grand Prix, I doubt. I think it was used for other races. There is certainly a spirit and a thirst for motorsport. You get that feeling very strongly when you come here, and most of the people that we've spoken to about the track do enthuse about it, despite the Formula One misgivings some people have.
The circuit has been thrown open this weekend, and we had a steady number of spectators throughout the afternoon. They've drifted into the paddock and into some of the hospitality units now. It's been free entry right across the weekend, so if you're in this part of Spain, pop down and see us, or in this part of the world, come into Catalonia and see us. It's Bleck and Mullen still leading in the 30 Mercedes-Benz. So the headlights in the gloom, all very, very intense. It is a dark circuit here. Oh, the Bratislava car is back in the pit lane. It's the ARC Bratislava entered car, all Slovakian team proudly wearing their country's colours and having it splashed across the side of the car. Feel for them.
But they certainly look as though they're going to go racing
They
again.
look like they want to go racing again. Shea Adam is down there.
They will go racing again, gentlemen. A fabulous effort by this team. They've just finished adding more fluids to each level that needed water. Even the window washer fluid, I saw some of that going in. Lots and lots of oil, of course. A very, very sad-looking old radiator lying on the floor of the garage. These guys have done an amazing job to rebuild this car. And when you get up close to it, you notice it says on the side, Slovakia, heart of Europe. I think these guys might have heart of paddock down here for not giving up.
I think they've dropped down to 5th or 6th in class. They've lost a lot of laps. Remember, these guys were in the top 6, so would have been around about the 231 lap mark had they still been out there, and now they've dropped the best part of 20 laps in the time they've been in the pits.
Into the pits has come now the second place car, the number 2 Reinhard Koffler driven HP Racing Mercedes, which will be handed over to Bernd Schneider. Should be limbering up in the pits. I say it will be. That's who it should be on the rotation. So we'll be having that car going up to that far end of the pits once it's filled itself with fuel. But that's a bit of luck for it, because a purple flag is waved over the start-finish line. We're into code 60 once again, John.
There is a car off on the far side of the circuit. Can't see who it is at the moment. It's Marshall's Post 8 that has the yellow flag out. The Sportec Motorsports Lamborghini is not going to help me because he's not in the right part of the circuit, rather annoyingly. He's just coming round to finish the lap, so we'll keep an eye on his onboard and see where he pops up. At Specky Trustwell, at Gearbox Girl, and at Bradders 3078 are the Twitter feeds. Nice use of exterior lighting. We'll develop the thought about darkness in a moment as Martin Haven has rejoined us once we get our TV audience back as well, and we've got an update to do as well, and we'll rejoin our TV audience in just a sec. This is our 8th Code 60, I think. I might have missed one in the...
You're spot on correct, John. It is
Thank
the
you.
8th.
In our 8 hours and 51 minutes, it's set off a new set of pit stops. Bernd Schneider is climbing aboard the number 2 Mercedes-Benz down in the pit lane. It's over on the far side of the circuit from post number 8, where the yellow flag came out just a moment or two ago. It's very dark out here, not like a lot of circuits where they have a lot of additional lighting. There is bits and pieces, but not massive. So everyone down to the fueling stop. The fueling is done outside of the pit lane in the FIA Hankook International Endurance Series, and there are only 4 petrol pumps and 1 diesel pump right on the end, which is empty at the moment. Pump number 3 is Gasol. Martin Haven has rejoined us. While we've got the Code 60, let's do one of our updates for the cars at the sharp end of the field: A6, SP2, SPX and 997.
All the class leaders of those 4 classes are in the top 10, as they have been for the last 4 hours, pretty much half the race we've got through so far, as we are at how many hours have we had? 8:53, nearly 9 hours of the race. Race being led by the number 30 car, Jeroen Blekemolen. That is Ram Racing's Mercedes AMG SLS. Second place is the number 10, Kenneth Heyer. That is another Mercedes SLS, and that is run by Hofer Motorsport. Stopped in third, and likely to retain the position is the number 2 Mercedes of HP Racing, with the all-time greatest Mercedes driver since the war, Bernd Schneider, just taking over. In fourth place is the number 17 Porsche, which for the last 4 hours has led the 997 class. Patrice / Paul Lafarge. Paul Trustwell, has there been any change? Was still Patrice. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll plump for that. He lies in 4th place. 5th place is the leader of the SPX class. Now, if you go to 24hourseries.com, or if you went yesterday, you'd have gone, what SPX class? Well, it has been created for the Lamborghini Huracans, which has sort of emerged out of SP2, haven't quite emerged into A6. They're in that sort of chrysalis stage, if you like, between Caterpillar and gorgeous A6 Butterfly. Am I getting too alliterative?
You are, but I like it.
Jürgen Krebs is driving the number 13 Lamborghini Huracan. In 6th position is the second car in 997. Ricardo Maurizio currently at the wheel of the all-Brazilian crewed and entered Porsche 997. It's white with a Brazilian flag on the bonnet. Number 54 car, you'll be able to spot that quite easily. In 7th place, just having left the pits, is Sven Bart, the number 149. That is the competition coupe Dodge Viper, and Sven Bart has stayed in there through what a 2-minute 28 stop, I can only assume, will be fuel in 2 minutes 28.
Yeah,
fuel only. Is that enough time for that? Okay, so
it's a sensible call, Martin, because what you do is, whilst the Code 60 is, you do fuel only, and then you go back out onto the track, and what you do is you extend your driving time up to the 2 hours, which is the maximum driving time, but without having to use a full tank of fuel, but without having to waste time coming in, because you've done it whilst the Code 60 was out.
So somebody hopefully has sussed out how much fuel they need to get into the end of his maximum driver allowance of 2 hours at a time, without having to, as you say, fill the tank all the way up and then carry out unnecessary weight. So he is 7th. In 8th place is a new name to come to with in the 56 Porsche. That's in the 997 class as well. And that is Fabio Spirigi of Switzerland. In 9th place is the 59 car, which is 4th in 997. We've got 4 997 cars in the top 10. Blimey O'Reilly. That's the 59 Porsche Cup car, and Philipp Schneider is driving that one for the second time. And 10th, 164 That's the second car in the SP2 class, and that is... that's the GC Automobile car that's not the silver one that keeps spinning. So that rounds out the top 10. Bubbling under and just having left the pit lane in the 91 car, James Kay. Flick Haig in 163, which is our SP3 class leader, is 12th. And that is the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta. And again, you assume they've been topping off tanks in those two cars. Daniel Alleman in the number 7 Porsche drops another place. He is still 4th in the A6 class, although 28 to 41, 17 laps behind, 3rd place in the class. So that much delayed Porsche still, it's still in the pits having transmission work, isn't it?
Correct. Just been pointed out by a number of people, including Right Turn Lover, has said in terms of post-war Mercedes drivers, Fangio and Sterling Moss?
Yes, all right.
Yes.
Neither of them had as long a career, as long and successful. All right. Yes.
And they didn't win every 24-hour race ever in the history of ever, in a single season.
And Baird's never raced in Formula 1 for Mercedes, but other than that, yes, so roads, plumbing, the legal system.
Yeah.
Other than that, what did Fangio and Moss do for us?
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Just a quick reflection on Code 60s and where we are. As John briefly said, it was the 8th one that we've just had. We've had now more than an hour of running during Code 60 in the very nearly 9 hours of the race that have elapsed. However, the other little fact that I like to look at is how long green period we've had between Code 60s. I always like to focus on the positive. And we did have a period of very nearly 2.5 hours of green running at one point. So if we can achieve that again a few times, then, as I say, the distance record will not be in doubt.
And Isadora, among others, tweeting and speculating, saying, I certainly jinxed the 66 Bratislava Porsche by saying how pristine it looked. Yes, I did. Moments before it was nailed by the Seat. Hello to Nick Holland. Isn't it early in the race for Ram Racing to be leading by several laps? What hiccups have there been? Well, none for them, Nick, and I think that's what we were saying before with Paul, just before Martin rejoined us. The number 10 car is running to a different strategy because it's running on a minimum reference time of 1:55, but going long, and Kenneth Heyer in the car at the moment doing a 57.4, so he's got a couple of seconds through traffic to find. But everyone else, including the 2 car in that top 5 or 6, have had some issues. Small ones, albeit, but small ones around here with a 2-minute lap, if you like, Nick, is just allowing people to drop away from the Ram Racing car. Let's nip down to the pit lane. Sure, who have you got?
Well, I found another one of our Bathurst favourites, John Ben Kurkowski. Ben, you're back with the Mark Cars Australia. It's been a pretty good run so far. But what was it like to drive into the darkness?
Yeah, it's a great event. Really enjoying it. When the sun starts going down, and that's when things get starting a bit tricky, and it's a lot different when you got high beam flashes in your rear view mirror, and it's a new challenge, but I'm really enjoying it.
What's it like to drive these 24-hour races, and why do you come to them?
Sorry, what was that?
What's it like to drive the 24-hour races, and why do you do them?
They're just a challenge for the whole team. It's not just down to one driver. It's a whole team effort, and how one driver puts in the effort and one stint determines how the other driver goes on the set of tyres he's been given. And it's just, you never know what can happen in a 24-hour race. If you stuff up a lap, it doesn't matter. So it's all about the last 3 hours of the race.
And you think you have the right co-drivers to get it done?
Yeah, definitely. You need to get along with your co-drivers, and I'm lucky with Keith Kasulki, James Kay, Ryan McLeod. We get on really well, and it's a good combination.
Been strong so far today, John. Look for them tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much, Adam. Down in the pit lane, Joe Bradley will be down there later on, the evening hours. It's getting a little cooler. The cars like it, the drivers like it, and our pit lane reporters like it as well. It's Paul Trustwell, Martin Haven and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth for the Hankook International Endurance Series. It's an FIA series now. The Creventic team have worked very hard over the last few years, starting with the Hankook Dubai 24 hours, and moving into a series of races which next year will have the 24 hours of Dubai, Mugello, Zandvoort 12 hours, then the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, big hit that was this year. This race next season already penciled in for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, inked in fact. And then the Brno epilogue in October. That's where the series goes next, and we'll have full live coverage of that with Martin Haven, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley on duty for that one.
And next year, it starts on my birthday, not 2 days after it.
So that's even more case.
Listen, just in a Mark Castle Australia vein, we just heard from Ben in the 92 car, one car. Out of the 92 car has come Jade Edwards. They took advantage of the Code 60 to do a driver change, a freebie if you like. So Morgan Harbour is out in that tube frame Ford Focus V8. So Jedwards, if you're coming this way, bring sweeties this time.
And otherwise you won't get on.
And cake.
And that's a double benefit, but whammy. I was trying to avoid that, but for that car, because Jade, remember, came in and stayed in the car under a Code 60, and now has managed to get in and did a driver change under Code 60. So it's a kind of double benefit for them on that car. And hopefully we'll be able to see the benefit of that and help it to move up the list.
Just seen the fastest lap of the race for that car as well, the 92 car. So clearly not in that enormous knot of cars, 17 long and 14 wide.
We talk about the phenomenon that no matter how long the racetrack is and how many or how few cars you have, they will clump. You will find them in groups.
This is Trustwell's theorem of night magnetism, correct? Cars cling together in the darkness.
Very much so, especially with this race where the night time has started that much later in terms of the race distance, because the cars have got to the point where they're running to a schedule and they don't mind just waiting a little bit and waiting for the right moment to do things. And so, this is why you get these kind of clumps forming.
Peter Bester has tweeted in at Specutainment, Pedralbes held Formula 1 in 51 and 54. Fangio and Hawthorne were the two winners.
I didn't know that for sure, but it was in my memory somewhere. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
Now I have to find where it is.
I may be old, but I'm not quite old enough to have been alive for either of those two events. Honest?
Yes, this is very true.
Coming up to another hour. In fact, just over another hour.
Very busy garage, didn't we, there? The number 25 car. That's the two local drivers, two Catalan drivers. And there are only two of them in the team. And we know which one is driving because we can see Leia in the garage. So Francesc is behind. I don't even have to check the timing screen. What I do have to check the timing screen for is to see
33rd.
Okay, there you go. To see how far they've climbed back up from when they slumped early on.
This is an Herculean effort to drive 24 hours with just two drivers. The maximum driving time is 2 hours, and you must have 2/3 of the time that you were in the car out of the car before you get back in. So in terms of your recovery time, you can never have any more than 2 hours off, and you are relying on your teammate to get to that 2 hours to give you the full 2 hours. You've no safety net at all of a third driver to jump in that car, and already strong contender for me for spirit of the race from those two doing it. Oh, it's fine, we'll just go and do it on a pair of us. Really? Who thought that was a good idea? Blimey, Charlie.
Absolutely.
So Blake Mullen continues imperiously to lap under 2 minutes in traffic that time around, a 57.8, but he's on lap 251 now. The record here is 669.
669, yes, which was actually the first Preventic 24 hours at Barcelona. I say Preventic 24 hours because there were 24-hour races that happened at the circuit pretty much since it opened in the very early 90s. But they were largely touring car events.
All right.
They didn't get up to the kind of distances that Preventic did manage when they started bringing GT cars along.
Looking at the Rolls Centre Racing number 173 BMW, Martin Short's team have had significant issues with that car, so much so that they're outside the top 46. Is that right? They have gone a long way down the road, haven't they? 173, I can't see, yes, 61st position. RBD currently driving that car, and a blue lap the last time round, so fastest race lap of that car. Now, it's dark, you can't see quite as well. There's just as many cars going pretty much as there were at the start of the race. Of the 74 starters, there must be a good 64 at least on track at any one time. But the temperature has definitely dropped, and the track temperature has dropped, and that means it's less slippery and more grippery. Track temperature now 24, the maximum was 37 in the middle of the afternoon, so that's going to make a big difference. Air temperature gone from a maximum of 25 down to 21, so not so much, but it's the grip that you are now getting from the tyres, as well as a slightly cooler air charge going into the engine that perhaps is seeing cars now performing better than they have at any stage. The recalcitrant 139 again being pushed down pit road, so it's been out, it's been fixed, it's been back on track, it's come back in again unfixed.
Do you think
those team members, that was Paul control alt deleting himself, those 3 team members, 14 members, are going to be pretty cheesed off with this?
Yes, we've done this before.
Yes.
Can we not have to do it again, please?
Next time, it either drives in or it doesn't come back. But you can't do that. You can't let the car win. Just talking to Nelson Valkenburg earlier again about that Seat that just keeps parking itself out on the circuit. And they say, well, you know, it's had 2 throttle bodies, or both brand new, fitted during the race. Now, the 3rd iteration of the throttle body seems, everything crossed and touching as many wooden things as you can, to be continuing to operate properly, so not parking the car stranded out on the circuit. So whatever it was with the other parts seems to have fixed itself, but again, that's always dangerous with only a 3rd of the race done.
I'm annoyed now because I've just found that the circuit of Pedralbes is in the western suburbs of Barcelona, so I could have gone there on Thursday as well.
You can go there after the race on your way home. It's a mere minor detour, because you're going to have to go into Barcelona to get back out again.
No, we go north from
No. Because if you go north from here, you won't go around the old circuit of Pedralbes, and it's another no-me feather in your cap.
And it's another former F1 circuit. That would be then 5 in a week. That's now we're moving.
Now that is fine motoring. Ooh!
Spin.
And that is the Optimum
this is the Optimum Ginetta, the Twisted sponsored car, the J55. This is the car that has been right at the front of the SP3 class, and Flick Haig is in that car and leading that class at the moment, just on the outskirts of the top 10. There's damage to the front of that car. You can see one headlight has already gone. They'd already lost the additional light on the right-hand side. That was flapping earlier on, and I think that's lost a wheel, or at least the steering ability on the right front there, Martin.
I would suggest there's a left-hand headlight is on, a right-hand headlight is not on. I can see it on the ground behind, and other bits of bodywork. The splitter is rubbing on the alligator curbs every time as she tried to move the car. It's steaming at the front. I'm afraid that has all the hallmarks of running into the back of somebody under braking, getting caught out, and that's just on the run down to the chicane, isn't it?
There's another car there. That is the run down to...
I think that's turn 13 going down the hill, or 14 rather, into 15. I think that's right towards the end of the lap. And if it is, oh no.
No, it's further back.
Post at 10, so that's downhill into the hairpin at 10. So she's got a 1/3 of a lap to get back, which is doable. And she's going on tow as well. Yellow flags are out.
I can see the lights of the vehicle, the Navara, the Nissan Navara, and it's right on the exit of turn number 10.
I think the Nissan Navara is the other vehicle you may have seen. It's spinning its wheels on the AstroTurf, trying to get the car to move.
There's one good thing, and one good thing only about this. There is an entrance into the pit lane just in front of that Nissan Navara pickup truck that is pulling in Flick Haig at the moment, and they will get that car back quickly.
Is it unlocked, that gate?
No, it is. Yeah, there's a run through. There's fluid coming off that car.
Not much fluid coming off. I don't
like the look of this. This is the leading car. They've had a great run so far. And Flick Haig, 13th position now. Now, where is the next SP3 car? Answer, already gone through. The 43, James May, at the wheel of that car. The APO Sport Porsche 997 GT4 Cup car. Another all-English crew. Alex Osborne and Paul May, the other two drivers. They've benefited from the issues for that 163. This is so unlucky. The 20 car in the pits for fuel as well. This is the All-American crewed Porsche. That car has dropped away. 5 laps for 17 cars in the pits now.
Excellent. Okay, I was about to say we'll be coming in within the next 5 laps. Well, this is the car coming out
Great
of
car.
4th place. And is the leading 997 car and is also the leading non-A6 car. Looks like a pretty routine stop so far. They've had fuel.
And also now that the number 7 has had its problems, the leading Porsche.
Yes. So that car going into its garage, but that will remain to be seen whether that's for a problem or whether they're just doing the work on it in the garage as some teams do.
Yeah, we've heard a number of teams saying that, haven't they? That by default they push it into the garage and they can throw as many people at it as they want, whereas you can only have 4 working on the pit apron. So very similar to the way that Le Mans is developed in that style.
Except that, of course, I think they're just keeping out of the way of potential trouble as well, which is a good plan.
Problems for Flick Haig continue. She's trying to get back in the Maserati pit. The Boots and Ginian mechanics are working on the engine and transmission. No, that's the transaxle. That's out the back of the car. So that is the gearbox has come out in one piece.
Transaxle, subframe, full IRS, everything from the end of the. It's not a prop shaft when it goes to a transaxle.
It is, isn't it? It's the prop shaft.
Yeah, but there's another name. Answers on the Twitter postcard, please. I don't know.
I think it's still a prop shaft. They're trying to put it onto the hydraulic jack so they can get it in. 54, the Brazilian Porsche. That's been well up in the 997 class in 6th position at the moment. That is the leader.
No,
second place. My goodness, we've got one above that.
But the leader in 4th place in that class, the number 17 car we just saw fuel, is also on pit road.
Now, the problems of Flick here continue. She's not being pulled into the pit lane as Kenneth Heyer is in getting fuel as well.
From 3rd.
Even when she gets to the pits, Shea, it's not going to be plain sailing.
No, it's not, especially because Boots and Ginian car is sort of stationed in the middle of the garage. Normally they push one car all the way to the front in case the other one comes in. They'll at least have some space for the back to work. That limits you, though, because if the car does come in behind you and they're working on it, much like the Boots and Ginian car is, and it can't move, then you're stuck in the garage. But at this point, there is no garage space for Optimum Motorsports to work on. They will have to either work out on the pit lane with only 4 mechanics, or they're going to have to wait, depending on the severity of the damage. This is terrible for the car that was leading the class. And Flick Haig, who we talked to earlier, who was just so happy to be doing her first 24-hour race.
I think they're waiting for a flatbed for that car. If I'm honest, I don't think they're going to try and pull the 163 Ginetta G55 back into the pit lane. The Boots and Ginian guys are working very hard on the rear transaxle of their Maserati Gran Turismo, and they are nowhere near getting that back in the car. Meantime, the 21 Maserati continues to circulate with a bit of clear track for once ahead of the Sportec Racing machine. They're one of the new Huracan Super Trofeo cars. We'll be seeing some GT3 versions of that, I'm sure, next year in IMSA competition and some of the other GT3 competition. Those guys are working really hard on getting that transaxle back into the Maserati as the Maserati work continues. We've got a Seat with no rear lights out there at the moment. I think it's the 100 car that has had some problems throughout the race. It's an all-white machine. Brake lights, yes, but not very much in terms of rear lights as they come onto the start-finish line right ahead of us. And here comes the Brazilian Porsche. That looks like 4 new handcuffs for that car. 9:15 in the evening. Already the driver out of the 54 car. Who was that? It was Riccardo Maurizio, wasn't it, who was in that car? And he has vacated. New driver being put in, which on rotation should be Daniel Schneider getting into that car. This is the DriveX car. Oh, well, I was wrong. Flick Haig is being pulled back, and there is damage to the right front of that car. The right front wheel is not pointing in any way, shape or form close to where the car is going. That is the old circuit, the bit we should be using.
Broken toe arm, isn't there?
Yeah, and more than that.
Broken front suspension. The bodywork is dragging. That's a comprehensive front end rebuild, I'm afraid.
They're towing that too quick.
I'm afraid if he doesn't tow her a reasonable pace over all that loose gunge, he might not get her over all that loose gunge. And that's part of the judgment there, I'm afraid.
What we didn't see was the cause of this. Shea is down by Optimum Motorsport at the moment, and as soon as Flick gets in, now the LED light bar to the left of the headlight just dangling down, that was already one of those missing from earlier. Oh no, they haven't pulled her back into the pit lane. Are they just waiting for a gap in the traffic? See Flick's racing helmet in the driving seat. She's looking left and right. Oh no, they're unhooking her.
Waiting for a flatbed.
No, not there. It's too close to the track, Martin. This is very odd. Curiouser and curiouser. They'd already lost one of the light bars early on. It was dangling down when I think it was when William Green in that car. The 163 is, isn't he?
Yeah.
It was when he was driving. Looked like they'd had a little tap from somebody. The 17 Porsche, Patrice Lafarge, still in that car. Still in the pit lane.
Going to lose the lead in 9.97 in a lap, or in fact in 4 minutes, in 2 laps.
And it was Schneider that got into the 54 car. He is out. They are looking at the front spoiler into the pit lane, the Sportec 21 SPX Lamborghini. This is the matte black one. So good in the dark.
Hasn't been that bad in the daylight, but it has spent rather too much time in the pits. That car has had stop and go penalties for driver infringements. It's had little mechanical worries. Remember that they were worried that it was going to overheat, and then they kind of thought, nah, it's not, or yes, it is, and we're just going to let it. But they didn't make much of a change to it. There's all sorts of stuff going on with that 21 car. And there's another car.
It's a 75 Hofer Cooper racing machine.
Of course it is.
Well, as you rejoin us on Motors TV, the Hofer Cooper Racing BMW number 75 has plunged itself into the turn 1 gravel and is going absolutely nowhere. That car is beached, Martin Haven.
It was off there in the first 4 laps of the race, not that deep into the gravel. That's
not turn 4.
Looping
Sorry.
spin.
That's the last corner. It's the last corner. Coming back on the start-finish straight.
Yes. That's the one that the disappointing chicane was put in to stop cars going off really far and into the bottom of the grandstand. But
as we saw early on when the 89Z4 went off a little bit further round, that's going to take a lot of recovery. Flick Haig is already close to the pit lane entrance in the 163, formerly class-leading SP3 car, but she's not in the pit lane yet.
I can't see that this is not going to be code 60 because cars are flying round the last corner and he is sitting there right where somebody's going to go off. Is there any contact?
Oh, there it is! Right in front of them. It's one of the marked cars. Australia. There's two cars involved. The 76 Seat Leon as well. And it's the 173. That's the Roll Centre BMW.
I'm sure one of those cars has spun in avoidance and the other one has collected it.
Absolutely right. Pinched the exit of the corner. And full course caution. Code 60 is out. These guys need to be slowing down. They're going too quickly here. The flags are out and waving. The radio message has gone out and everyone dives into the pit lane. It's all action here. Who's at the wheel of those cars? The 76.
It's been 5 minutes of high drama, hasn't it?
Hasn't it? Really? The 76.
That's the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic car.
That's the Civic. Excuse me,
so
yes it is.
Martin Byford, Simon Beaton, Dan Wheeler and Alan James's car.
There was a touch on the inside. The Synchro car went down the inside of the BMW in the final corner. and was overtaking under a waved yellow. The 76 car overtaking under a waved yellow at the final corner and into the right-hand door of the BMW. One of the Mark Cars Australia machines just missed them as they came through.
Harvey Deeth was in the car the last time I looked, 173. I'm going to have to flick the screen onto the third page.
It was Harvey. Not Harvey's fault, that, from what we saw from our colleagues.
With waved yellows, he was probably reducing his speed
absolutely
as he
right.
should have.
Absolutely right.
And possibly not fully sighted coming from behind. The other car ran into the back of him. Well, since we are now at 2020, and 60, which is 100, let's run through some of the classes. There have been a couple of changes now. In the 160, in the SP3 class, 163 Flick Haig, that Optimum Motorsport car led an hour ago, and it led 10 minutes ago in that class. Now it's James May in the number 43 car that is on pit road, but as the leader in the SP3 class. And the 43 car is the APO Sport Porsche 997 that he shares with Paul May and Alex Osborne.
Just a quick note to everyone that the leader is in the pit lane under this ninth now, code 60.
And that is a scheduled stop. That's perfect timing for the Ram racing car.
He is not alone. They are flooding into the pit stop, into the pits. Okay, so in the diesel class, D1, Sigitas Ambrazivicius is leading, so it's still Lithuanians in front. In A5, it's still the number 146 BMW, Nick Barrow at the wheel. A3 Turbo, the 98 Dutch car, Harry Hidders, is still at the wheel of the car. He shares with Roger Grass and Gies Bessem. And in A2, it's still the Dane train, the 115 Peugeot RCZ. Tobias Christensen is currently driving, and the Halt, the Lame, and the Fit, and the leader of the race are all on pit road here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
So the Synchro Honda is out of the gravel. It is the... Now that is the B2F competition car, I think. Yes, it is. The B2F competition is the number 47 car, and that is in the top 15. It's the 997. Of course, being 15th only puts him 5th in the class.
Yes, because you've got to be in the top 10 to be close to the podium.
That car's just packed up. The heat here from around that car is remarkable.
He's just rolled off the corner along the curb, and it's ground to a halt somewhere.
It's the left rear suspension that's the problem. He's either popped a drive shaft, Martin, or he's got a suspension that lets go, because I know you run a lot of camber on the back of a Porsche. That looks a bit overly cambered.
Well, wouldn't be the first Porsche that we've seen with transmission problems in this race. 76 is in, the Seat that tagged the Roll Centre Racing BMW into a spin. And
yes,
so
that's the Honda. Sorry, that was me that said the Seat. I throw you a curveball there. I thought it was the black Seat. Shay, Adam?
Yes, John?
We will, if you can just stand by, we'll wait for our television colleagues to come back to us after their break, and we'll do a little bit of an update from down in the pit lane.
No problem. I'm by Ram Racing, awaiting the race leader to come in and pit.
The Synchro Motorsport Honda, normally perfectly turned out, has got a lot of damage on the front of that car, and all of a sudden the guys have got a lot of work to do to get that back out and running. Martin?
Yes, and there are marshals now waving their luminous yellow baton, trying to tidy up the gravel there. The BMW that sort of caused the kerfuffle, the 75 car, has been dragged out. Paul Truswell?
The Blakemole Mercedes, we said, came into the pits. I've got a feeling it might have actually had to wait for a refuelling stand. It's got a refuelling stand now, but it did have to wait a little while before it was able to start the refuelling process. So not really much of a glitch when you've got a 3-lap lead over the rest of the field, but a couple of seconds lost for Blakemole that he might not otherwise have had to.
Actually, in the last two Code 60s, they've sort of lucked in, so that's the swing and the roundabout there. The yin and, if you will, the yang of 4 fuel pumps.
So the ninth code 60 continues. The marshals are out on the circuit, not just at the scene of the accident, but they take the opportunity to come out and have a look all the way around the circuit. The good news for Roll Centre, wow, that car's come back really quickly. I thought that was going to take a long time to get that one back, but it's into its pit lane now and into the box. Well, our ninth code 60 of the 9.5 hours that we've had of the Hankook International Endurance Series here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona has brought everyone into the pit lane. It was a scheduled stop for the leader, and Shea Adam is down in the Ram Racing pit.
Jerome Bleekemolen getting out from behind the wheel of the number 30 Ram Racing. It is Pablo Blanco getting behind, as his driver's suit says Paul White, as he is more normally known to his English brethren. But 4 new Hankook tires going on this car. They are full slicks, and Paul is just getting strapped in. A drinks bottle change for him. They have those high-pressure bottles that we were talking about earlier, John, the Audi system uses. Jerome strapping and Paul giving him a few words of advice. The tires already done on this Mercedes SLS. Paul just firing up the car now. There you go. You can listen to the beautiful sound of hundreds of horsepower as Paul goes back out on track to defend the lead.
Yes, hundreds of horsepower. Almost probably thousands.
I wanted to say millions.
1,000 horsepower. Good news for the B2F competition Porsche 997 Cup car. It appears that they're getting a tour to somewhere that is a little more safe. That's the run out of... now, is it the run down to turn 10 or the run down to turn 7? I think that's the run down to turn 10 that they are at. So they're on the wrong side of the track. It's a left rear problem, I think, on that car. Oh, they've just snapped the tour up. Have they? No, just pulled it a little bit too harshly.
Yeah,
and
snapped the front off the Porsche.
Oh, dear. I think, the driver's got helmet off, and the back end of the left rear wheel is way up in the wheel arch. He's got a left rear suspension problem.
It's collapsed, isn't it?
It has collapsed. In the petrol station, we have, in no particular order, the 29 Audi, the DriveX car, that's the black car, the 205 Ultran Tour 8 GTI, the 56 Porsche. Now, that is our 997 leader in the pit lane, or in the garage at least. The Michel Valiant Peugeot RCZ is in there as well. Is that 118, that car? I can't remember the number of that.
119.
There we go. They could pop next door.
And that is Jean-Louis Dorger, who is the man responsible for promotion of the works of Jean Graton, who is the cartoonist for...
It's quite a decent little scrap there between the Dane Train Kiraisha car, the 115 and the 119, both in A2 category, just a lap apart.
Now, we've got a code 60 because we had to rescue various different vehicles from the final corner, as well as Flick Haig, the Optimum Ginetta. However, this is going to be a long one. The reason we saw workers in the track is because they are working in the track. There is an oil slick at turns 1, 2 and 3. So somebody hasn't got as much in the sump as they were expecting to have because they've left it all over the track. So, and obviously 1, 2 is quite a demanding corner.
Paul White behind the wheel of the lead car now, with Bernd Schneider 3.5 laps in arrears to Mercedes-Benz, 3 Mercedes-Benz, because the AM BOP running to a 1:55 reference time car. The number 10 car is in 3rd position. There's no AM class here, so they are all just A6, not Pro AM, but there was still the opportunity for the cars to select that minimum reference time if they wanted to, so they aren't going as quick as the rest of the cars, but they are doing a pretty decent tactical job there. Best non-Mercedes-Benz is in 4th position. That is the number 13 Lamborghini, now reclassified to SPX, the Huracan Super Trofeo. SP2 leader in 5th position is the 149 Corvette. 997 leader, the 54, that is the Brazilian car. It's a DriveX car, isn't it? The second of the DriveX cars, and he is in 6th position and just ahead of that 56 car that is getting fueled at the moment. In fact, 40 seconds when they cross the line. Bernd Schneider back behind the wheel of the 2nd place car, which has a question mark on the side rather than number 2. But trust me, it's meant to be the number 2. Shea Adam.
Jerome Bleekemolen, you've just gotten out of the Mercedes SLS Ram Racing. Big smile on your face. There's always a big smile on your face, but now there's a really good reason. Car's working well?
Yeah, really well. We have a nice gap. It doesn't mean too much because it's still a long way to go, but when you have this gap, then you know you can play it a little bit safer in traffic because it's pretty crazy out there right now in the dark. People crossing the track, spinning in front of you, going through the gravel traps and so on. So you have to be really careful, but that's what we did, and the car is running great.
Are you going to be driving a lot throughout the night?
I'm scheduled again at 1 a.m., so I still have some time to rest now. I think I'll do one stint in the night. Paul is in the car now. He did a really good night practice and a good first stint, so he should be fine as well. And actually, all of us should be all right. So we're looking good.
Is it harder to keep your concentration over the night when you're maybe feeling a little bit more sleepy?
It's not too bad, but here in the dark it takes a lot more energy because people do unexpected things. It's part of this racing, you know, you have a lot of amateurs on the track, but you just don't know where they're going to go. They just see lights in their mirrors, so they sometimes get a bit scared. Where should I go? And then you have to pick a side, and it's quite tricky. So for all of us, I mean for them, for us, you have to focus really hard not to touch anyone.
You're a very well-established international racing driver who's had success in 24-hour races all over the world. What is it that brings you back to these Preventic events?
They're great. Even like the Code 60s, it's pretty fair, you know. You have an advantage, but you don't lose it with a safety car. The whole atmosphere is good, and obviously when you can win or fight for a win in a 24-hour race, it's always good to compete.
Great stint out there. You deserve an ice cream, my friend.
Thank you.
Gelato for Bleekemolen. Drafted in at relatively late notice to the Ram Racing squad. It was, I think, just the early part of this week when he was announced as being a driver of that car.
No, it was quite a lot.
Was it last week?
No, I would say it was a month ago.
Was it that long?
Yeah, I think I think what happened was Ram Racing issued a press release last week, but the nomination to the race organisers had already been made a month ago. I think what Ram was doing was waiting until they got the Nürburgring 6 hours out of the way to then draw attention to the fact that the race was on, and that was a good time to issue the press release announcing that Tyrone was in the car. But the nomination of driver had been made about a month ago, I would say. But you can always make news by issuing a press release, you see, and I think that's what Ram did.
Dan Hounsell says, what's the incentive to running the BOP time since there's no separate class for the race? Quite simply, more fuel, lighter car, and quite a lot more fuel as well, Paul.
It's 20 litres per stop that you can take on.
Extra.
You take on 120 instead of 100 litres, and you lose 50 kilograms, and it's the 50 kilograms that really makes the big difference.
And the lower ride height probably makes the car a little more like it should be to drive.
Correct.
Closer to its design parameters as well. So more comfortable, you can drive it for longer. Yeah, it's a different way of skinning the cat, and they have elected to go with that amateur BOP because there's not enough cars that would technically be in the amateur class for the organised to be running an amateur
And the reality
class.
is, running at 155 is actually pretty difficult to do that consistently. Even the cars at the head of the field, that hasn't happened for quite some time, that people have been a lot below that. So the reality is, if you manage your resources, then it's not a bad thing to do, Dan. It's not dissimilar to the GTE regulations at Le Mans. You are allowed to nominate your minimum weight for cars. Corvette used to go very heavy at Le Mans a few years ago, so they got a bigger restrictor, and that meant they burned more fuel, but the car's engine was better suited to sucking in more air and producing more torque. So they actually elected to go heavier to be able to get that restrictor brake. There's all sorts of ways that you can do it in different types of motor racing.
Yeah, I mean, the other analogy that I used when we were discussing this earlier in the week is the LMP1 analogy, where there are different hybrid ratings depending whether you're running 2, 4, 6 or 8 megajoules of energy that you're going to deploy. and it's a similar structure. It's balancing out the class so that there are different ways to go racing in the same class. And I think we have to be clear, there is one class A6, but there are different ways to go racing within A6.
And you choose the one that best suits your car and your driver lineup, not just your car, because your Mercedes driver lineup in 2 is different from the driver lineup in 33, is different from 10, is different from 30. So you go with what's best for your group.
Yes,
Correct.
what you can't do, though, is if you lap more quickly than the minimum reference lap time in qualifying, you can't then decide that you're an amateur lineup. The organisers force you into the pro.
Yeah.
So it's not entirely elective.
So you need to have your ducks in a row right from the very beginning, because if you want to go in with that, you then make sure you don't beat the time in qualifying.
Correct. Exactly.
Who was that? Which car are we looking at now?
It was the 79 BMW. Daniel Pereira, 79.
If you say so.
The DUWO car. Dylan Pereira, there you go, I was all over that, Luxembourg driver. And there's 3 Luxembourg drivers, one from Austria, one from Russia, in Jean-Marie Dumont's
Well, I think
BMW.
that's Maurice Faber in that car now, because he had number 2 on his helmet, a very bright orange a la Tiffany Dell helmet, as Flick Haig's car, the 1.6.
It's on dollies, front
Optimum
and
car
rear,
comes in.
because there's only 3 wheels attached to that wagon, and what's left
I think there's
of
only
the front
2.
end, there may
I think there's
be
only
two,
2.
Maybe
yeah.
no front wheels on it at all, because they're right front steering arm.
This is another BMW having elective servicing to the transaxle, isn't it? 50-50 weight balance can normally only be achieved in a front-wheel drive by sticking the gearbox at the back.
That's a 235. Is that a transaxle or is that a gearbox and diff? I think there's a gearbox and diff. But no, point taken. Rear axle.
And I agree with you, Philip Lane, about the flags out. The flags will have been out not just at that corner but further back, and it's inexcusable to be making a dive down the inside at a fast corner when yellow flags are out. The accident that we saw could have had far greater consequences with marshals out on the circuit, and I'm sure that there'll be words being had from the clerks of the course, which are sitting right opposite us. There they are, watching out onto the circuit. Race control. Already the Optimum guys are getting to work. Now the good news is that the transaxle works that was going on the Boots and Ginian Maserati share has just about been completed. We will get Shea Adam in just a few moments' time once the first triage, if you like, of the 163 car has been completed by the Optimum Motorsports mechanics. The clear up on the outside of the circuit with the oil slick continues, and the marshals once again deserve our praise and our thanks. It's the Hankook International Endurance Series live from Circuit de Catalunya. So, all still happening out there on our 9th Code 60. This is eating into our potential record-breaking run, I'm afraid.
Paul Trustwell, what's the longest Code 60 period so far?
That was the one when you were away.
Because, I think we're going to bust that.
Yes, the longest one we've had so far was 20 minutes, and this one has been going for 21 minutes.
There you go.
And indeed Ching, Martin.
Ching, yes, and in terms of where we are with the number of laps completed, we're just under it at the moment. It depends really what kind of run rate we're going to get, by which I expect expected laps per hour is the key figure, and I'm going on 28 laps per hour. However, the last 3 hours we've had less than 26, so we need to get the run rate up.
Are we going to see Duckworth Lewis used later in?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't really know what run rate means. I just know that I know it's the right term to use.
You indicated and headed off down that alley, and I was just giving you a good push from behind. Yeah, so we are fast approaching 10 hours, and we'll have, what have we got? We've got 20 minutes at 4, almost 5 minutes a lap, so that'll be another 4 laps, 264. Let's say it clicks over to 265 at 10 hours. That is more than that at 20 hours. I've given up trying to divide that by 4/10. I couldn't even double it, could I?
We've got to be pretty much clean and green from here, I reckon.
It'll be,
We've got a little bit of leeway. So it's going to be
5:20 at 10,
at
5:25, 5:30 at 20 hours.
Yeah, we're not going to do it.
And
4
then
hours.
4/10 of 53 is 5 4s at 20, 4 3s at 12, 60 to 100 and some. That'll be 1,043 laps.
And your homework, ladies and gentlemen, is to quite work out where Martin made his mistake.
I think my working out was not in the right margin. Yes.
Just to give you a clue, on the totally green period we had, we did 30 laps in the hour.
Okay, 30 laps in an hour if we go totally green. That seems reasonable. We'll be rejoining our TV colleagues in just a second, and we'll pick up the arithmetic level 3 course coming up in a second. It's the 9th code 60, which is eating into our potential for a record-breaking run here. 670 laps required. We can do 30 laps an hour, what Paul has told us, when we are green. Martin has got his abacus out and has been trying to work it out whilst you were away in commercial break. Our international audience listening in on RadioLeMans.com and the www.24hseries.com listening into arithmetic on the radio, which works really well.
Arithmetic on the radio, which you couldn't even see me counting on my fingers.
Let's go straight down to Shea Adam and get an update from the Tales of War down in the pit lane.
Well, the biggest tale of woe from all that is my head hurts trying to do all that maths. Thanks, Martin. But it's more pain in the garage number 38, because Boots and Ginian, although they've been working on their car, they did manage to put everything together enough to move it further to the back. They should be able to have their car repaired before the very, very damaged Janetta. Unfortunately, Flickhead got out of the car, went immediately to the back of the garage to talk with her co-drivers, to talk about what happened, because they didn't know either. That was the big issue. Nobody knew what happened. It happened in the darkness. The crew got to work immediately. The front end of this car is mangled, though, and they are working very hard to try and fix it. It's radiator, it's engine, it's headlights, it's everything. Brakes, axles. They're trying to do everything they can because they want to finish the race.
Well, Shea, the team have sent us an update to say that a Ferrari forced Flick into the path of a spun Clio. Pushed her wide. There was nowhere for her to go. She hit the Clio, and the damage this is not too bad. I'm not sure that that is correct. Now this is another class leader. The 149 Corvette has stopped out on the circuit as well. The oil flags, or the rubbish on the track flag, debris, fluids, is out clearly in the background there.
Or the Catalan national flag.
Well, indeed, yes.
The class leader in question is the 149, is the SP2 class leader, which was up in 5th place overall at the point where it ground to a halt. And the thing I can imagine is that something with the code 60 is put it on and it's too slow.
And the Corvette, I think, is on its outlap, isn't it? Yes, it is.
And that is between 1 and 2. So he has rolled down the hill from the pit lane, and basically that's where the roll has got him to.
It's all gone bonkers, hasn't it?
No fire in the hole there. That's Patrick Assenheimer.
Any one of the 8 holes that not have fire there. That's 2 class leaders that we've seen come to grief in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
To misquote Lock Stock, could everybody please stop stopping?
Yes.
Getting pulled out, yeah. So he's now rolling back down the hill. He's got no motive power, has he?
No. I do like the yellow lightsabers that the that the marshals use. Yes. Formula One may well have George Lucas at Monza this weekend, but we've got lightsabers for the marshals.
Ewan McGregor in the new Star Wars film will be the same age that Alec Guinness was when he first played Obi-Wan Kenobi. How interesting is that, fans?
You're a norm.
And also, Marty McFly going Back to the Future, and Back to the Future is in about 3 weeks' time.
What, another Back to the Future?
No. Back to the Future. When he originally went, the date was something like September the 25th, 2015.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're that far into the future now.
Meanwhile, back at the 24 Hours of Barcelona in 2015, we didn't mention, I don't think, that Bernd Schneider took the opportunity of the Code 60 to come in and do a fuel-only stop in the number 2 Mercedes. Now that has the benefit of, once we get into green flag racing, Bernd will be able to go a full tank full in the Mercedes. He's still some 5 laps behind the Ram racing car, so the gap has gone up quite a lot. But what it does mean is that the 2 leading cars, the 2 leading Mercedes 30 and 2, are now on exactly the same refueling schedule. So when one of them comes in, the other one will be coming in. So they'll be coming in round about, I reckon, lap 290. For both of them. Now, given that there's 5 laps apart, there could be 5 laps between when they come in, but it means that they will be coming in roughly the same, and we won't get the artificial gap going up and down as a result of the pit stops. So that's at least for the first 2 cars. The number 10 car, which is in 3rd place, runs a lot further on its tank of fuel than the other 2 does, because it's allowed to put 120 litres in at every stop, as we've been saying. So the number 10 car, I expect that one to be going further with Rudy Eggerman behind the wheel of it.
Let's just go through, as we were going to do at 22 before all hell broke loose, some of our groups.
Just before that, the Corvette is being pushed off the track, and Shea has one of the team. See if we can glean any information. Shea, who have you got with you?
Joachim Kish, you're one of the drivers of the number 149 Corvette. What is it that you guys were fixing in the garage right there?
Yeah, we changed the brakes, the whole brake from the front. It's normally we do it in the Code 60, but something is wrong. We think it's the brake because he stands and then they bring him back. We're on the 5th place until there.
The car was good before?
It's perfect. We have some problems during the training sessions, but in the race it's perfect.
We are going back to green. Not good news for you and the guys, but they are going to try and fix it. The whole crew ran back to the area where they will get the car and bring it back. This Corvette team is not giving up, John.
Neither they should, with still plenty of racing to go. Less than a minute to the end of Code 60. Let's quickly run through the update. Martin Haven has the news.
Our race leader is still the number 30 car, leading the A6 class. Paul White at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes. Leading in SP2, still, although stationary and back behind the barriers, is Patrick Assenheimer in that number 149 Corvette. You can see the timing and scoring tower shows Bernd Schneider's number 2 Mercedes 2nd, number 10 Mercedes 3rd, and in 4th place is Jürgen Krebs. Now the number 13 car that he's driving is the Lamborghini Elise SPX class, and 997 as we go green, being led by Daniel Schneider, who is 5th. So top 5, 3 different class leaders.
And off we go again. The advantage of the Code 60 system is you don't have to wait for the leader or indeed anyone else to come to the start-finish line. The green flags are shown all the way around the circuit at the same time. Jeff, we've still got Van der Sande in the Car Collection Motorsport 5. He was on it very, very quickly on the far side of the circuit, still working his way up from outside the top 50. In fact, the car is in 47th. Sorry, should I say? No, it's not. It's the
Alexander Matchell is now the wheel of that car.
And that car looks pretty good now, but has lost an inordinate amount of time. He's on lap 221 to 263 of Paul White, so that's over an hour. At green flag racing, that's an hour and 20 minutes of racing that we're talking about there. All spin for the BMW in 24 4th position. That's the 147A5 car, which is in 2nd place in its class.
Yeah, it is.
This is all people at the sharp end of the field here, guys.
Well, they've been sitting with heat sink, haven't they? Going around doing 40 miles an hour for the last 25 minutes. Brains in neutral, thumbs up bum, and it, it's catching them out because, of course, it has got cooler, and that some of the heat will have gone out of the tyres, some of the pressure will have gone out of the tyres, and they won't be working as well on the first green lap as they were on the last green lap. 147 was...
No heat in the track either, Martin, as well. That's a good
Bas
point.
van der Ven, who shares with Rowan van der Burr, Mark Buss and Simon Knapp.
The 5 car coming round to the end of the lap. Let's see if we can get the best part of the lap then with the Car Collection Motorsport machine. Out of the final corner and onto the straight. Quite deceptively straight. It's long, but there is a brow halfway down. Just coming over the top of it now and heading into the first corner. As out of the pits comes the number 7 Porsche with Robert Renard at the wheel. That car was leading the A6 category not so very long ago, it seems to me, but has had a long pit stop for that issue at the back of the car.
And it was cycling in and out of the lead with the number 2, the number 10 and the number 30 car, which are still in the top 3. So it was leading, and then it would drop down to 3rd, up to 2nd, back to the lead. So Paul, that's a fall from grace of a mighty proportion.
Over an hour in the pits. It was about an hour and 20 minutes in the pits being repaired, and of course it had a slow lap as well on top of that, with being stopped at the end of the pit lane and having a slow lap in.
Gearbox issues for that car, if you remember rightly. Daniel Alleman at the wheel when it had the problems.
Nothing but trouble so far this season with that car. In Paul Ricard, yes, I know, slow-moving vehicle to rescue somebody from the gravel. That Porsche just
turned 7.
That Porsche, just to tie things off, blew an engine. They fitted a new engine for the race in Paul Ricard. In the first hour, it had used a litre of oil. It was not a happy bunny, and so they're having transmission woes this time with that car. They seem to have beaten it into submission and sent it back out again. So yellow flags at Marshall's post number 8. We saw the snatch vehicle in the gravel trying to effect a rescue. Did you spot who the miscreant was?
I was too busy flinching at the sight of a Mitsubishi L200.
Inches offline.
Nipping across in front of the car we were watching. Second place Bernd Schneider then with 4 laps of a deficit. He's down to the 55s immediately that we go back to green flag racing. Paul White with a 202 last time around, but that's fine. Paul just needs to keep plugging on as the rescue effort continues at the outside of turn number 7. The 141 Golf plugging round as well. That's one of the diesel entrants, isn't it, that's been in and out of the lead in the diesel category.
Yeah, they're second at the moment. That Golf is driven by 5 Hungarians. It's a Hungarian run.
Look at the crowds. Look at the crowd in the grandstand still there.
Saturday night, and they don't get Strictly. Well, what else are they going to be doing? There is a big crowd here. There's lots and lots of families, loads of young kids as well, out for a lovely Saturday
4
evening,
abreast.
watching motor race, and they're having a wonderful time. The paddock is pretty much open. You can walk wherever you like, sit wherever you like, and there's lots to see, even in the darkness.
Lots to see and do. The Scuderia Praha Ferrari coming back from its gearbox rebuild early down the front straight, not that much quicker than a Cup car really in a straight line, as we watch the Mercedes-Benz 47th back into the pit, 32 Viper. They are in 36th position. Nobody in the top 3 due in for I've found out where the lights are on the rear lights on the left hand side on the Viper. They've dropped down and are hanging on there. Oh, hang on a minute.
That's not facing the right direction. He should be going towards the bridge, not back.
Well,
from
let me suggest then that must be the car that was being placed
he's
on a
on the service
flatbed.
road, and he is on the flatbed now, which is why he's reversing quickly up the road. He's the wrong side of the. He's the right side of the wall for safety. The wrong side of the wall.
Driver is still in the car, Martin. Driver's still in the car, and the lap time is 22 minutes. That, I think. Well, that wasn't the issue at 7, because that car's being dragged across the beach and into the back of the pit And that is the 101 Seat, I think.
Obviously, because not 20 minutes can go by without that car doing something it didn't alter.
Yeah, the bright orange Seat Leon LR. I was going to make a point there, and oh yes, the Viper. I know where its left rear lights are hanging by the electrical wire down below the bottom of the valance on that side. Just caught a glimpse of red as it was going out the pit and thought, oh, hello, has he got a little bit of a fire there? No, it's just two LED lights.
Just lights.
They've just popped out of the
they
two
haven't been
holes.
able to gaffer those bits together, have they?
They'd have to take the back valance off to get at them, and clearly they're not going to do that.
Well, that's why you need a bit of helicopter tape, so that you've got something to gaffer it over with that the light can emerge from. Helicopter tape, for those who don't know, is a translucent kind of gaffer. So it's very sticky and light shines through it. And actually the reason it's used very often is you can see sponsors' logos through it, which is a bit of a downfall with gaffer tape. You have to draw the sponsor's logo on with a marker afterwards, as one of our Porsches has done.
Yes, nothing will stop them, absolutely nothing. Which is very good news.
Alan Prosser is busy sending us in stills he's taken of brake lights facing the camera are facing the wrong direction at, I don't know what corner that is, somewhere out the back. 7, is that 7, 8? So somebody had gone off at 6, or maybe that was 9, 10, and somebody had gone off at 8. Either way, we still have a miscreant, and 101 is back on, shaking vigorously with the steering to try and dislodge some of that gravel. And or check that things are attached. Oh! Waves, yes, thank you to somebody go that side and then goes off on the outside. Both hands on the wheel, I think, would be required, especially if you've just been in and binned it. Been it no further. 101. H3. We down to pace through with 101 already? Or almost at the buzz. It's Evo Breukers as well. It's the young son, 17-year-old Evo.
Rick is the son.
Oh, sorry, yes,
it is.
Evo's the dad, so it's not 17-year-old Rick, it's Daddy who's binned it, or been binned, as we heard via Optimum from Flick Haig. She was eased into a stationary car.
Let's go down into the pit lane, Shea.
Well, I came down to the 101, was walking by actually when you started talking about it. The main crew chief of the car is just laughing and shaking his head. I mean, at this point, what else can you do? But Evo managed to keep going. They're not going to bring him in anytime soon. They have no new tires ready or anything, so Evo's going to stay out there.
Well, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry in these situations, so humour is your best defence. Well, he'll, in that case, liberally distribute gravel all around the rest of the circuit, but from the onboard camera, certainly no harsh vibration. He might be feeling a little bit through the seat of the pants, but that's probably to be expected. He's probably threateningly bitted the tyres anyway. So the 101 continues as we get to 10 o'clock at night, 10 hours in, and that is the Viper, which is again
just come out,
smoking or dribbling.
It's
from
dribbling,
the left
isn't
rear.
it? It's dribbling.
We've seen 2 or 3, well, more than 2 or 3.
Maybe just an overfill
Several
last time
times,
around.
and
Do you see the lights just dangling at the left rear of that? They should actually be in the 2 round holes.
Well, he can't
above
say
them.
there are no lights at the back of the car, the stewards. If there are lights, and they are
and
visible.
something's just fallen off that car as well. Maybe one of the lights, but they are definitely. There is some fluid coming from the back of that car.
Now, we've seen that before when the car has freshly left the pits and been refueled, is that it is possible to over-brim it, clearly, and there is an overflow that is just overflowing, which might not be ideal for anybody following, and let's hope it's behind the rear tyres of the Viper, otherwise that's going to be facing the wrong direction, and although it has happened several times, I think that would have happened by now, were it going to. Well, after our 9th and so far longest, nearly half-hour Code 60 period, we are back to green flag racing at 10 hours into the 24 hours of Barcelona, the 5th and penultimate race in the Hankook International Endurance Series for 2015. Paul White leads in Barcelona. 10 hours down, 14 hours to go in the 24 hours. Penultimate race of the Hankook Endurance Series. BRM, our official timing partner, tells us that the lead for the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes currently stands at 4 laps and 32 seconds. Bernd Schneider is second in the number 2 Mercedes. Looking down the timing pylon, there it is. 10, that's Mercedes in third. 13, Lamborghini leads SPX in fourth. Slow down, I can't keep up. 997, 997, top 4 are now 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Daniel Schneider, 54, the Brazilian Porsche, ahead of the number 17 French Porsche. 56 and 59 are in 7th and 8th. And in 9th place is our SP2 class leader, still the 64 164 car, which has now got, I'm going to get his Christian name right, it's Eric Gaillard in the GC Automobiles car that refuses to spin like the other one does. And in 10th place, James Kay, leading in the, now second place in the SP2 class. He did inherit the lead when the Optimum Motorsport car hit the station in traffic, but he's now in second place. Third in SP2 is Marco Harbour, just outside the top 10 in 11th place. And the SP3 class leader is the number 43 APO Sport Porsche, James May, Alex Osborne, and currently driving it, Paul May. We got another class leader right behind him in 13th place, and that is the A3T class leader, and that is the 90 driver change now in the Dutch crewed Seat Leon Cup. Gies Bessen is back in the car that he shares with Harry Hilders and Roger Graals. Our next class leader, A3T we've done. A5, that's Nicky Barrow, car number 146. Nick Barrow, that 146 car has led the A5 class. That BMW 325 diesel has led it for the last 6 hours. They are having a run that they deserve after all the trouble the car caused them in the first hour. Simon Knapp, I think, is getting back into 147.
MDM and MNM.
I think it's his turn because
that car's going into the pits.
Yeah, but they do that. It's
yes,
not
they do.
necessarily a problem. Bas van der Van got out. I think Simon Knapp would be the next one to get in, but I remain to be convinced.
Shit is down there.
This is not their standard operating procedure. They move the car all the way to the back of the carriage. Normally, when they do the change, they leave it sort of up toward the front so that they don't have to move many of the chairs or the beanbags. This is an issue back around the right rear corner of the car. The mechanic took the tire off, looked at it, shook his head, and signaled to say, guys, this is not good. They are putting it up on the high jacks. This is going to be a lengthy stop.
Okay, so that'll be a hub, likely.
Just a quick update for a few people asking about the marker pen of doom on the Radio Le Mans Listeners Collective on Facebook. The only two that I can say are certainly out at the moment are the 86 and the 85, which we talked about a bit earlier on. The Intersport car, the second Intersport car, the 85, that went out very, very early indeed. The BMW M3 CSL, Simon Atkinson, Fiona James, Ryan Lindsay and Kevin Clark. Kevin had done a pretty good job early on and was leading the class for a little while, I think, in A5. And the 88 RCA Racing Leon Cup racer, A3T, Jaime Carbo Fernandez, Alan Sykart Norman, the Cesar Gonzalez Bueno Mayer, Alvaro Fuentes Bianco and Alvaro Vela Rivera. That car has been in the pits as well for a very long time. The number 100 is back out. The Seat, the number 100 car, the all-white car, with Simon Sebastian Duzelier in that car, and that they are lapping. The 125 has been stopped for a very long time. That's the Mini Enginian Boutsen car with the transaxle change, and I think that car is still in the pits. He's in 70th position though, so that car still to come out, but they're still trying. And other than that, I think everyone else if not circulating, is at least still being worked on. The 173 Royal Centre Racing BMW, that car's in the pits. The 139 is also still in the pits, and that's been in the pits for a very, very long time. The RCM Motorsports D1 Seat Leon.
Yeah, that was the Hungarian. And they were battling with the Lithuanian Krug Golf and Run Golf for the lead for the first 6 hours, and I'm afraid the wheels have fallen off their wagon, at least metaphorically.
The number 111 Seat, which had the incident with the leading Porsche, wasn't it the SP4 car? No, the 66 car that was that it bumped into. That car is still in the pit lane. The other car that is shown as stopped, or not certainly in the pit lane, 76. That is the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic. We saw that car have the incident, didn't we, at the final corner?
With the Royal Centre Racing BMW, which is also still in the pits recovering from that.
The 75 car is the Hofer Cooper racing car, which we last saw it was going backwards with the driver still in it on the back of a flatbed.
So which stationary car was it that Flick Haig couldn't avoid?
It said a Clio.
Yeah. Did it say a Clio or did it say a Seat?
A Clio. Definitely a Clio. Let's go back down to Shea Adam. 7 minutes past 10 here in Catalonia at the moment.
It's a sad occasion, unfortunately, for the 147. And Bas van der Van, you just got out of the car. What was it that's wrong with it?
It seemed to be when we went to switch from driver, sit in the rear from the car, there's some oil coming out of the differential or something like that. So we want to check it to make sure that we don't run off the track. And we needed to switch anyway. So.
Did it feel all right for you when you were out there driving?
Not totally, because in slow corners there seem to be some problems. But there's also a lot of oil on the track, so could be the problem as well.
Track conditions are very slippery then?
It's still slippery, yeah.
Thank you, and hope your car gets back out soon.
To the Dutch team, and thank you as ever to Shea Adam down in the pit lane, and hello as ever to Bill and Diane Adam. Probably Bill still chuckling on the couch watching at home in Florida as Josh Barrett gets home from a day at Castle Combe. 10 hours and 8 minutes into the race. What have I missed? Quite a lot, I suspect. Well, no, frankly, really almost nothing has happened at all in the 10 hour. We were rather hoping it might break loose around midnight, and so we're sort of still hanging on to that hope. Yeah.
Watch the highlights.
We've only got 14 hours left. That's not enough time to tell you everything that happened in the last 10 hours, I'm afraid, even could we remember it. So, which we can't.
Which we can't.
Stuff
What we have got, Josh, is a proper old-fashioned endurance race. Last few minutes, or last half an hour, 45 minutes, leaders in class have all been throwing themselves at the scenery for no apparent reason, just as we came back live on Motors TV. And hello to you all who are watching us there. Further afield and outside of Europe, and indeed for the rest of the race, 24hseries.com and radiolemans.com, where you'll find us in sound and vision. At the moment, we're hoping that this is going to settle down into a decent run. We can get about, from the front of the field, 30 laps in 1 hour. And if we can keep doing that, the 669 lap record, set the first time that Crevendic were here for a 24-hour race, could be under threat, but we need to be pretty clean through to there.
Only by using my arithmetic, I'm afraid. Conceivably, but if we... The first few hours, we only had very brief hold-ups, and since we sort of got into darkness in the last couple of hours, we've lost about 40 minutes out of the last 2 hours of darkness. So 75 in the garage. Now, there's not a phrase you don't expect to say. We've said that quite a lot. 75 off the track, 75 in the gravel, 75 back in the pit lane, 75 is in the garage once. For those of you listening on the radio, I'm afraid you missed a marvellous comedy moment. One of the drivers just standing there chatting, just lashed out and kicked the car in frustration. He's now stalked off to the back of the garage as the team lunge at it with air hammers to try and get the right rear wheel off. A moment of high comedy, probably not for him or anyone within the team. I think they may be now starting to verge from the laugh to the cry part of the race. Gaffrey's being peeled off the car, presumably damaged right rear wheel arches need removing to be fitted back on again when whatever they've done under them has been done, or whatever they're going to do under them has been done.
I've noticed, as has James Newbold, that Rebecca Jones and Jane Edwards have sneaked into the back of our picture for the last couple of updates from Shea Adam.
Haven't sneaked into the back of our booth with sweeties or cake.
No.
And I know they can hear us because when we're down in the pit lane we can hear ourselves quite clearly because we're on the Circuit PA and on Motors TV and on RadioLeMans.com, and we're probably on Skylab and in the International Space Station as well. I shouldn't be at all surprised.
Peter Hutz's birthday, celebrated on the number 90 Seat, one of the...
There he is.
And there is the very man in question. That is one of the earlier Seat Leon Cup cars. They are a good-looking machine. What a weapon they are. 10 started this race. Proof were needed of how good they are for this type of event. At Specutainment, at Martin Haven in the booth at the moment. Paul Truswell's just stepped away for a refuelling stop of his own. Shea in the pit lane for another 45 minutes or so before Joe Bradley jumps in. Actually, I think Shea actually is only in for another 15 minutes. It's a half-hour change, isn't it, for pit lane commentators, this one. Which gives Shea the chance to go and grab something to eat. Our pit stops timed to perfection as well as the race unfolds. For those of you watching on Motors TV, coming to the end of our coverage this evening, in about 10 or 15 minutes, we are back in the morning at 9 o'clock Central European time, and we'll run through till well after the end of the race, so the denouement of the 24 Hours of Barcelona for the FIA Hankook International Endurance Series. Martin writing feverishly, getting ready for the 2020 update. Our leader is Paul White. Haven't seen the Ram racing car for a wee while, and he's got another phalanx of slower cars ahead of him. Not really working the big bends that hard. We're not seeing big red glowing brakes there as he goes past Colin White's Ginetta.
Now, it might be that the number 30 car has been slower in the first sector of the lap and needs to push on, but if he's not blowing the brakes so much, it might be that he's rolling off the throttle early into the corners.
Why not?
Because he's gone too fast in the early part of the lap.
No, there's no.
Oh no, of course, that's the one car that doesn't, isn't it?
It's only the 10 car that has a minimum reference time in the race.
Daniel Brown out of the Vantage Racing Aston Martin run by the Ledge. That is Hugh Chamberlain rallying the troops. Chamberlain only has two rules. One is if you're going to crash, make sure you do it before the pub shut. And secondly, nothing good ever happens in morning warm-up. Well, the second of which is there is no morning warm-up for the 24 Hours of Barcelona, so that's one bullet dodged. And it's 10:15. It's getting on towards closing time. The car is still going, so the drivers hopefully are going to obey Rule 2 as well.
Down into the pit lane. Shea, where are you?
Down with our pole sitter, John. Renger van de Zande. The day started off as good as it possibly could, but unfortunately it's gone downhill, and it's gone downhill really quickly. First it was the radiator, now it's what?
No, it was actually the radiator was a fuel pump, a water pump. So basically what happened is after 1.5 hours or something, the water pump failed, and that's when I came in the lead to repair. And it took us 1.5 hours to repair. Right now we are quite a lot down. We're obviously climbing up the ladder. We're doing pretty good lap times. When we got new tires on, it's easy to do 52s in traffic even. So the car is really, really nice to drive. It's still nice to drive, it remains nice to drive. It doesn't go down in performance. It's just a shame that we are so way back. So it should have been a podium, I think. So it's a shame.
How do you find the inspiration to keep going when you're so far back?
I mean, at the end, still a great event. Great track, great car. Lot of cars to overtake, so you have to stay sharp for sure. For sure, one rule is to not crash. You know, that's always a rule, but especially now, it doesn't make sense to touch anything. But still, yeah, you can risk a bit more at some other points. So we're pushing. We'll never give up.
Never give up and still having fun is Ranger.
Renger van der Zande talking to Shea Adam down in the pit lane. It's a bit of a shame that, because we were getting a decent battle at the front of the field, but it's still by no means cut and dried here. We have discussed this before, Martin, but we've become so used, haven't we, in the ACO and the IMSA form of endurance racing, 6, 12 and 24-hour races, of seeing virtually side-by-side battles in the classes for the whole of 6, 12 or 24 hours, that we forget that it's not that long ago when a couple of 3 laps at Le Mans would have been thought of as a close finish. And the kind of gaps that we're seeing here are by no means decisive. Just a cut tyre or a bang with another car, as we have seen, loses you half an hour. That's 15 laps that you're going to lose, and that is clearly going to be a problem for anybody in the top 6 at the moment.
And listen, at Le Mans we start 56 cars on a how long circuit?
8.5 miles.
And here we're starting to 74 on a 2.5 mile circuit. And who was it earlier on? Who was a great quote he came out with? He said, I used to think that Silverstone was a tight track or whatever. He said, this is like the Tesco's car park. There's so many cars in so little space. And you know, sometimes we see groups coming across the track, across the start-finish line in front of us, like 4 wide and 7 deep. Just massive clumps of cars.
Now here's the B2F competition car that we saw with the problem earlier on the left rear of the car. I thought, sure, if there's work going on there, they're underneath the engine deck, and it's not frantic, is it?
Leisurely.
There is an element of resignation as to what's going on there. Where's the 21 car fought its way back to, Martin? Answer 15th. I'll answer myself there, as I can see you doing something else. 46 seconds away from second place in its class. So that is a bit of a battle at the moment.
Yeah, very good battle, and they're not too far away from each other on track. The 21 car, which is the Huracan Super Trofeo from Sport Tech Racing, and 22, which is the Leipa Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan. Both of which have had incidents. The 22 car was off for quite a while in the gravel on more than one occasion. Marcel Leipert driving that. 21 car, penalties, incidents, blah-de-blah-de-blah. It just constantly seems to be popping up. And Christopher Lentz is driving that car, giving chase. Christoph Lentz is driving that car, giving chase. And they are both comfortably inside the top 20 at the moment. Which brings us to 20 past, and so let's round up some of our other classes. Lots and lots of our class leaders now, very thoughtfully, are on page 1 of the time.
Excellent.
Screen. The one that isn't, and I do wish they'd hurry up and get there, is our diesel class leader, D1. It is the 137, the Lithuanian driven car, which is the Golf.
That will just tell you that the 4th place car is in the pit lane. That is also the SPX leader. That is the chrome green, the number 13 Huracan.
Jürgen Krebs. Now he will be close to time on his driving, and so this will be the end of his stint. He's getting a tank full of fuel for his new driver. So he will head in the chrome green Lamborghini Huracan. And as we say, that number 13 car comes in from 4th place and the lead of SPX. So the D1 class, it's still Lithuanians. It's Justitas Vilkas in the number 137 car. SP3 is Paul May. Now that is the number 43 car, and that is in 12th position. And I keep forgetting his 43 is APO Sports Porsche. James and Paul May, Alex Osborne, the car that was on the outright pole after qualifying in the rain yesterday evening. 146, Nick Barron, and this is another stalwart of the A5 class. Now up to 18th overall. I'm going to have to research where they started, because that was umpteenth overall, and now in 18th overall. Nick Barrow at the wheel, and again for not much longer, because he was at the wheel at the end of the last hour in the Saxon Motorsport BMW 135 Diesel GTR. So again, that car continues to march on. A3 Turbo, still the 98 car now in 5 of the last 6 hours. That has been the class leader. Sami Mutran in the 95 car at one stage was, but 98 seems to be asserting itself. However, with Guy Bessem at the wheel, it is in 13th place. It was originally on page 2 of the timing screen, so outside the top 24-25. So again, they are moving up the order as 27 goes into the garage for some work on the trolley dollies. Per Poulsen leads the A2 class in the Dane Train Peugeot RCZ, and only once in the last 5 hours have they not been in charge, and that stage boss of Peugeot Talbot, Carlos Antunes, was in the lead in the number 119, which is the Michel Vaillant Peugeot RCZ. So A2, you want to win it? Get Peugeot RCZ. That seems to be the message at the moment.
Car Collection Motorsport just going back in there, that 27 car. Thank you, Martin, for that 2020 update using timing data from BRM Watches, the official timing partner of the FIA International Endurance Series. Penultimate round here in Barcelona, in Catalonia, with Brno still to come next month. More live coverage of that. The 13 Lamborghini's made its way down to have its tyre change done. Thank you, by the way, for everyone tweeting in at Specutative and at Martin Haven, and particularly for the camera work in the pits and out on the circuit. It is pretty dark out there. The cameras make it look better than it is, and getting some great images, including the frustration of the driver in the 75 pit a little bit earlier on. And thanks to Alan Prosser for retweeting the very good screen grab there. Shea Adam is still down in the pit lane where work continues.
It's a brake change for the number 4 overall car in the race, the number 13 Lamborghini. It's the SPX category leader as well. It's going to be a little bit of a longer stop because they are doing this change, but they wanted to do it now and give their drivers some fresh brakes just before the 12-hour mark, or in this case, the 13-hour mark. They were planning on the 12-hour mark, had to do it a little bit early, but that's all right. The brake pads came off already. The front right tire has been reinstalled. The front left is going on as we speak. Not too bad at the Hankooks, actually, I have to say. They picked up quite a bit of dirt just off the pit lane. The car, the next pit box down, is a Porsche that came in with some seriously dirty tires, so left a little bit of junk in their pit box as well. Now they're just trying to get the tires secured on. It is. Driver change is complete as well. Fueling was done before they even made it to the pit box. And this is the sound of a Lamborghini leaving.
That was Shea Adam down in the pit lane. One Lamborghini leaves the pits as we are waiting for the 22 car to come across the line. Here it comes now from our right to left. Pulls out the pass. Colin White's 4x4, CBS 4x4 Ginetta, and one of the Clios as well. 13 car has dropped down to 6th position with that pit stop, scheduled though it was, and with Rinat Salikov at the wheel now. 7-8 car going through there without a illuminated number panel is the Colin White CWS 4x4 Ginetta G4, but G55 GT4, Tony Hughes, Martin Thomas and Collins, 3 of them in that car. Good car for this. Had the opportunity to drive one in a sprint races last year, although I did drive the endurance spec. Very interesting little car, available with air conditioning that only works on when it comes on when you are not on full throttle, so it doesn't sap power from the engine. Very clever. And thanks to ladies and gentlemen, Janetta, for letting me have a race in that. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Paul White doing a great job here. Down into the 56ers last time around. Schneider's back down on the 54 mark, but he's not really taking any time consistently out of Paul White. Keep the pressure on though, Martin, on Ram Racing, which is what you'd expect Bernd to do.
And it's going to be the only way to break their domination as well, isn't it?
The only thing that I just want to flag up about the HP racing car, they've got 5 drivers who all have to do 10% of the race to get scored. Paul?
Yeah, if they're bothered about points.
Yes,
precisely.
Yes, it doesn't DQ the car.
No,
yes, that's a good point.
No, the only thing that may have happened to it, and I say may have because it's one of those things that's kind of within the regulations for the organisers to do a deal, as it were, with the car, which says, recognise who you've got in the car, we don't want Schneider to do more than 25%.
Right.
Or something like that. Or they'll recognise the drivers of the car and say, well, we would like Koffler, Prochik and Renger between them to do
X amount.
50% or something.
Yeah.
They'll give some kind of constraint so that if you've got 5 drivers, you don't put all of the laps by the pro.
And that underlines, doesn't it, the nature of these races.